in Southeast Louisiana, we spoke about this a little bit yesterday, but we're a community that likes to help each other.
Sure.
And we are also right now getting help from all over the country. As we spoke to those linemen who were in the lobby of the hotel yesterday, many of them from Georgia, other parts of the South, all coming in here to really help assess some of our electricity issues, our utility problems, and also Oakland's fire department in California.
Yeah.
The Task Force 4 there has actually been activated. That force on its way to Louisiana right now in support of FEMA's response to Ida, and their primary focus is going to be on water operations using those swift boats, boats with no motors needed for some of those wading rescues, and just kind of where they're moving around those boats to help people escape or evacuate from their current location.
Plenty of extra resources coming to the area. This particular crew also has technical search and rescue teams, K9 live find, which can help search for trapped people, which we very well may have this morning. Additional communication teams, hazardous material teams, a full medical squad as well, which is good. They also took to social media and tweeted this out, quotes, and they're off. California Task Force 4 departed for Hurricane Ida, wishing the urban search and rescue team safe travels. Our hearts go out to all the communities that have already and will be impacted by the extreme weather event. Help is on the way, and we will need a lot of help from many different agencies. And here's what the Oakland Fire Department chief had to say about these ongoing efforts.
Well, right now, California Task Force 4 is getting ready to deploy to Louisiana to assist with the operations of Hurricane Ida. There are several FEMA-sponsored USAR teams. We are proud of the fact here in the city of Oakland to be the sponsoring agency of California Task Force 4, which includes 14 different agencies in the area. However, when our country calls, we're always willing to step up to the plate and assist where we can.
And how is this affecting you guys on the station, as the department-wide thing? Because, there's all the fires going on around. I'm sure you guys have members deployed for those fires, and now you guys are going for flooding,
No, absolutely. So obviously with the wildfires here in Northern California, we're certainly challenged. We're stretched thin just like every other agency in the state of California. However, for decades, we have made a commitment to our federal government as being one of the 28 FEMA-sponsored USAR teams in the country. So when our country calls, we expect to step up and assist where we can.
Just good to see there. It's good to see people as far as California there in Northern California and from Oakland coming all the way down here. And we're going to see that from other states. And that's one of the things we talked about yesterday, different from the pandemic response, which is global and affects everyone at the same time. When we do have these major hurricanes and natural disasters, a lot of extra help can come in from other portions of the country, from states who were not affected at the time. But still trying to help in the midst of a pandemic too, which is going to be challenging.
Yeah, from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast, even the New York Task Force 1 and New York City's Urban Search and Rescue Team, they are packing up, making their way to Louisiana right now at the request of FEMA. 83 New York emergency personnel are on the way right now. Many of them, of course, having experience with Hurricane Katrina, that Surfside condo collapse, and of course bringing with them a variety of rescue capabilities like water rescue boats and even canine search and rescue dogs.
The New York City Urban Search and Rescue Team, New York Task Force 1, is being deployed to Louisiana in support of Hurricane Ida's response and recovery efforts. A full team of 83 USAR personnel made up of NYPD, FDNY, FDNY EMS, and New York City Emergency Management are departing today in a few minutes to travel by vehicle convoy. The team is currently scheduled to mobilize in Baton Rouge.
And we should be seeing that team here hopefully tomorrow night. That could also change based on individual needs, where they need to go first. So, we welcome any and all help that we can possibly get. Hopefully we'll be hearing more from our local leaders and also the governor a little later on today to kind of give us an update on those response efforts and whether or not, we're going to have to do much more widespread response.
Well, widespread's the key word. It's such a far-reaching area, the impact all the way down to Terrebonne Parish and Southern Jefferson Parish down in Grand Isle. Just kind of reports of it being washed out in a sense, not completely destroyed, but just a lot of those homes and those camps taking on water. And of course the highway, just several feet of water still this morning before that eventually recedes. But then here in downtown New Orleans in the Central Business District, I mean, you may not have rushing floodwaters, but you have power outages, severe power outages, And the big question is we just don't know when that will be restored.
Yeah, we've had teams who actually been weathering that storm for us. Jared Hill joins us now from the CBD with more on the conditions and kind of what we experienced overnight. Good morning, Jared.
Hey, good morning, Chad and Randy. Yeah, so down here it is, as you can see behind me, pitch black except for the lights from our camera crew, and that is because of all the power outages throughout Orleans Parish. More than 850,000 people in the area, according to Entergy, are really in the dark right now, and that's going to be tough over the next couple of hours, possibly couple of days. Again, the question becoming how long will it take to restore the power in this area? All of this from what we saw yesterday, where there were the incredible winds blowing throughout the state here, upwards of 150 miles per hour when then Hurricane Ida first made landfall. One of the things, and you guys were talking about this, that's going to be tough over, again, the next few days is getting to people who are in some of the parts of the state who decided to stay, didn't evacuate, and at least right now are cut off physically because of the water, cut off because of potential power outages, and what that's going to look like trying to get them. Take a listen to what the governor said yesterday.
I can tell you for several days, we're going to be engaged in search and rescue, both the primary search, the secondary searches, and so forth. And we're going to be in this for the long haul. But the people of Louisiana are good and resilient people, and I can tell you we're going to get through this.
So for anybody who might be watching this, on a live stream, doesn't have power right now, I think probably an unfortunate but important thing to keep in mind is hold on and wait for the help that is coming. Another interesting thing here is that there is no power down here. We saw a truck drive by not too long ago, some folks who said that they were in town trying to help out with the effort, and they needed gas. So you got folks who live here, who are struggling with some of those resources. There are other people trying to come into town saying that they're trying to help as well, potentially putting a strain, at least right now, on the system. And so I think that that's something that should be kind of heated here, is that the folks who live in the area are struggling, almost don't need anybody else right now coming in to continue straining the system as well. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's not just power there, Jared. Right now we don't even have cell service in some cases, so it's hard to get in touch with your loved ones and try and figure out if they're okay, or that's always a hard thing. Jared, you also rode out the storm with us here at WDSU. Talk about the experience that you had as that hurricane hit overnight.
So, I think the biggest thing was just the wind, the sheer force of the wind and how long it lasted. We were in a hotel in the CBD, and you could feel the pressure from the winds as it kind of would push on the windows. And that was honestly a little scary overnight. The questions of, would the structures hold up, would the windows hold up, and all of that kind of stuff. And so that was something that was definitely at the top of my mind over the course of the couple of hours. It's also been nice that since I've been here, I've gotten a chance to talk to some of my family who's across southern Louisiana, and they are doing okay as well, trying to weather out this storm. But again, the question for them and for me is, do they have power? How long will they have power? Will they be in a good position, in a good situation? So that's something that I'm keeping in mind as well. Back to you.
All right, Jared Hill there for you. Yeah, those power outages along with all the downed trees. We're getting so many images of just trees being completely uprooted.
Right.
Out of people's backyards, and again, a lot of that has to do with the fact that our grounds were so saturated before. It was just easy to make these trees just pliable enough to be able to have them being lifted out of the ground.
And far-reaching from the West Bank and Marrero, we've seen some of those trees being uprooted over to the river parishes as well, where we know there's major flooding. There's also some flooding, some video here that we take a look at. This is Highway 11 in Irish Bayou. Look at some of the water levels there.
Wow.
This was,
How was your family? Have you gotten in touch with your family in Sidel, Chad? Or
everybody evacuated.
Left. Okay.
Everybody left the area. Not yet. Okay. Not sure. In the Eden Isles area there, Clipper Estates there in Slidell, and of course right there on the water. So hoping for the best moving forward. Then those homes are built up pretty high, but you can see this along Highway 11, going toward New Orleans East and toward the Slidell North Shore area. but that water was definitely getting high yesterday and maybe even higher at this point this morning. But of course, we'll get live looks throughout the area here in the next few hours as daylight eventually comes to the greater New Orleans area and our crews are able to safely get out and about to give you those live images and get some reaction, because I'm sure a lot of folks will be wondering exactly like we're just saying, what's the status? How's your home? How's your business? How's your vehicle? How's your people? How's your family? That's the biggest thing right now.
Right, and I know out of Grand Isle, so many people left that area very early. That evacuation order issued several days ago, giving people there enough time to kind of get out of town. But we've got some video for you from Grand Isle here. You can just see that wind just kind of ripping the back of that, the back of the truck, the cover there on the back of the bed of the truck, just kind of flopping up and down. This doesn't really do the Grand Isle, I'd say, justice in terms of the devastation. I mean, we're talking several feet of water there on the island right now. The island is covered in water. But this just kind of gives you an idea of the intensity of those winds that move through. And they got pounded for a good while. That eye wall hit them for a good while. And, you've got some good people who stayed on that island, some firefighters, some, city leaders. Mayor David Carmidel, he rides out every single storm there, and the resilience of the people who are there and wanting to protect their properties the best that they can and rebuild and build back as best they can after these storms. So, man, Grand Isle, portions of Port Fourchon, other areas of Lafourche Parish, your heart goes out to those folks this morning.
It's just tough. It's tough when you know what's coming, right? Especially with a storm of this magnitude as it made landfall there near Port Fourchon yesterday, right before noon. And now here we are at about 5:10 in the morning, 5:12 on this Monday. And we know that many of them are in the dark. Most of them are in the dark, and many of them have water perhaps in their homes. And it's just tough because not being able to communicate, not being able to access what you need to do, and having to be patient and try to ride out the aftermath of the storm. We talk about, sheltering in place as it's hitting, but now really staying in a safe spot in the days ahead to make sure you can get those needed, just rescue and get those the help that you need moving forward, that assistance from emergency crews. It's going to be tough for a lot of folks down that way.
Yeah, and you even have a lot of college kids, college students who had to kind of ride out the storm, bunker down at some of their universities. Listen to some of the folks over there at Tulane University as the storm moved through.
Once Tulane kind of sounded the alarms, then we got a little more nervous when they started telling us we have to relocate out of our dorms, and that the storm was actually shifting more towards New Orleans.
We were also talking about some of those road closures and whatnot overnight. A lot of we had a couple of bridges get hit. We have, again, a couple of our major interstates shut down right now, and then over in Kenner, and down in portions of Lafitte, we had some issues there with some of our levees and also our bridges.
It's just tough because, the Kerner levee, that was overtopped as well. And, a lot of these flood protection mechanisms are holding up overall, especially here in the city of New Orleans, but reports down in Lafitte, the levee not really holding up there and water overtopping. That's just what the catastrophic result of that is, and the water's going to get into people's homes, and it's just unfortunate. But in terms of the Kerner Bridge, we have a soundbite here. Let's take a listen.
The whole bridge was taken out. Look, our levees were topped. Our tidal surge levees were topped. That was within. They had the school system, the government buildings, and hundreds of homes. That's never happened before, and all the outside areas were just hit so hard.
Plaquemines Parish also had a couple of failures too. White Ditch, they had some water kind of get through the levee there, overtopping that levee. And then Highway 23 near Alliance, they had a failure there, and so they were telling anybody from Alliance to Oakville overnight, evacuate immediately, go to the Belle Chase Auditorium as quickly as you can. This is not a drill. You got to go now. And that water was just definitely coming through because it was going northbound on 23 from Alliance. So and they even had some evacuation orders for that southern part of Plaquemines Parish. But as we heard from so many parish leaders, you had a lot of people who did decide to stay. And then when water comes into your home, there's really only one way to go, right? You go up. You go up. You go to the attic. You go to the rooftop. And unfortunately, people got stuck in those attics. We saw one woman who was trapped in her attic in Laplace. WDSU's Aubrey Killian was able to interview her and has this story.
That's right. The conditions right here in southeast Louisiana are devastating and heartbreaking. Some people trapped in their attics and can't get out. I spoke with Tiffany Miller and her family. She lives in Laplace. Her family is trapped in their attic. They don't know what they're going to do at this moment.
Hi, Aubrey. This is Tiffany Miller. I'm actually in an attic right now. I'm at 94 Bamboo Road in Laplace, Louisiana. We've been up here maybe for an hour or two. Conditions hopefully are getting a little bit better. Water came in, I'm thinking from Highway 51, and it came in kind of quick. So the only thing that we could do was climb in the attic.
And first responders in Laplace say right now the conditions, they are just too dangerous for them to respond at this moment, but they do hope that they can get to these people that are trapped. That's hopefully by daylight. Reporting, I'm Aubrey Killian. Back to you.
All right, Aubrey, and of course, even this morning, hours after we really got the brunt of it, still feeling those winds. You know, as I was walking from our accommodations here to the hotel early here to the station early this morning, I mean, those winds were still pushing you, and they were still very fierce, still very strong, still something that you shouldn't be out in if you don't have to. The
impacts are long-lasting, even almost a day after the storm made landfall. Let's check in with meteorologist Lee Southwick. She's been following this storm and Ida from the very beginning. And Lee, what's your biggest concern right now? Is the worst is behind us, but of course recovery and cleanup will continue today.
It will, and actually something interesting that I just looked at, and I wasn't able to get it in this show, but I'll show you it next. River levels are still rising. So
Tangipahoa Parish's president actually said something about that overnight, like with those water levels, and they're really concerned right now.
Absolutely, yeah. Over the next coming days, are only going to get higher. So along the rivers, we really have to watch out for flooding. So for them, the worst is yet to come, unfortunately, too. So it will be just several days of cleanup and recovery, and for some of you still dealing with flooding. By the way, we're also still under a flash flood watch until tomorrow morning. We're not done with the rain just yet. We've already seen a lot of rain. I've been trying to check out some of our rainfall totals. Places like Covington coming in at almost 9 inches of rain. The metro area at 9 inches of rain as well. Holma only coming in right now at 3.4. That's over the past 24 hours, though. And I think overall, when we see rainfall totals, they will be higher when we get total storm totals, at least. We'll check on a few more spots over here. Slidell coming in at 9 inches of rain as well. So overall, everyone, oh, look at that, 15 showing up for Laplace. So Gulfport, 7.6 inches of rain. We'll go over to Max 2 now and get a better check on what's happening over here. Right now, we're still watching places get pounded with rain, especially in Mississippi. Finally, Ida is a tropical storm. It has sustained winds of 60 miles an hour, so it is still a dangerous storm, but it has weakened some. It's knocked out most of our stations here, our weather recording stations. We can still see that current winds in Kenner, 20 miles an hour sustained. It is still windy outside. 17 for Gulfport, 25 for Biloxi, but wind gusts stronger than that, coming in the low 30s in Kenner, 28 in Gulfport, 35 in Biloxi. Those are your gusts out there. So again, here's your storm, and no surprise, look at those bands. They are still packing a punch. A lot of rain moving through portions of Mississippi, especially for our Mississippi counties. And then for the North Shore, still seeing some rain lingering as well. It's going to slowly move through. It's going to be more of a steady rain. These bands aren't moving very much. We see a bit of training where we see rain falling in the same spot over a long period of time. Same story, especially for coastal areas. Check that out. Boothville, Grand Isle, unfortunately, still more rain falling for you. That heads up even, again, all the way north to the North Shore, places like Slidell, and then all the way down towards Grand Isle. A few light showers still sticking around for places like Kenner, near Kenner as well. So we're still tracking some rain out there, especially though, again, along for the coastal areas. Tornado watch still in effect. You saw those bands. We know that we can get spin up tornadoes within those bands, and so that's why there is a tornado watch until 6 a.m. this morning. So we'll keep our eye on that over the coming hours. Wind gusts, they're not going to die down too quickly. Check this out. 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts expected through the morning. trying to hang on almost to around 30 miles an hour even in the afternoon. Finally, as we head into our Tuesday morning, getting down towards 20 miles an hour, that will stick around though. So it's going to be gusty through Tuesday. It's not until Wednesday when we finally start to see those winds calm down. Flash flood watch remains in effect, as I mentioned, until Tuesday morning. That's because more rain is on the way. A lot of you are already seeing rain. Here's an hour-by-hour look. As we go throughout our Monday, we'll still see some bands move on through. It's not going to be as much rain, as widespread. The later we get in the day and the more that Ida lifts north, the better it will be for us. But still, those bands can set up and continue to dump a lot of rain. So we'll have to watch out for a good bit of rain still through the rest of the day today. It's not going to rain on you all day. Just depends where those bands move on through. Then as we head into our Tuesday, I'm still keeping rain chances in the forecast. It's really not until Wednesday and Thursday that it starts to back off, but you can see that it does. We don't get too much rain popping up on this model by the Wednesday time frame, just scattered showers out there. And then it's by Thursday that we do start to really dry out. That's because a frontal boundary will be moving on through. So check this out. Temperatures tomorrow. I know we are without power here for most of us. And unfortunately, temperatures are only going to rise. So today we're thinking mid 80s for most of us, getting into the upper 80s maybe for just some of you. But tomorrow, a lot of us will be close to 90 degrees for our afternoon high temperature, feeling warmer than that. Tomorrow, it will feel close to 100 degrees out there. So something to keep in mind. I hope that you have had water bottles packed with you and you can find some shade and just stay cool and stay hydrated. Wednesday, still getting into the upper 90s to near 100 for a feels like temperature. But Thursday, it's a little bit better. Check this out. Feels like temperatures trying to come in even close to the 80s, especially for the North Shore. And that's because a frontal boundary will move on in. Our winds are going to shift. They're going to come out of the north. It's going to pull in some drier and some more comfortable air. So rain chances will drop, but it's not going to feel quite as humid outside. So I'm ready for Thursday. Here's a look at Ida right now. We just had our advisory, the 4 o'clock advisory, come out. It's still expected to stay, or tropical storm within the next couple of hours, but by this afternoon, weaken down into depression standards. So still wrapping a lot of rain, and it's going to head north and then northeast. Here's its track overall, heading towards the northeast portion of the United States. So it's going to get on out of here. Notice how it picks up speed as it does so. So it's moved way too slowly for our liking over the past several hours, but it will start to pick up in speed as it heads out of our area and towards the northeast. Real quick check on the tropics. We're getting into the heart of hurricane season, and you can tell that it is active out there. Tropical Depression 10, another tropical storm, and then a couple of areas that we are watching for some areas of investment. Notice that there's a high chance of development out here off of the coast of Africa. I'm going to ignore this one in the Caribbean. We don't need to worry about that. Low chance, okay? Low chance of development. And even this little system out there, they're watching for development. It's that time of year. Here's our 7-day forecast. We are trying to get through Ida. We'll still feel Ida's impacts today in rain and wind and flooding over the coming days, especially river flooding. Do be aware that it's going to get hot by Tuesday and Wednesday, near 90 degrees, feeling like the upper 90s to near 100. But guys, the good news is by Thursday, a little bit less humid out there.
That's going to be much needed, especially with so many people without any electricity right now. Again, more than 850,000 energy customers, and that's just energy, that doesn't include CLECO, in the dark right now across portions of southeast Louisiana.
CLECO and surpassing at least 10,000, if not more, on the North Shore for sure. Maybe dozens of, tens of thousands approaching 6 figures in those outages as well. It's just so wide-reaching, the impacts of Hurricane Ida. Those huge winds that came ashore yesterday afternoon, right around the noon hour, and then continued just to pummel South Louisiana hour after hour. At one point late last night, you just felt like, is this ever going to end?
Right.
Is it just going to stay here forever? Now, fortunately, like Lee and Damon have mentioned earlier, it's moving its way out of the state, but still, don't let your guard down yet. Now is not the time to get outside to start surveying the damage. You want to make sure you keep yourself in a safe position.
Well, we've heard from multiple agencies difficulties. Jefferson Parish, again, as we first mentioned to you moments ago, saying that they are having 911 difficulties along with St. Charles Parish and Orleans Parish. So to your point, they may not be able to respond to you. So you definitely want to be able to wait and let the first responders actually get out there, do their job of clearing the debris, seeing what they can to assess some of this damage before we're able to go out and actually assess our own damage. But we're also keeping an eye on things, not just here from the newsroom, but from the studio, but also outside and also in our newsroom.
Yeah, we've got our team hard at work. Let's check in with WDSU anchor Christina Watkins. She joins us live now in the newsroom. Christina, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Chad and Randy. Time now was 5:25. Keeping an update on some other things that are going on outside. First, with the airport. We want to remind you, flights out of Armstrong International Airport are canceled today. At least 173 cancellations today. If we can pull up the flight board, you can see just all you see is canceled, 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 left and right. You know, the airport, though, is still open, and they want you to check with your airline before you get out there, just because some may be flying out later on today, but that is highly unlikely. Not every flight is canceled today, though most are. We've been seeing this since Saturday. Saturday, we told you there were more than 40 flights canceled that day. Yesterday, which was Sunday, I know it's hard to keep track on what day of the week it is, but yesterday at the airport, every single flight at Armstrong International Airport in Kenner was canceled. That was more than 220 flights. And then today, again, we are seeing sort of the same thing. So check with your airline. Maybe you have a flight tomorrow. Things could still be impacted by Ida, so you definitely just want to call your airline before you head to the airport. And that's something that airport leaders are asking you to do as well, so that you don't back up those lines. They're still open. They're operational. They have backup generators. That was a part of them building this new terminal. That's one of the upgrades that they included with that, I was told a few days ago. So they do have power, but that doesn't mean your airline is flying out of there. So just give them a call, check their website, see what you can do to maybe exchange your ticket before you head to the airport. Also, talking about debris, Randy and Chad, you were mentioning this. Across New Orleans through NOLA Ready, streetwise NOLA to be exact, they have more than 130 roads blocked across the city because of debris. Let's go ahead and pull that up and show you what I'm talking about. I've scrolled through this and I've counted almost every street. We're talking from Algiers to New Orleans East. So many street closures. If we click on that bottom link right there, that very, very last one, you can see the list of streets. Let's get that up for you so we can show you. It's not scrolling on the screen, but I'm gonna pull it up here on my end so that we can show you what we're talking about here. So there are streets, I mean, like I said, from Algiers to the east. Some of the latest we've seen: Washington Avenue, MacArthur Boulevard, General de Gaulle, Holiday Drive, Roman and Toledano. I mean, everywhere across New Orleans. So that is why when leaders tell you to stay home right now, wait until the sun comes up, that is because you don't know what you're going to see. It's pitch black outside. Hardly anybody has power. And there are so many reports of debris down, not only just here in New Orleans, that's just what we showed you at that moment, but everywhere across Southeast Louisiana. So just wait it out right now. Wait until you get the okay from your sheriff's department, your police department, first responders in your neighborhood. When we get the okay from them, we'll of course bring that to you. We also, this is something that we do not want to report. We've told you about this. We have at least one death from Hurricane Ida. Out of Ascension Parish, the sheriff's office confirmed the very first death from Ida, which is now weakened to a tropical storm, but at the time of the death, it was a hurricane. The Ascension Parish Sheriff's Office reported this on their Facebook page. They said the person who died was hurt after a tree fell on their home in Prairieville. We're talking about debris and things like that. This has been the outcome of at least one case. Again, this is in Ascension Parish. At this hour, no other deaths have been confirmed at this time. And we just ask that you all stay home while you can. If you are using a generator, be careful because we've seen some of the outcomes that can happen there when you misuse a generator. So please follow the tips from the State Fire Marshal's office. Do not try and remove any debris yourself, especially big trees like that, and just really protect yourselves in these early morning hours as we start to get an idea of how badly Ida damaged our area. And for those of you who need help, Randy, I know you mentioned this as well, we want to pull up the phone number. We are seeing a lot of technical difficulties from 911 call centers all over. New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, they posted this moment ago on their Facebook page. They are saying multiple cellular service providers are currently having difficulties routing calls to 911 through their systems. So JPSO says as the providers work through this, they ask you to try the administrative number for the 911 center. That is 504-227-1400. JPSO says their deputies are back on the streets. They are patrolling, trying to determine how accessible the roads are at this hour. The message we've been saying all morning, and you will continue to hear until you get the clear. JPSO says stay sheltered at this time. They say unnecessary travel is dangerous given the current road conditions. We are going to be following all of this for you throughout the next few hours, trying to keep you up to date on everything. But for now, that's the latest in the newsroom. Randy and Chad, back to you.
You know, Christina, just into the newsroom now, the Tangipahoa Parish Sheriff's Office issuing that same kind of warning. The Tangi 911 line now down. They just mentioned that moments ago. The temporary number to call there if you're experiencing an emergency, if you are in Tangipahoa Parish, 985-748-3246. This is very important because just as Lee mentioned moments ago, we are worried about those rivers in Tangipahoa Parish right now. They are reaching flood stage and they could just get even higher. So for those of you who live maybe near Robert, near the Tangipahoa Parish River, that would be of concern for you all. So make sure you jot that number down, because if you do experience an emergency, you need some help getting out. 985-748-3246 in Tangipahoa Parish. That is the number to call.
We also are getting reports of a boil water advisory, a boil water alert in St. Tammany Parish. I believe if we have the neighborhood again, is this in Magnolia Woods? Magnolia Water customers in St. Tammany Parish. And again, that's just another common theme, you know, technical difficulties, power issues, water issues. You want to play it safe in the days ahead. If you can shelter at home, stay where you are. That's the common theme this morning. It's not worth getting out on the roadways, but if you have running water and you're in one of these affected areas that's prone to have some flood water surging through, make sure you're playing it safe and that you boil that water if you have the means to do so, or just use your bottled water. Use your stored water. At that point.
Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish also under similar boil water advisories, as well as St. Charles. So like to your point, seeing them really all over. And then also here in the New Orleans metro area, we had that big transmission outage, which of course posing some issues for all of us right now.
Speaking of those boil water advisories, let's run through the following areas. As we mentioned, the impacts of Hurricane Ida just so far reaching the entire East Bank of Jefferson Parish. Let that sink in. St. Charles Parish, a precautionary boil water for the entire parish there. St. Tammany Parish utility customers, we mentioned Magnolia Water. Terrebonne Parish, anyone east or south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway, and Lafourche Parish, south of Raceland as well. So I mean, really, you just don't take a risk. Boil the water if you still can, or just use that bottled water.
Yeah, hopefully you have that, or even those gallons of water. I picked up a few of those at the store, so hopefully that'll get us through. Taylor Evans joining us now from the streets of New Orleans, talking about the conditions that we're feeling and also some of the impacts from overnight. Taylor.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, I'm here, we're actually right outside the WDSU station, where I have to say, like I said earlier, conditions here are much calmer than they were just about 7-8 hours ago. The winds were not only whipping, but there was those extreme wind conditions and the howling. I know we all experienced if you were staying in the city and sheltering in place. Now, other parishes that were affected near the New Orleans metropolitan area were Jefferson Parish. We spoke to Councilmember Scott Walker, who kind of gave us an idea of what conditions are looking like over in JP. Take a listen.
There's no power. There's very little communication. Texting has even gotten spotty in spots. And it's a lot of questions. You know, we've had a lot of questions about are the pumps working in Jefferson Parish. A lot of questions in Metairie near Pontiff Playground and 17th Street Canal. And they are all working. They are all functional. Some have kicked on and kicked off based on water levels, but they're all working. They're just working very hard, and there's a lot of water. And we got some reports that this is eyewitness reports, so I haven't verified it, obviously, because it's dark and nobody can actually see it. But possibly there's some water coming down the airline that may be coming from the 17th Street Canal that isn't pumping properly because of the power failure in Orleans, and that makes it more difficult on our drainage in Jefferson. And some people who are seeing water to certain levels in parts of Metairie haven't seen it there before. And this is probably the biggest storm we've dealt with here before. So it's hard to have real concrete answers right now. And I think daybreak tomorrow is going to bring some real eye-opening and disheartening revelation.
Well, just as Scott had just said, daybreak will bring some harrowing revelations as we get ready to hit the streets and drive around and give you guys an actual live look at what New Orleans city streets look like. So we're going to head out the door and do that, and we'll have an update for you in the last half of the 6 o'clock hour. For now, reporting live in New Orleans, I'm Taylor Evans, WDSU News.
All right, Taylor, thank you for that. You know, one of the things that we were concerned about were maybe tourists who are in town, maybe staying in hotels, being stuck in this, or even some of our college students, many of whom had to just shelter in place over at universities like Tulane University. The housing, the Commons location, other buildings, they're all running on emergency backup power right now, by the way. So even as a shelter in place, nothing really up to speed.
Yeah, you can only imagine. I mean, we're from here, but when people come from out of states and they want to come to New Orleans and have a great time, they know of hurricanes, but then to experience it, it's certainly unique and something different. Well, 2 particular women from Massachusetts attending Tulane University caught in the storm, hunkering down for the very first time. Yeah,
Emily Mayer from our sister station WCVB spoke with both of those women.
We don't know what the damage is going to be like, and obviously...
Sitting inside a Tulane University dorm room, Elise Diamond and Audrey Conley, both from the Boston area, are riding out Hurricane Ida.
Everyone's been saying that this is the worst one since Katrina, which is just... I think that's putting people on edge more, too.
Saturday night, carrying blankets and pulling suitcases, the 2 sophomores were evacuated from their dorm, moved to a different building on campus as a precaution. Now, taping up windows as the hurricane approached.
Honestly, the scariest part of that is just had we known, I think, that it was going to be this bad, we would have gotten out of here.
Winds from Hurricane Ida ripped through Louisiana, snapping trees, damaging buildings, and stripping away roofs. A Coast Guard helicopter from Cape Cod touched down, ready to help.
This one is a large storm, but these individuals are highly trained, they're prepared.
Loading up trucks with gear and supplies in Beverly, 80 members of Massachusetts Task Force 1 began their 6-hour trip to help with some of the toughest rescue missions, some of whom helped after Hurricane Katrina.
Everything that we need to not have any impact on the local resources so that we can focus solely on supporting the local responders and saving lives.
And just this reminder, too, curfews still in place, many of which are going to be in place until daylight. So all of your police departments, public agencies, again, urging that you heed that warning, stay at home, stay inside.
The good news this morning, the sun's coming up. It is. You know, it's a new day, and it's going to be a day of aftermath and cleanup and recovery efforts and trying to get power restored 1 hour at a time, 1 location at a time. But, you know, a new start here in South Louisiana, and we know the resiliency of the people. It's just, it really is devastating. It's heartbreaking. And I mean, we think of everyone here in our viewing area because it's family, it's friends, it's people we've known since we were kids. And they're going to be rebuilding homes. They're going to be rebuilding businesses in certain areas. And for our friends down on the southern Louisiana coast, it's going to take quite some time to recover from the impacts of Ida.
Yeah, I'm even curious to see what's happening in the river parishes right now, because areas in St. John the Baptist, St. Charles, many of those getting hit very hard by portions of that outer eye wall. So fortunately, right now that storm is somewhat moving out. However, we are still getting a lot of those strong winds, but the damage may not be done yet for many of you, specifically on the North Shore. Lee Southwick joining us now with a little bit more detail about the concern for our rivers right now, and also how long it's going to take to see these wind speeds die down.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I have the rivers behind me if they actually just want to pull it up full screen so you all can actually take a look. These are just some of the rivers. A lot of them already in a form of flood stage, but it's only going to get worse from here. Major river flooding is expected. You can see on the side, that's where they are right now, and then your totals likely going to rise into the major flood stage. So really bad news there. That will happen within the coming days. Right now, Ida is a tropical storm. It has weakened into a tropical storm with sustained winds of 60 miles an hour, and it is just inching north at only 8 miles an hour. But as it heads out of here, it will likely start to pick up speed. So hopefully you can just get on out of here, because right now it's still impacting us in these early morning hours. Kind of right now, current winds 20 miles an hour. 17 at Gulfport over in Biloxi, 22. The rest of you are data stations, what we use to collect wind and temperature and all of that stuff. They're down. They've gone down in Ida. Ida damaged them. So unfortunately, we can't get data for the rest of you. But right now, we can see that wind gusts still whipping in Kenner at 31 miles per hour. So you can kind of guess that the rest of you also seeing wind speeds like that. Everyone pretty much coming in around 30 miles an hour. So still gusty, still rainy. Look at all of this rain that's wrapping around with Tropical Storm Ida. Now pushing a lot of heavy rain and those heavy bands through portions of coastal Mississippi and to the Gulf Coast of Alabama as well. North Shore, you just got through the thick of things. Now the heaviest rain has lifted north, but still some steady rain following behind this. We're going to have to watch out for some training of light to moderate rain in the North Shore over the coming hours as Ida continues to just barely move north, again only moving at 8 miles an hour. Some heavier rain too, just passing through our Mississippi counties, still producing a lot of rain, dumping a lot of rain, and that's the case too for coastal areas all around here, having to deal with storm surge and now likely some more rain and potentially some extra flooding due to all the rain that is falling. That includes Grand Isle and Boothville, and then it goes all the way up towards Gulfport and Biloxi. For the rest of us, well, a little bit of rain passing on through. You can see that over the past 4 hours or so, we've seen some rain move through places like Belle Chase towards the metro area and the lakefront. And then back towards Kenner, maybe a few little light showers still sticking around areas near there. The problem is our radar has gone down. The New Orleans radar that we use, it's also gone down in the storm. So it's hard to get a really localized look at the rain and exactly where it's falling. We have to use something called composite radar. It's not the best thing to use when we really want to get a street view of exactly where it's raining. But luckily we do have the composite radar to use now that our radar itself has gone down. Tornado watch in effect still for you shaded in yellow. So that doesn't include places like Kenner or Holma all the way over towards Baton Rouge. But those of you in the North Shore are also included in this tornado watch. Again, it goes until 6 a.m. and that is because of the bands that are moving on through. And we know that these bands can quickly spin up tornadoes with little warning. So do be aware, keep your eye on radar and on us and have your NOAA weather radio good to go just in case we have to issue another alert, or the National Weather Service Office has to issue a tornado warning. We're watching for rotation. Right now, all seems okay. Wind gusts, though, they're not going to really die down much. Notice that we'll likely stay in the 30 to 40 range throughout the morning hours and into the early afternoon hours. By tonight, still not great. Some of you coming in with the possibility of seeing gusts still around 30 miles an hour. And then we head into our Tuesday. It's still windy out there. Finally, as we head into our Tuesday night and Wednesday, things start to calm down when it comes to the gusts and the breeze. Flash flood watch in effect through Tuesday morning through tomorrow morning. Today is Monday, so tomorrow morning, and that's because more rain on the way today and into tomorrow. Hour by hour look, you already saw current radar and saw that the band's still moving through our coastal areas up into Mississippi. A little bit of rain lingering in on the North Shore, but more on the way. I think a lot of it will start to clear out, especially for portions of the North Shore. But what we do have to watch for is where the trailing bands still remain and wrap on in. So where those linger, much more rain on the way for the day today. I don't think it's going to be the heavy rain that we saw yesterday, but still expect light to moderate rain where we see those bands start to pop up and try to wrap through our area. Monday night, still a few showers out there tonight. Then we head into tomorrow and we'll still watch for some rain. This one trying to show us that coastal areas will see some of the rain still associated with Ida. But then by Tuesday evening, we start to dry out some. Wednesday doesn't look too bad. I'm going with scattered showers and thunderstorms. More of a typical day here in Louisiana. Then on Thursday, I have something that you're going to like. So today, highs are going to get into the middle 80s. Tomorrow, we're talking upper 80s. Some of you may be even coming in near 90 degrees. Bad news when we don't have air conditioning. So make sure to take the proper precautions, prepare for some hot afternoons ahead. By tomorrow afternoon, a lot of us will feel close to 100 degrees. By Wednesday, still middle to upper 90s for feels like temperatures. And then by Thursday, it gets a little bit better. Even some of you seeing those feels like temperatures trying to come in only in the 80s. And that's because our winds are going to shift and come out of the north. And that is what we like to see because it means it's some less humid air, some drier air, and so it'll be a bit more comfortable. But we won't be seeing any rain, or much rain, I should say, later on in the work week, because we've had our fair share of rain already. Look at all of this rain still wrapping around with Ida. Again, now a tropical storm moving north at 8 miles an hour, but it's going to start to pick up speed here soon. And as it does so, it's also going to continue to weaken. Notice that the National Hurricane Center expects it to weaken down into a tropical depression by this afternoon. So it will now really, hopefully quickly, rapidly lose strength and get on out of here. We're tracking a few other things in the tropics. We don't want to talk about that. We don't need to think about that. I know we have a tropical depression out there too. That's Tropical Depression 10, but for the rest of our week, let's talk about what we can expect here. We are going to move our minds off the tropics. Again, we're going to watch for river flooding closely, though. That's a problem that will persist over the coming days. Another problem, the heat, because we are without air conditioning. A lot of us are going to feel close to 100 degrees tomorrow, and then Wednesday still not very comfortable, but by Thursday a bit drier air moving on in. That should make things slightly more bearable by Thursday.
Something to look forward to later. Thank you very much. No, it's been so hot and so humid, and when these major hurricanes strike late summer, July, August, September, it's tough because we know when the power goes out how hot and stifling it is. It's going to be tough on a lot of people.
Yeah, well, the last time this happened, this was like during Zeta, which was, again, October, close to Halloween, and it was much more comfortable outside, but close to those 100 feel likes is not going to be great, and especially whenever it starts heating up your home. It's kind of like just heating up a can in a lot of ways. Yeah. Speaking of heat, you know, yesterday we saw lots of fires, unfortunately, across the greater New Orleans area. New Orleans firefighters responding to several fires here at home, but also Kenner responding to a fire. Check this out.
This one, I believe, from West Esplanade, is just raging on last night. And part of the issues with these major hurricanes, fire crews can't get out and about at certain times. You know, we first brought you this video last night on WDSU News, and then a statement released from Kenner Mayor Ben Zahn and Kenner Fire Chief Terrence Morse basically said, here, I'll read it, quote, unfortunately, the department had very low water pressure because of the numerous breaks in the parish's water system due to downed trees, also flooding, downed trees, power lines, making travel in the city quite dangerous. In addition to those issues, high winds from Hurricane Ida, which were subsiding at the night with the exception of gusts, also making it difficult and unsafe for firefighters to roll to those calls. So basically they couldn't operate efficiently like they wanted to last night in that one particular residence, that complex on West Esplanade and Kenner, just a total loss this morning.
And we're experiencing water pressure in areas like Metairie as well, and you know, across the city too. You know, we had issues like that. We also had pieces of facades that were coming off that you know, people just really couldn't respond to because, again, it's just so dangerous. And the thought of just losing everything, not just maybe, I mean, you're preparing for a hurricane, you're not necessarily preparing for a fire during a hurricane to be able to take all of your belongings, but so many units, as you just saw there, getting completely destroyed. Unfortunately, this time of year too, with the landfall of this hurricane, bringing back some pretty severe memories. I mean, 16 years yesterday since Hurricane Katrina hit Louisiana, devastating our Gulf Coast, devastating portions of Mississippi, and it's a date that still hits people pretty hard.
You know, I remember the days leading up to Katrina and having gone through some storms. I'm just growing up, you know, 80s and 90s, early 2000s, not quite realizing the impact it was about to have here in New Orleans and South Louisiana. I was working for a TV station up in North Mississippi at the time, and most of my family in New Orleans and Slidell came to stay with me up there, and we were okay, but they lost everything, right? They lost their home in Slidell. Family, friends in Araby and St. Bernard Parish lost everything, and Jefferson Parish and Metairie as well. But, you know, that date not lost on many of us, and especially gearing up for Ida yesterday, for it to fall on August 29th, 16 years later. It really just continues to bring up a lot of these tough memories, but the resiliency as well, because we know as dark as those days were for many people, and the recovery still continues in some ways, you know, a lot of progress has been made and people have recovered.
Yeah, my husband actually used to joke it wasn't the water that destroyed their home, it was the 6 feet of mud over there at St. Bernard Parish. So a lot of people are trying to turn to a little bit of light humor too, to just try and get through it, because, you know, at the end of the day, these are things that you can't change. These are storms that come through that you have no control over, just like some of the storms that just come through our lives on a regular basis. So a lot of times, you know, yesterday we were supposed to see a lot of Katrina memorials happen.
Right.
We were supposed to see a lot of recognition ceremonies for the lives lost. And instead of marking those anniversaries, many others just unfortunately had to reimagine it with some really daunting deja vu.
Katrina came ashore and changed our lives forever. It's heart-wrenching. At the same time, in perspective, it gives you a whole new meaning for what's truly important.
I think that that's a message that we all can certainly take to heart, because it's those kinds of storms in your life that are going to make you stronger, and that are really going to put into perspective the importance of your family and the importance of your loved ones and your friends and those people who are there for you and who care for you. After Katrina, the woman that we just spoke to, Megan Clallahan, she decided to move to Houston, as so many others in the New Orleans metro area did. They moved to Houston, Atlanta. Some of them moved even farther north. But she says, you know, 16 years later, even after the fact, at this point, her heart's still here in Louisiana, and grieving with so many folks now who maybe haven't even had a chance to see their homes. And it's going to be a few days before I'm afraid to go look at my house. My neighbors, we have our own little Facebook group that we kind of keep each other updated on, and I've got some amazing neighbors, by the way, and they've been posting videos all throughout the night showing at one point our street getting 4 to 5 feet of water, which is so high. And you know, thankfully my house is 7 feet off the ground, like so many others I built up. But yeah, I mean, that water got so high in so many parts of Lakeview.
And we know so many people who weather these storms and they try to rebuild, and even if that is out of state, you know, your heart goes out to people who continue to go through this again and again and again. And that's a lot of folks who stay here, right here in the greater New Orleans area, but people who moved to Houston, who experienced storms there in recent years, people who went to Lake Charles last year, and then here came Hurricane Laura a year ago, and really Ida's landfall yesterday, bringing a lot of PTSD for those folks as
people
well
in
in
Charles were a little,
Southwest
they were a little nervous that this storm was going to track even more to the west for them.
And then almost 1 year, because Laura's landfall was August 27th. That was this past Friday, leading into this weekend. 1 year after that devastating storm, and a year later,
today.
a lot of folks still recovering in Lake Charles a year later from that storm. All right, y'all, let's see, moving on.
As soon as Hurricane Ida started forming in the Gulf, the PTSD started to kick in for many residents in Southwest Louisiana.
I mean, you can imagine everybody went through the emotions of, please don't hit Louisiana again. We went through a lot last year.
Paula Pautin lives in the Lafayette area, and she says the southwest part of Louisiana has had a tough year. It all started when Hurricane Laura hit them in August of 2020, a Category 4 hurricane.
You know, obviously 6 weeks later, we got hit by Hurricane Delta. And then a few months later, we got the winter storm in February. And then a few months later, we got all the flooding in May.
She feels like they can't catch a break. And because of that, she packed what she could and headed to Texas.
I just didn't want to go through any chance that it might go east or west or whatever, and that I would end up being more impacted by the storm.
And even though she says she feels lucky the hurricane missed them, she knows too well the recovery for her neighbors in the east won't be easy.
It's going to be rough for them. And I really hope the best for everybody in Southeast Louisiana, because they are going to need it.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of tough memories there.
Very much so. And, you know, we are a strong community. So, and again, you can't change these things. We just have to, you know, keep trucking on. Speaking of trucking, though, don't be trucking on the roadways right now. Portions of I-10 definitely closed right now. We've also got portions of I-10 that are closed. I-10 is closed right now from Prairieville to Gramercy because of a series of crashes, debris, other dangerous objects there on the roadway, so you are not able to travel along I-10. And then just also this note, I mean, we didn't expect it to reopen, but the causeway is still closed this morning too, and it's going to stay closed because of those high winds. Too dangerous to cross that bridge. And on that note, still really too dangerous to cross the twin span, the high rise, some of those elevated roadways, just because you will start shaking there on some of those elevated bridges.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. You know, state police, DOTD officials, state, local leaders, basically advising everybody to stay off the roads, because we don't want any incidents to happen that then emergency crews and first responders have to divert away from power restoration and rescue attempts and to try to tend to these accidents, because like you mentioned, we saw so many accidents last night too. Cars out and about. I really watched some of our extended coverage once we got off the desk, still you know, keeping an eye on everything before the power went out, seeing some cars flying by behind some of our reporters' live shots, and it's just not a good look as a hurricane is barreling down here on Louisiana's, you know, Gulf Coast region, and you just don't want to do that because that can lead to further issues. And you mentioned the wind gusts are still very prevalent this morning, and it just takes a little bit to just throw you off, and that could lead to a loss of life and another preventable tragedy moving forward.
All of our healthcare heroes have been also working through this storm, manning a lot of our hospitals and healthcare facilities, many of which got some damage overnight. The Oxnard Kenner facility had some roof damage. They actually had to move some patients from one of the top floors to the bottom floors. Actually have some footage of that. I'm going to try to get into to our producers to show you maybe what it looked like inside portions of that facility. But a lot of them also have contingency plans in place as they're not only having to deal with this hurricane, but we can't forget there's still COVID-19 out there. So they've got these ICUs and many of these emergency rooms that are still filled with patients battling COVID-19.
Yeah, and we heard from some of our healthcare heroes talking about the harrowing moments as Hurricane Ida was barreling down on them.
Yeah, we've had windows blown out, you know, so we've lost some windows, we've lost pieces of roof. The top of the at St. Anne's, the top of kind of the what's called the penthouse that's over one of the elevators actually, you know, blew off the building, so we were not able to use that elevator, had to use another one, and that created some water intrusion into the facility, which is why we're going to move the patients out of there. You know, we are working with the local transport companies. Mike, maybe you can take that and maybe talk a little bit about the timing.
Yeah, so we can't travel until wind speeds are below 40 miles an hour. And then the state will go through and make sure that the roads are passable before we send any ambulance teams or transport teams out to move patients.
Lots of plans in place, and of course these plans have been in place for months, years. You know, many of our public agencies, including our hospitals, they come up with these plans very much far in advance because it is a very much well-oiled machine, just like our first responders, our police departments, sheriff office, you know, a lot of them working together in tandem, helping neighbor with neighbor whenever you can. Unfortunately, Lafourche Parish, one of the areas hardest hit. You know, we mentioned Port Fourchon in the eye of that storm as that storm was making landfall in other low-lying areas of Lafourche Parish, with many leaders this morning just saying it is just too treacherous to be out and about.
At the 6 o'clock hour, we do have Brendan Mathern, Sheriff Brendan Mathern with Lafourche Parish joining us now, or Captain, excuse me. And Captain Mathern, good morning. I know it's been a very long night and early morning hours. What can you give us an update on just the status of Lafourche Parish? What are some of the bigger issues right now that you're experiencing, and just how are you all holding up at this hour?
Well, good morning. Yes, it was quite a day yesterday. I was based in Galliano, and it seemed like we were never going to get out of that eye wall. Part of our parish did experience the eye. The central portion of our parish actually had the eye over it, and many residents were able to at least get out and check on their property for a few moments before the back end of the eye wall started again. Unfortunately, in that area, especially the Lockport area, we saw some significant devastation in the Lockport area. Of course, as you go further south, we know that we have catastrophic damage from Lockport all the way south to Golden Meadow and beyond to Leeville. and Port Fourchon. I've actually been at the Port Fourchon operations in Galiano, and we were able to watch the video feeds and see the significant surge that engulfed the port. And it was really hard to get visuals, but we know that we have a ton of damage there, wind and water damage as well, that we'll be having to deal with. Most notably, last night, we had some levee issues in Bayou Buff in the northeast portion of Lafourche Parish, just east of Thibodaux, and we do have some flooding in that area. So that will be one of our biggest priorities as the sun comes up today, to make sure that we can, make sure that everybody's okay in that area, get people to safety if they're stranded in their residence. That's one of our major priorities today. Another huge priority is the two hospitals. You just heard about St. Anne Hospital in the Matthews area. They suffered some significant damage, especially, and that's in the central area of our parish. They suffered significant damage to their roof as well as some of the interior portions of the hospital. So we will be, they'll be looking to move to another facility today. As well, in the southern portion, you've seen the video probably by now of Lady of the Sea General Hospital and the roof blowing off there. The good news is that there was only 10 patients at the hospital being cared for, and they moved them to all to a lower floor, and the staff was able to continue to care for them, and that's where they were. They were stable as we went to bed last night. I say went to bed, of course, most of us didn't get much sleep last night, but we ultimately know that they were stable in those facilities, but both facilities will be looking to move out as soon as possible today. We did have one rescue in the midst of the storm, even though we told residents that we would not be able to go out at some point. Our deputies did risk it to at least rescue one person who had gone out to tend to a tree that had fallen, and the tree actually fell on him. And he was able to be rescued and taken to the hospital. And we had a fire in a residential fire in the Galiano area at the height of the storm winds that emergency services were not able to get to. But all in all, that's just stories that we're dealing with. When the sun comes up, as Parish President Archie Chasson said yesterday, you almost don't want to see when the sun comes up because we know that we're going to have a ton of damage. We were able to get glimpses of the damage in the central portion when the eye passed over yesterday, like everyone else viewing social media, and that was bad enough. And there hasn't been a ton of images from the south yet, so we're going to be seeing that for the first time as the sun comes up today.
Now, Captain Mathern, you mentioned Thibodaux. Let's go back to Thibodaux real quick, and you talked about a levee issue. Are we talking about a levee breach? Are you talking about an overtopping of levee there? And how much water are you guys thinking that may have infiltrated parts of that Thibodaux area?
And again, just to be clear, this is the Bayou Buff area, so this is an area east of Thibodaux, closer to the parish line as it borders on St. Charles Parish. So just to be clear, it's not flooding in Thibodaux proper. But I'll defer to parish officials, parish government, to give more details on that. That was something that they worked on late last night, and I have not received the latest update on that.
Captain Mathern, in terms of power outages, we know they're just so widespread and far-reaching. We know Entergy and other utility companies will get there as soon as they can, but what can you tell us about just the state of, power being out in Lafourche Parish, and what's your message to residents there as they'll maybe have to wait days, if not weeks, for that power to be restored?
Yeah, you said it. It's going to be weeks. Obviously, we have incredible partners at Entergy, and we do have some customers with Sleeka as well in a small portion of our parish, but a majority of our parish is Entergy customers, and we've worked great with them. We know they'll be coming in today to the area to begin their work and assessments, and we look forward to for them to get in here. But as catastrophic as the power situation is in your area, it's similar here with transmission lines being down. So we know we're not talking about days. We're talking about weeks here that people are going to be without power. And that's going to be our message going forward, to residents, especially those that are evacuated or those still here. You know, if you're evacuated, you have to understand what you're coming back to when we do allow you back to come back into the parish, and that's no power. And as of right now, there's no running water in a large section of our parish, from Raceland in the central area all the way south. And once water is running again, we'll be under a boil advisory again for some time. So that's what you're coming back to. The best bet is don't even return back without all the resources you need, because you won't find much here. So that's going to be our message to people. But at this time, we don't anticipate bringing people back, certainly not today. And we don't have a time or a date, and we'd love to be able to share that with everyone. But the sun hasn't even come up yet for us to even see what we're dealing with. So we're going to take at least a good portion of today to assess the damage here before we even start talking about when we might be able to let residents back in. And that's a great point to bring up. Our curfew, parish-wide, still in effect. So if you're thinking, well, I'm just going to drive, I'm not saying I'm coming home one way or the other, well, I can promise you we are strictly enforcing the parish-wide curfew. And the reason for that is there are just so many dangers out there. It's not that we don't want residents back. If you go back to 2005 and 2008 for Katrina and Gustav, which was, similar in scope, but obviously nowhere close to what we have now, the damage was significant, and we allowed residents to come back as soon as we possibly could. In fact, we were one of the first parishes that had a mandatory evacuation that allowed residents to come back, and that's because we understand our community is really run by our neighbors, and they're going to come back in and they're going to start repairing our community, and we can't wait for that to happen. But we have to be able to make sure it's safe for everyone to come back. We need to make sure those hazards are out of the roadway and that we can get those main throughways like LA1 and 308 that run parallel to Bayou Lafourche. We need to make sure those are cleared so that people can get back safely.
All right, Lafourche Parish Captain Brennan Mathern, thank you so much for joining us there on the phone, giving us that update again. He was detailing some catastrophic damage specifically for areas around Port Fourchon. Farther south, even you've got areas like Lockport also getting that damage. And most notably, like he mentioned, there's that levee damage to Bayou Boeuf, which borders St. Charles Parish just to the east of Thibodaux. So some of the biggest priorities there for them as they wait for the sun to come up, just like so many of us, to really assess the damage. But they did get a few peeks through some of their cameras and just from some of the folks there on the ground on just the devastation that's, again, parts of Lafourche Parish south.
Golden Meadow really hit hard as well, and Captain Mathern said in certain areas like Raceland, there's no running water at this point.
Raceland all the way south.
All the way down.
All the way south.
So basically he's encouraging the residents, like he said, not that they don't want them to come back, but that they want them to come back when it's safe to do so, because when talking about those power outages, he reiterated it's going to take several weeks for the power to return there in Lafourche Parish, and it's just so tough. I mean, folks who have been through so much over the years.
Yeah, and it just even goes to further our point of not being out and about. They had to rescue one man that a tree fell on top of him, and they just so happened to just be in that area to be able to respond. But that may not be the case with so many of those 911 call centers that are down right now. Let's go ahead and get a check of the storm, where it is, and again, some of the impacts we're still kind of feeling from this, including the winds, with Damon Singleton.
It's there's probably a lot of people in Orleans who are probably thinking they're going to come back today as well. And it's just, if you do that, you're just going to, it seems to me, you're just going to be in the way.
You'll be in the dark.
Yeah, in the dark, in the way,
and you're going to be miserable.
Power.
I mean, really, do you want, no, but seriously, I mean, y'all know, I say all the time, I grew up on a little farm in Ponchatoula, and I still can't do 4 to 5 days of no heat. There's no way. I mean, and that's just 4 to 5 days. We're maybe even talking 4 weeks, for some people. So
it's pretty incredible. I mean, the energy is down hard in the city. It's going to be a while. And then you guys went through there was a whole list of roads that are blocked.
Well, but here's the thing, that is just Orleans Parish. I mean, you look at Tangipahoa Parish and you look at St. Tammany Parish right now, you've got hundreds of streets all across Southeast Louisiana right now, and those are just your minor surface streets. We're not talking about those major thoroughfares. Highway 51 is closed right now in Rudolph because of high water. I-10 is closed right now between Prairieville and Gramercy right now. You've got I-12, portions of that completely closed, and then also Highway 90, Highway 11, some of those little areas. those have standing water as well. And right now you can't see any of that standing water. And you never know how high that's going to be in certain locations.
Yeah, and you don't know what power lines are down in those locations, and trees and all kinds of stuff. It's really incredible. And I mean, we got hit by a Category 4 hurricane.
Almost Category 5.
Almost a Category 5. So I mean, this kind of damage is what we expect. And you know, I think Lee just told me that the sunrise is at 6:32. Lee, right? 6:36 is sunrise, and so we're gonna see some sights that we may not want to see as the sun rises this morning all across southeast Louisiana. But we're following the storm very, very closely. It's now a tropical storm, as you can see pretty clearly here, and it is now in parts of southwest Mississippi. I want to transition over to our storm tracker system and show you some of the rain totals that we've been taking a look at all across the area. And as you can see, we've got some pretty high numbers down here on the South Shore in the city. Over 8 inches of rainfall there. Over in Metairie, almost 10 inches at 9.5 inches in Metairie and Avondale. 9 inches there. Over 11 inches of rainfall in Kenner and Chalmette. Over 8 inches of rainfall over in Timberland. Over 8 inches, Belle Chase, over 8 inches of rainfall there. Just a lot of rainfall all across the uptown, downtown area, Algiers, over towards East New Orleans, Michoud at 9 inches of rainfall. Down a little bit further to the south, Jean Lafitte and Lafitte, 5.5 inches or greater. Pointe-a-la-Hatch has got almost 8 inches of rainfall out in that direction, almost 8 inches in Delacroix, and almost 10 inches in Hopedale. And if you look over towards Bayou Gauche, almost 8 inches there, Carmerdale, almost 9 inches of rainfall, and down towards Cutoff and La Rose, just over 5 inches of rainfall for those areas. And you know, it's just an incredible the amount of rain that we've seen all across the area. Almost 3.5 inches in Houma and Fairlane, 2.5 inches in Bull Run. And as we take a look on the North Shore, over in Hammond, over 15 inches of rainfall for the folks over in Hammond. Almost 10 inches in Independence, over 14 inches in Ponchatoula, 8 inches in Covington, almost 12 inches in Madisonville, almost 10 inches in Mandeville, Lacombe right at 9.2. So we've had a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time all across southeast Louisiana. And, you know, all due to this storm that is continuing to make its way into southwest Mississippi right now. And this is pretty incredible what this thing has done, as it's made a trek from the Caribbean. This is the trek of this storm across the Caribbean, over the western end of Cuba, across the Gulf of Mexico. And I remember, you know, I was on the air, I think it was Thursday, when this was just kind of a trough of low pressure down here, but the prediction was for this thing to end up on the Louisiana coastline on Saturday. And that's pretty much what happened. And, you know, the timing changed from Saturday morning to Saturday afternoon to Saturday evening, back to Saturday afternoon. It ended up being, you know, morning time. And, you know, even when I was on the air talking about it when it was down here, it was predicted to land as a Category 2 system on our coastline. So it was pretty good with the models, what they did in terms of predicting this thing and laying out the path that it was going to take. Here's a look at this storm right now. This is an 18-hour time lapse showing you that landfall as a Category 4 hurricane down here or around the Port Fourchon area, and then the path it took all the way up and just west of the North Shore. And keep in mind that the northeast quadrant of the storm is the worst possible area of the storm as it makes its way across southeast Louisiana. So it is incredible to think that a Category 4 hurricane with 155-mile-per-hour winds landed on our coastline, but that's in fact what happened. And the rain continues to fall across parts of our area right now. The winds, you know, we've been telling you that a lot of our stations have been knocked out because of the damage from this storm as well. 21-mile-per-hour winds, though, in Gulfport, and they're blowing at 16 over in Kenner right now, but they're gusting up to 28 in Kenner, and they're gusting up to 40 miles per hour over in Biloxi right now. So we've got some very strong winds all across southeast Louisiana, and that's going to continue to be the case as this rainfall continues to make its way out of our area, and still along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, coming down pretty good out in that direction. Let me take you in a little bit closer and show you the good news about the North Shore is that a lot of the heavier rainfall has definitely moved out of here, but you're still dealing with some light showers, and it's kind of constant light rainfall across portions of the North Shore. The rainfall that we've seen, the pockets of moderate to heavy rainfall that's been on and off and continuous training across the Mississippi Gulf Coast, that is continuing right now. So that is bad news for them. In addition to all the rain that you see here, the winds are still pretty strong and out of the south, and storm surge flooding remains a problem and will remain a problem for the folks all across Gulfport, Biloxi, Bay St. Louis for looks like pretty much the rest of the morning at least, and into the afternoon probably as well. Here's a look at the South Shore, and many of us are kind of done with the rain for right now. There's still a chance we'll see some scattered showers as we go through the morning hours, but some heavier rainfall making its way through Golden Meadow right now. Grand Isle apparently is underwater completely, and here's a look at Boothville, seeing some of that light rainfall as well. And hopefully as this storm is going to continue to move to the north, and as it does, all the rain is going to continue over the Mississippi Gulf Coast and parts of the South Shore as well. But once it makes its way to the northeast, headed towards the Tennessee Valley, then this will finally move out of the area at that time. In fact, here is a future cast. I'll put this into motion and show you. This is the picture at 6 a.m. And then as we go into the 9 a.m. time frame, still some heavy rainfall on the Mississippi Gulf Coast down here along the coastline, affecting parts of Plaquemines Parish and the St. Bernard Parish coastline as well. Some scattered rainfall for the North Shore, South Shore as we go into the 3 o'clock hour this afternoon, but much lighter than what we've seen for most of last night and this morning. And even into the 7 o'clock hour, there's some rainfall potential. Some of that, the tail end of that storm, the rainfall from that tail end making its way across our area down here on the South Shore, even into the 2 a.m. time frame tomorrow, overnight into Wednesday morning, or early Tuesday into Tuesday morning. That rainfall potential is still there. And then this is 2 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, seeing some potential for some showers down here on the South Shore, although the chance of rainfall much less than what it is for yesterday and today, that's for sure. So, you know, a lot more rainfalls in store for us for today, and we'll see it kind of on and off as we go through Tuesday and into Wednesday afternoon as well.
All right, Damon Singleton there for us. Again, as we continue to track the aftermath of Hurricane Ida this morning and the certain impacts for so many of us, most notably those power outages, also phone lines being down, communication being lost, and then just the damage and destruction that we were just seeing to so many of our communities, especially, you know, South Lafourche, South Thibodaux, portions of Grand Isle, as Damon just mentioned, and here in the New Orleans metro area with Jefferson Parish, New Orleans, all really being hit hard, not to mention the river parishes.
When you're talking about nearly 1 million people here in South Louisiana without power, it really is devastating. Boil water advisories throughout the viewing area as well. Stay connected, stay up to date. We're not going anywhere, of course, online, WDSU.com. If you can access that, if you have some kind of Wi-Fi this morning, wherever you may be and still sheltering in place, we have a full list of different locations where you can eventually seek assistance too. But for now, the message is to stay where you are, stay off the roadways, because that's going to only further prohibit emergency crews from their response.
All right, well, let's get a check of what's happening right now across our area with Christina Watkins joining us now from the newsroom.
Hey, Randy and Chad, you guys mentioned some of those phone lines. I cannot say the word cellular for the life of me, and I just said it. Anyway, you all mentioned some of the phone lines that are down, the cellular services, AT&T and T-Mobile. We checked in with both of them today. AT&T is going to waive some fees for users to give you unlimited talk, text, as well as data. This is for AT&T postpaid and prepaid customers, and this is across nearly 400 zip codes, not only just here in Louisiana, but also Mississippi. They are going to do this until this Saturday, September 4th. T-Mobile, we also checked in with them. They are doing the same because so many phone lines are down, but theirs is going to go until this Friday. They're offering same thing, free talk, text, as well as unlimited data for T-Mobile, as well as Sprint consumer and business customers, with the exception of enterprise and government accounts, but also T-Mobile prepaid, who are not already on unlimited plans. And this is for select areas of Louisiana and Mississippi. T-Mobile does want to remind you that Metro by T-Mobile customers, you always have unlimited talk and text on all of your plans. So that is the latest coming from major phone carriers here as we deal with no service, trying to communicate with people. There are some apps that I'm seeing on social media for you to use to communicate with some of your loved ones. If you are here and people are reaching out to you like they are with me, because a lot of my family is in Florida, they're trying to figure out, are you okay? Are you good? So I've been trying to communicate with them through some of those other apps, and I'll make sure to post that on our social media pages, so be sure to look out for that. We're seeing some damage, of course, and now that the sun is coming up, we're getting a better idea of the extent of that damage. This is at LSU. Look at this. Debris, trees, so many problems at LSU, and this is why the campus will be closed today and tomorrow. The university's president says that they will keep you posted on when they plan to reopen. They have to, of course, assess this damage like you're looking at right here on your screen after the storm. In the meantime, they're asking essential personnel, if you have to be at the university tomorrow, even though they're going to be closed, check with your supervisor about your schedule, because that's likely going to change. But right now you're looking at just some of the damage from LSU. This is why they asked students to shelter in place. They did keep some of the dorms open, but they asked those students to get their meals ahead of time because the dining halls are going to be closed down throughout the duration of this storm as well as its aftermath. So thinking about all of those students who did have to stay on campus. We know here at home in New Orleans, several universities across our area were trying to help students get home safely or shelter in place, like Tulane University. They were running a shuttle a couple of days ago trying to get students to the airport, and now they are reminding them constantly where to be, stay in place, and where they could have sheltered in place throughout this storm. Not only here in Louisiana are we seeing damage, but Mississippi as well, not too far away. Look at this. This is in Macomb, about an hour 45 from here in New Orleans. Look at these police cruisers. They had to block the road on I-55 because Entergy crews were trying to clear this large power line from across both lanes of traffic. The strong winds also rocked this. This is First Baptist Church steeple. Look at that. That is how powerful the winds are. Again, this is in Macomb, Mississippi, about an hour 45 outside of New Orleans. We are finally waiting for the sun to come up so we can get a better idea of how bad the damage is, not only just here in our area, but like you see on your screen here in Mississippi, they too are feeling those impacts from Ida. A lot of people affected by this, a lot of people recovering from this, and a lot of people will be doing so for a while. Chad and Randy.
And about AT&T, of course, you know, they're saying that they're going to waive some of those overages, but we can't even access a lot of our phones right now.
Yeah,
AT&T completely out. We have put in calls to AT&T for those of you who use that cellular provider to try and get an update on when service will be restored. Other carriers like Verizon, those are working right now, but we're waiting to get an update from the company or company spokesperson to maybe talk to us to be able to provide that information for those of you at home. So to stay tuned to that throughout the morning.
One way you can communicate, if you can get connected online, internet-wise, Wi-Fi-wise, through email, through direct messaging on social media. If you have some Facebook accounts, some Twitter accounts as well, Instagram. So you may be able to utilize, you know, modern technology, even with, you know, just powerful cell phone companies like AT&T being down, and it may be a while before they get restored there as well. We mentioned several boil water notices now, almost mandates in place across the viewing area. We've got a running list. We do want to add the city of Covington. So for those of you on the North Shore in the city of Covington, also please boil your water before drinking that in the days ahead.
And we talked about, people who are coming to our state, responding to us. We mentioned teams out of California, teams out of New York, but of course we can't forget about our own Cajun Navy, right? Because, you know, this group really was born out of devastation, and they have gone to so many other communities, Texas during Harvey, other places along the Gulf Coast. Anytime that there is an emergency, a natural disaster, just waiting to do whatever that they can.
Look, I'll tell you, 5 years ago, remember the flood event that happened in the greater Baton Rouge area? It wasn't even a hurricane, right? It was just one of these systems that just came up in early to mid-August 5 years ago in 2016, and it just sat for 4 consecutive days. And we were talking about dozens of inches of rain, 30, 40, 50 inches of rain in certain areas, and those floodwaters just rushed in. But to the Cajun Navy's credit and point, they rescued so many people. And again, no one tells them to do this. No one pays them to do this.
They use their own boats.
It's volunteers. They use their own boats, their own gasoline. They pay their own money. They ask for help along the way, and they do, you know, some great work there trying to help people in need. And it's tough because it's needed. And, you know, all of our great emergency crews and authorities, and they're doing what they can, but staffing is still a concern. You need more people to help those in need during times like this.
Especially when they have the resources like those boats. And here's what they have to say about the situation right now out of Louisiana.
I'm in Baton Rouge right now, and I mean, it's still black. My house has power. I'm not really sure how, but it's starting to subside a little bit, kind of enough for me to get my group on the road and get to St. John Parish and meet with the police there and start doing our rescues. It seems like there's hundreds, possibly more people, you know, trapped in their houses with some extent of water from a foot deep to people in attics. So it's going to be a pretty bad scene with a lot of work to do to move quickly and safely so we can take care of everybody as, you know, in the best way possible. Yes, 911 was having some issues as well with just deteriorating conditions on phone lines and such. So they reach out to us via Facebook and things like that. Posts seem to go somewhat viral pretty fast on getting people help. So we monitor that. We compare our list of notes that we have and addresses that we compile with that of the police and paramedics, firefighters, everything going through the EOC that we'll be working with. And we kind of divide those up, make sure everything's still active, and send our teams out, and usually pairs of boats or more to different areas and say subdivisions and such to get out and get to everyone timely.
I love their coordinated effort, and again, I mean, I've got some distant cousins from my husband's side who have participated with the Cajun Navy efforts, and we applaud you and just appreciate just that selflessness of character that you all are displaying whenever you're responding to these natural disasters. On that note, you know, many of the things that parishes do when we've got a pending natural disaster, you issue those states of emergency very early on for your individual state as well as your parish. That's in order to free up a lot of that FEMA money early on, because as we also saw during Hurricane Katrina, a lot of red tape trying to access some of those dollars, some of those resources. And if you can do that early on, then that money can trickle down and those resources can trickle down a little bit quicker.
Yeah, 16 years ago, Katrina was devastating, but so too was that delayed response from FEMA and just not getting money here in a timely fashion. The emergency disaster declaration statewide already approved by President Joe Biden. So Governor, excuse me, John Bel Edwards already got that process started days ago. But, you know, some of our other contingent in Washington doing their part as well. And remember, the House and Senate just recently coming to terms on this major, massive $1 trillion infrastructure bill. We've got work to do here in the city of New Orleans and some of the surrounding parishes in terms of our roads, our bridges, and just overall power electrical system. But having those earlier resources lined up and that extra assistance certainly will go a long way in our ongoing recovery.
Our own Emily Lane actually had a chance to speak with Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy about our struggling electrical grid. Again, something that we do, I mean, when the wind blows, it goes out, right? I mean, I can sneeze and it goes out. And how this infrastructure package could potentially help it. So take a listen.
And anything you can share about sort of your biggest concerns with this particular storm?
You know, I've seen clearly people have to show personal responsibility. If you've been asked to evacuate, please do. If you come to a big, you know, looks like water you can drive through, don't. Because we know from past experience you may go underneath. With your generator, don't bring it inside, don't have it next to the window. Carbon monoxide poisoning caused more deaths in Hurricane Laura than flooding or collapsing buildings. I think we also, Emily, need to start looking towards the future. I've been pushing this big infrastructure bill, and when every time I see an electric line knocked down, I read that 230,000 people in Louisiana are without electricity. That infrastructure bill has $65 billion to harden the grid. It has money for coastal restoration so that these storms don't immediately hit they actually have to go over wetlands. It has money to flood mitigate. It has money for Lake Pontchartrain. It has money to help sewer and water systems. So we have to think about not just this storm, but what about the ones next year and the year after? And that infrastructure plan we're trying to get passed through Congress would help us prepare for those future storms.
Got it. And those estimates of, get ready for a number of weeks without power, is that something that you think could be mitigated if those issues were addressed with the package?
Clearly, the infrastructure package that we have passed, and the Senate, which now has to pass the House of Representatives, has $65 billion so that nationwide we can harden the grid. So when you see these kind of old poles that have knocked over, if those were built to withstand hurricane force winds, they wouldn't knock over. So we can actually avoid this damage in future storms if we start preparing now, just like the levees built after Hurricane Katrina. They are protecting our cities now. So we have to start thinking about the future. I do think now, which is why I'm still pushing to get this infrastructure bill passed all the way through Congress.
All right, right now at 5:30, we are continuing our coverage here of Hurricane Ida and the aftermath of that once major storm, now downgraded to a tropical storm this morning. But we're still feeling those winds as it continues to push its way out of the south, making its way towards the northeast this morning. The sun set to rise in just a matter of minutes. We're just minutes away from official sunrise this morning, when many folks will be able to maybe see some of the damage left behind, those individuals who decided to stay and weather weather the weather that we just got.
At 6:30 this morning, one of the terms we'll continue to use, catastrophic. Catastrophic in terms of the winds, the damage throughout several South Louisiana parishes. Speaking of Lafourche Parish, the damage and just the lack of resources down there. They're trying to get to people in need, but there's going to be a lot of work to do in the days ahead. But then catastrophic in terms of the power failure here in the city of New Orleans and the surrounding parishes. When the entire grid in a metropolis like New Orleans goes down, you're talking about how intense and severe those sustained winds were last night, which is whipping through downtown.
I'm also going to do, this is just personal, guys, but at 6:31 right now, if anybody's watching from Ponchatoula and they can get in touch with my mom, I cannot get in touch with her or my children right now. So if Cheryl Russo, if y'all, everybody knows my mom, if you know where she is, just let her know she can't get in touch with me, to contact me on Facebook or to email me and just let me know that my family's okay. Because that's going to be the struggle for a lot of people this morning, is the fact that you don't know if your family is okay or not, especially if they stuck around and they weathered it in Ponchatoula.
You know, we've got online connections here at the station. We are able to utilize email right now and reach out to some friends and family and colleagues in the business, and also just officials here in the city of New Orleans and surrounding areas. Social media, if you can bring it up on your phone, if you can get connected, that's a good way to try to reach out to people with direct messaging.
Yeah, and I only say that because, again, like, my cell service is out, as many of you, your cell service may be out also. Or, I mean, if we don't have electricity for weeks, I mean, it's going to be hard to power some of these devices too. So we're really going to have to budget our time on some of our devices with the lack of power for a while.
So a lot of folks just joining us and waking up as our extended coverage of Hurricane Ida continues. And really, while the majority of the storm has passed through and the severity of those high winds, the threat's not over quite yet. Of course, we mentioned the possibility of some of our local river levels continuing to rise as that water starts to increase once again, especially up in Tangipahoa Parish. You want to be on high alert there. Do not let your guard down. Do not get out the door. Even with the sun rising, you know, most state agencies and local agencies here in the greater New Orleans want you to stay at home, shelter in place, at least for the duration of this day, as those initial recovery and response efforts, you know, take place. They're going to try to get the power. Entergy, Cleco, many other power companies throughout the South here, they're going to try to get to it as soon as possible. And we know it's a painstaking process. It really is.
You're going to be contingent on what Mother Nature allows you to do, because even where we're staying right now, we've got groups from all over the country ready to go out this morning. They were like, Dallas, our trucks are ready. Atlanta. Like they're up in the parking garage. We're ready to roll out. We just have to wait for wait for the winds to die down, and they'll go and assess the damage and let these utility companies know exactly what parts they need to try and fix it. But we saw some catastrophic damage to these power grids, which is, again, it's going to take some time.
Yeah.
To your point about some of the river issues, Chad Lee Southwick joining us now with a little bit more detail about that, as well as some of the current conditions that we're feeling outside.
I mean, look at this. We get reports, and these are all these papers that just came in, flood warnings for rivers all across the area. So we're trying our best to keep up with all of it, but that's another big concern because they're only going to continue to rise from here. In fact, I'm going to quickly pull up my flood graphic where we were looking at where they already are. A lot of these rivers already in flood stage. I'll pull this up behind me now. And they're going to continue to rise. So if you look at the right side of your screen, that's where they are already. And notice all of them are rising. Most of these rivers going to end up in major flood stage. So unfortunately, that's going to happen over the next day or two. So that's our next big concern when it comes to weather and water issues. Besides that, we're still dealing with some rain out there too. Take a look behind me now as we track all of this rain moving on in. Ida is now a tropical storm, but it is still packing a punch. So we see a lot of this rain moving through our coastal areas. Notice here that a lot of this rain is going to continue to move slowly. This is going to head somewhat in a northeasterly direction for a lot of you. Boothville, Grand Isle, up to the Gulfport area. And then even on the North Shore, some of these showers, light to moderate shower activity still lingering in the North Shore. Then that extends down through Slidell and in towards the metro area. A lot of us really drying out now in the metro area, and then points west, places like Houma, Thibodaux, all dry. We've been tracking the chance for a few tornadoes. You can see that tornado warning popping up in Florida. That is not our concern, but within these bands, we'll still just keep a close eye on the chance for some rotation. But the good news is it really is starting to get out of our area now. So we're going to have to watch out for winds still and a little bit of rain. Let's go over to the wind totals, our current winds right now. Trying to calm down some. This is better. If you were with me the last hour, these were over 20 miles an hour. So starting to calm down a little bit out there. This is promising. The gusts, though, of course, warmer. Excuse me, guys, I'm tired. The gusts out there are stronger. This, not good. 30-mile-per-hour gusts in Kenner, 35 in Gulfport, Biloxi, really picking it up, 45-mile-per-hour gusts. Again, tropical storm Ida, now a tropical storm, sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. Still a dangerous storm. It's still going to bring a flooding threat to those in Mississippi, parts of Alabama, a wind threat and a spin-up tornado threat to them as well. So it's going to be less of an issue for us, but more of an issue for our neighbors, our neighboring states. We're not out of the woods yet, though. We're still dealing with the tornado watch has been canceled now for our area. That canceled at 6 o'clock, but we're dealing with winds, as you saw, gusts over 30 miles an hour. Still, that's not good because we have to have the power crews get out there. So we see gusts up to 50 miles an hour, close to it in places throughout the day, throughout the morning hours. It will try to calm down some by tonight, still hanging around the 25 to 30 mile per hour range, still very breezy to windy out there throughout the day today. And in fact, on Tuesday, still a little bit of a breeze, but now models are showing that it might calm down a little bit sooner, so we'll call it breezy for tomorrow before we are much calmer on Wednesday. Still under a flash flood watch that goes through tomorrow morning, and that's because we're still dealing with rain. Over the next couple of hours, we'll watch more rain, especially for our coastal areas. Rain along the North Shore trying to clear out a little bit lighter, a little bit not as steady as well, trying to lift north as Ida continues to move out of our area. But still, those far-reaching bands trying to still wrap into our place here. So as we head into Monday night, into Tuesday, still notice here this model run trying to show us some showers out there, a little bit of downpour activity. By Tuesday afternoon, this one model run now coming in much drier. We like to see that. I'm still going to keep in scattered showers and thunderstorms for Tuesday and on Wednesday before we actually get much drier starting on Thursday. Temperatures, watching this closely because a lot of us are without power, no air conditioning here in southeast Louisiana. We're thinking getting close to 90 by tomorrow. Today, mid to upper 80s for some of you. Tomorrow, upper 80s to low 90s. And of course, it's going to feel warmer than that. It's humid outside. Our reporters are dealing with that right now, reporting back on that. So by tomorrow afternoon, when temperatures finally reach the 90-degree mark, if it happens, it's going to feel closer to 100 degrees out there. Upper 90s to 100 tomorrow for a feels like temperature. So again, if you don't have air conditioning, please prep for the heat that's on the way. Make sure to take breaks in the shade if you're out and about walking around assessing damage, and please try to stay hydrated. I hope you have a lot of water bottles prepared and ready to go. Gets a little bit warm again on Wednesday, a little bit hot, getting into the upper 90s for a lot of you. And then on Thursday, a little bit better. Some of you might even feel like the 80s for portions of the day and then feels like the low 90s. So that's because of a little bit of a front moving on in by Thursday. A little bit cooler air. It's drier air, and so it'll feel a bit more refreshing because it's going to try to bring our humidity levels down. So we're just set the scene here. 8 miles an hour. Ida is slowly moving 8 miles an hour to the north. It's going to continue to weaken, though. Right now, tropical storm with sustained winds of 60 miles an hour. It's expected to drop down into a tropical depression, though. That is expected by the National Hurricane Center for this afternoon. So now really starting to weaken, and it will move on out of here, continue to head off towards the northeast. And from there, we'll stop feeling so many of those impacts. So here's your 7-day forecast. Again, today, still watching out for wind, some rain, flooding, river flooding especially. There's your highs getting into the upper 80s to low 90s by Tuesday and Wednesday. But guys, something I want to point out too. So Thursday, I talked about our winds shifting to come out of the north. It brings some more comfortable air. Look at those low temperatures. The North Shore could see lows right at 70 degrees. That will be a bit more refreshing, a bit more pleasant out there. South Shore, I'm thinking mid 70s, and highs still in the 80s. It will still be warm, but hopefully not as humid.
Yeah, and that's going to be man, having to deal with this with
the heat.
And then clean up in the heat too, because it's not just, you know, hey, let's hang out inside. It's just, you know, you're gonna have to be picking up tree limbs. You're gonna have to be cleaning out some of your storm drains, possibly doing some roof patching. I've heard from so many people this morning who've talked about the roof damage to their home and the water coming through their roof right now. So a lot of cleanup that's going to come after that. Right now, we've got some new video into our newsroom as well, showing some of the damage out of Laplace. And I know this is one of the communities that we have been so concerned about that really just got pounded by this storm yesterday.
Just hit so hard. Take a look at this. I mean, it looks like just a rushing river, you know, coming through Laplace area and St. Charles Parish yesterday. Just tough to see because many homes in that area may have been taking on water overnight into these early morning hours. And again, with that initial storm surge coming up, just several feet of water just coming on in from different you know, water bayous and river outlets into those areas. And look, there's so much marsh in the Laplace area as well. You know, for anytime you pass over the spillway over there in that area around exit 209, just so many wetlands still in the area, and that water can rise rapidly into many of those residential pockets. So our crews will continue to head out this morning as it's safe to do so, and eventually get some newer, fresher eyes and live images. And it's tough to see because, you know, just hardworking people down there, you know, some of the plants and other facilities down there in St. Charles Parish as well. And folks just go to work and go home and take care of their own. And it's tough to see that some of the damage that's going to be eventually reported and seen here in South Louisiana.
And one of the things, you know, you saw with this video, a lot of that was daylight before some of that storm surge pushed in. Because again, right now, as we first told you, Highway 51 right now, definitely underwater. That's close to Rudock as you get towards the Plaza. So we're looking at several feet of water there for sure right now this morning. And I mean, you know, those areas that flood, the big concern, as Damon keeps mentioning, that water and that wind is still pushing in from the south. And that southerly wind is going to be pushing Lake Pontchartrain even more so there. And until we can get those winds out, that's going to be an issue. Saw heard from so many people in Houma. One of my best girlfriends, her in-laws were just talking about the damage there that they experienced in Houma with the roof damage, some of their gates that fell down, the fences that fell down. Check out this tree here. We were talking about some of the trees getting uprooted. I mean, it just... Wow. It made it so easy. And again, we talk about the ground being so saturated right now and making it so easy for so many of these trees to just pop out of the ground like you were pulling a weed, you know? And that's kind of like what we're seeing, not just here in Houma, but places here like the New Orleans metro area. I'm curious to see what City Park looks like this morning. Curious to see what Audubon looks like this morning, even some of those areas along the neutral grounds, because again, we've been getting so much water the past few days. It's making it so easy for so many of these trees and things of that nature to just pop up.
And that's why so many of the local leaders down in Terrebonne Parish or South Lafourche Parish and also lower lying areas down in Grand Isle and lower Jefferson Parish wanted people to evacuate, to put those mandatory evacuations, trying to get people from Houma in that area out of town. And they were setting up those transit, those buses the past few days, bringing people to safety up in North Louisiana, up in the Monroe area. When those tree limbs snap like that and uprooted and that debris swirling around with wind gusts up to 150, 160 miles per hour, like we saw some of those gusts as Hurricane Ida was making landfall yesterday, it's just a severe and possibly potentially deadly combination. So far overnight, only one confirmed death at this point, and that's out of Ascension Parish, in Prairieville area, moving closer to Baton Rouge. But we're hoping for the best and hoping that we don't receive reports and confirmation from state and local leaders as the day continues of other potential deaths. But we know a lot of people who did stay and try to shelter in place and ride out the storm down on the southern coast, and just hoping and praying for them this morning.
Well, we were even hearing from the Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office earlier. We talk about that death. One of these things, unfortunately, they can be preventable. And out of Lafourche Parish, just overnight, they had to rescue a man that a tree fell on top of him. They just happened to be nearby and were able to help him out. So again, even though we're not still feeling those strong winds out there, you don't know if there's going to be a live wire somewhere. You don't know how high the water is going to be in some of these neighborhoods. So you just need to tread with caution as well. It's not just in the lower areas. Of course, we've been talking about the concern about the rivers on the North Shore this morning, specifically in parishes like Tangipahoa Parish, St. Tammany Parish, with the Chafuncta River right now, many of them with moderate to major flood stage levels at this point this morning.
No, it's a big concern moving forward because we know sometimes it's a delayed rise, right, as the storm water from these lakes and bayous and other river areas just continue to push inland. So don't let your guard down. That's one of the big themes this morning, is that we've got a long way to go, and we know that the sun is coming up and we want to have a better idea of the damage and destruction, but now is not the time to get out there to try to survey the water levels because you may still be in potential danger.
Right, and on that note about the rivers, let's check in now with St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper, who's giving us an update out of St. Tammany. And President Cooper, first off, let's talk about the damage that you're experiencing from overnight. Where are you all seeing high water, and are there any areas of concern for those residents there across the parish? Looks like we're having some issues getting him his audio there coming through on that phone call, and that's again been an issue really throughout the morning, having to deal with some of these phone issues. Many of us don't really have landlines anymore, so that also poses a little bit of an issue trying to get people connected, and also that's some of the cellular problems with 911. We heard from Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Department earlier this morning saying they were having issues with some of the cellular companies diverting those 911 calls to their dispatch, so they're now having to utilize a different kind of landline to be able to accept some of those calls and put out their deputies to those calls for service.
It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge this morning, throughout the day, and the days ahead, and for many people in the weeks ahead. We know that power is going to be out for quite some time, and once it's safe to do so, those utility companies will make their rounds. We met several individuals who were staying where we were staying last night. They're coming in town from other power utility and companies, ready to survey the damage, to try to make it as efficient as possible. But again, don't misunderstand. It's going to take quite a while before power is fully restored, especially when you talk about here in the city of New Orleans in the metro area, where all 8 major transmission lines were knocked out last night, and the city basically went pitch black. It just went dark at that point.
And it's still pitch black. You know, even some of the areas that would typically be able to operate generators, many of them couldn't do that because some of their transformers also blew subsequently because of those power lines being out. So, you know, some of that generator usage was not able to happen in portions of downtown New Orleans. Of course, this morning, another big concern are going to be some of those street closures that we've been following for you. If you're traveling or, you know, if you typically live down St. Charles Avenue, right now you can't really even travel down St. Charles Avenue because of the sheer number of oak tree limbs that have fallen onto that thoroughfare, because you got to think those great oaks that have lined that street for decades and centuries in some cases, many of them just became so heavy with the weight of all that rainfall drenching those limbs and also just pulling the weight of that tree down, causing a lot of those branches to fall. So we're seeing that there. We're seeing that across several other neutral grounds as well this morning. So continuing to follow those street closures, because there are hundreds here in the New Orleans metro area. We're getting updated street closures on the North Shore. Hundreds are closed in Tangipahoa Parish, including like Highway 445 areas towards there in Tangipahoa Parish, and also St. Tammany. St. Tammany, we're seeing a lot of closures as well. So we're going to try to get St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper here once again. Can you hear us, President Cooper?
Yes, good morning.
Yes, we've got liftoff.
Good morning, sir. And Mike, we know it's been a long night, but what's the latest in place right now? We know the city of Covington has a boil water advisory or notice in place. Are there other cities as well within St. Tammany where people need to boil their water right now?
Yes, actually last night we did a boil advisory precautionary notice for all those customers on Tammany Utilities, which is our public water system throughout St. Tammany Parish. And several of the private utility companies did so as well, as a matter of precaution. We know with power outages, sometimes the water pressure drops, and out of precautionary measures, we have called for a boil advisory, just as some of the other entities have.
Now, President
We're
Cooper,
also
continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just going to give you a rundown. We've got trees that are down. Of course, on all major roadways and local streets, we're doing an assessment at this moment to determine the push. We've got a push contractor that is immediately ready to start pushing, if you will, the trees out of the roadways so that our emergency vehicles and electrical contractors can get to work in beginning to restore electricity. We've lost over 90,000 customers for CLECO and over 4,000 customers for Washington St. Tammany Electric. So for the most part, we're out of power here in St. Tammany Parish, and our waters are rising. The rivers are rising. Some will crest later today and tomorrow. So what we see today may not be what we see later today and tomorrow. So we're monitoring based on the river gauges and the flood stages, and we'll be giving more reports as we get that information available. We've got inland water along Lake Pontchartrain due to the surge of the lake, and many neighborhoods have water in their streets that are impassable. So we're asking our citizens to stay at home and stay off of the streets until assessments are made, until it's deemed to be safe to get out and about in St. Tammany Parish.
And Parish President Cooper, given your proactive measures in place and having these crews on standby, how long do you think it's going to take to try and clear some of these streets and have that assessment process begin?
Well, we're starting to do some assessment now, but it will take some time. It'll take all day today and even beyond to clear out the major roadways and have the roads passable for our citizens to get out. There's no need to go out and sightsee at this time because it's simply too dangerous. There are power lines down, there are trees down, and we're trying to assess so that we can at least start to clearing out to make it passable for our emergency vehicles.
And you mentioned those rising water levels and river levels being a huge concern moving forward. For anyone within St. Tammany Parish who may get to a point where they need some assistance, where they need help, What's the latest in terms of recovery efforts or rescue efforts when your crews are able to safely do so? The local law enforcement agencies and first responders there in St. Tammany Parish, what's the latest plan of attack this morning?
Well, I haven't spoken with the sheriff yet. I've tried to contact him. We've got bad cell service over here. But I do know that they were prepared to do high water rescues and rescues and assistance with the local fire districts and other emergency medical service providers to restore or to rescue in the event that calls are made. So they are out and about, and they've taken calls during the night to be able to respond this morning and provide assistance as quick as possible.
And Parish President Cooper, you know, we talked about some of the rising waters that you're seeing down trees. Talk about some of the damage. Are y'all seeing any kind of extensive damage to homes, to any businesses at this point?
We do know that there are trees in homes.
Okay.
We do know that there are trees in some of the businesses, some of the roofs, not completely torn off, but the tin rolled back. So yes, there is damage, considerable damage from wind, and we'll get a better idea from that as we do an assessment once it's daylight.
And Mike, we know it's going to be a long day for all of South Louisiana. For your residents there in St. Tammany Parish, what message would you have for them as now we're just transitioning to storm recovery efforts, and it's going to be a bit of a tough stretch here in the days and weeks ahead?
It will, Chad. As I'm outside right now in front of our emergency operations center, and it is still quite gusty. So that means limbs can still fall, trees can still fall, power lines can still fall. We ask our citizens to stay tuned to local media and get their updates as we call in so that they are aware of what's going on. But it's still not appropriate to get out and ride about unless it's an emergency. But at this point, the emergency is for us to get our roads cleared and get beginning to restore power, and that's what our contractors want to do.
All right, St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper, thank you so much for those updates. Please keep us posted throughout the day, and we'll check in with you later on this afternoon once you actually get a chance to survey some of that damage. So we appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir.
Let's send things over to the newsroom now with our colleague, WDSU anchor Christina Watkins. Christina.
Hey, good morning, guys. Time now is 6:55. Checking in as the sun comes up at some of the conditions we've seen from overnight, but also right now. Let's show you what it looked like along Airline. Flooding, as you can imagine. This was actually last night off of I-10, right at the New Orleans Metairie line. So this is from Ashley Williams, our very own Ashley, one of our phenomenal production engineers. This was late last night as she was going home. You can kind of see how high the water was at that hour. And right now we are hearing reports of it still being flooded on Airline again, which is why you do not want to go out if you don't have to. Speaking of, now that the sun is coming up, we're getting some advice from the National Weather Service. They want to help you prepare for what you're about to see whenever you are cleared to go back home. They posted this earlier on social media. They said, "We are tired. All of us are tired. This was a difficult time, but now we are looking forward." And they really need you to be extremely safe because there are still dangerous conditions today because of this storm. So those are the safety tips you're looking at on your screen. I'm going to read them to you. The first one, the National Weather Service needs you to keep listening to radio, TV, or whatever source you have, whatever way you can get information, do that. They also advise that you wait until an area is cleared before you go to it. That is the main message you are hearing right now across the board. Also, watch out for those closed roads. We have flooded roads around town and also roads that are blocked by debris and trees. If you come upon one of those flooded roads or a barricade, do not move it. Don't drive around it. Turn around. That is for your safety. And then once you are back home and you're cleared to go back home, you're going to want to check your gas, your water, and others for damage. And do not drink or prepare food with tap water until you know it is safe. We have been telling you about several boil water advisories in place from everywhere across Southeast Louisiana, so many different boil water advisories. And if that is you, You have to boil your water for at least 1 minute before you use it. Lastly, because of all of these outages, it's going to be a while before you get your power back on. If you're using a generator, the National Weather Service please asks you to avoid being electrocuted by following those instructions closely. We have that on our website as well for you, WDSU.com. So those are some tips from the National Weather Service on how to go about maneuvering once you get the clearance from state leaders, emergency leaders in your neighborhood saying that, yeah, it's okay to come back. They want you to follow those steps when you get the okay. St. Charles Parish, though, not giving the okay just yet. Take a look. This just in. They said as emergency services and public works begin to go out, they ask that you please stay put. They need you to stay inside your home as St. Charles Parish crews go out, assess the damage, and clear the roads for you. They said that they are working with the Sheriff's Office as well as fire services to clear those roads as quickly as they can because there are dangerous downed power lines right now. There were trees that are down, damaged infrastructure like water lines, gas lines, sewage systems. Ida really did a number. And St. Charles Parish leader said that they will let you know as soon as it is safe to return. We can't stress that enough. Sometimes after the storm can be some of the worst impacts. Chad, you were mentioning so far 1 confirmed death, and we don't want any more. So this is a time for you to stay back. Let those trained professionals do what they do best. Let them assess the damage first. I'm seeing some on social media of people going out trying to look at their businesses already to see how much damage they got. Don't do that right now. Just wait a couple of hours or so, wait a little bit until city leaders, state leaders, parish leaders, wherever you are, can get out and see first for themselves how bad the damage is. And then we will let you know here on our WDSU mobile app, online at WDSU.com. And for those of you with power or some sort of power source here on air, we'll let you know when it's safe for you to go back. Guys, back to you.
All right, Christina Watkins there for us in the newsroom. We're also getting some new details about some of the major road closures, and we mentioned some of those minor surface streets, but getting some more information when it comes to those major road closures along I-10. State Police is doing its part to try to keep everybody safe. I do believe we have a representative from State Police with us this morning. Kate Stiegel is joining us now, I believe, via Zoom or on the phone. I don't know if we've got the Zoom via phone right now. And Trooper Stiegel, let's talk a little bit about I-10. Is it closed near the spillway? Is that correct?
Good morning. Yes, currently I-10 westbound is closed at Loyola. People are being forced off at Loyola from I-10 west.
And why is that? What is the reason for the closure at this point?
That's for the high water in Laplace.
Are there any other major arteries that are closed right now? Is that the primary closure at this point, or are there other additional sections of I-10 closed right now too?
As of now, that is the primary closure. We're still getting out there. As we know, the sun is just rising. We're just getting to daylight to where we can safely get out there and start to begin to evaluate this damage. We're asking people, please stay where you are, stay put, let us get out there, evaluate the damage, work on clearing these roads so that it's safe for people to ride. You will have your opportunities to get to your residents. You will have your opportunities to check out your businesses, but please let us get out there and evaluate this damage. We're going to be updating the road closures. As we know the road closures, we're going to be updating them on 511la.org. People, when it's safe to do so and you're ready to come back into the area, please monitor that website for any road closures so that you can get here safely. If you get stranded in these high water areas or between power lines that are down, we may not be able to get to you. So again, please stay where you are. Let us get out there and evaluate this damage and do what we do and make this area safe for people to travel again.
Now, Trooper Siegel, we're also getting reports of some high water along Airline Highway. Is that the case as well?
Yes, there is high water on Airline through Laplace.
All right, so basically any way in or out towards Laplace in that westerly direction is going to be really tough to do. So as you mentioned, I guess just stay off of those roadways. Any other local arteries that you guys all patrol, Clearview Parkway, any of those areas, Barataria, that are also seeing some problem areas?
As of now, those are the only ones that we're aware of. Again, we're just getting out there as the sun rises and evaluating the situation. So we do expect it to change, and we will be updating the information to y'all as well as on that 511la.org website.
Trooper Stiegel, thank you so much for your time. I want to ask you about overnight. We know it was just a harrowing night for everyone here in South Louisiana. What can you share about your experiences and just currently the status of Troop B there in Kenner, where you're headquartered, and how things are going into these early morning hours?
Troop B is functioning in Kenner. We do have limited resources, just as many others in the parish. We're still evaluating the damage to that area also. A lot is unknown at this point. It is very fluid, and as the day develops, we will have updated information. But we did hunker down in a safe area last night as the storm passed, and through yesterday afternoon as the storm passed, so that we could be safe to get out here and do these evaluations and help clear the roadways and work together with our state and local agencies to make this a safe place again for everyone.
All right, Trooper Kate Stiegel there with Louisiana State Police Troop B. Thank you for keeping us updated there on the roadways. And then once again, to reiterate, I-10 in that westbound direction is closed beginning at Loyola all the way towards LaPlace right now because of that high water in LaPlace. So they're basically closing off any kind of way to get there. Also getting reports of those really high waters there along Airline Highway. So you really can't even take that as an alternate route if you wanted to travel in that westbound direction. So seeing those two problem spots. And then again, past that point, I-10 is closed between Gramercy right now and Prairieville, and then once again along the Highway 51 low road right around Rudock, which typically gets a lot of that storm surge, those high waters that push in pretty much anytime we get any strong storm or any kind of strong system.
But basically stay off the road. Yeah. You heard the message from Trooper Stiegel there, and that's from all state leaders and local leaders. And now breaking news, as of an hour ago in Jefferson Parish, there's a parish-wide curfew, and that's going to stay in place really for the next day, for the next 23 to 24 hours. That won't be lifted until tomorrow morning. So local leaders are advising you to just stay at home, stay safe, don't go out on the roadways because it's dangerous. Not only are some of these roadways still inundated with water, but power lines are still in question, heavy sustained winds and damage. They could still topple over any moment. And live power lines, a bad combination in the near aftermath of a storm like this.
Right. We're getting some new information now about the system, about Ida, which again is weakening a little bit more, which is good for us and
yes,
good for some of these other folks who might be getting some of its impacts.
Yes, absolutely. We like to see it weakening. And now, right before this, it had sustained winds of 60 miles an hour, now at 45.
Okay.
So it is
Keep
really
it going
weakening.
Down.
Yes, quickly, and that is what we like to see. But of course, they're still going to see impacts. Tornadoes, they still have a risk for tornadoes in Mississippi and in Alabama. And actually, speaking of Mississippi, the center of the storm now, 65 miles south-southwest of Jackson. So that's where the center is. It's moving north at 8 miles an hour. It's still just barely moving. It's moving slowly, but it is weakening at least, right? So there's the updated look at Ida. Still a tropical storm with the sustained winds of 45 miles an hour, but it has to be at 39 miles an hour to be less than a tropical storm, to become a tropical depression. Here's a look at the track of Ida. It is expected to weaken down into a tropical depression by this afternoon as it continues to move out of our area and through Mississippi. So that's the latest tracking. See, it heads towards the northeast. So we'll bring it back over here right now. I'm going to show you an update now of what it looks like on satellite imagery. So I'll pull that up behind me and give you a better look at what we're tracking. And overall, still a lot of rain for us. Look how big this system is overall. Yes, the center now moving into Mississippi, but it's still dropping rain for us. So I'm going to bring this back closer to us. Here's our latest reflectivity. I have to change it off of the New Orleans radar because the New Orleans radar is now down. So we'll go with the Mobile radar. It's our second best option to see where current rain is falling. And look at this along our coastal areas. From Grand Isle to Boothville, still some rain, heavier rain as well. This is continuing to move up along the coastal areas, moving in a northeasterly direction. And it's going to continue because it's associated with these rain bands that are training rain through Gulfport, a few showers and downpours still near the Bay St. Louis area, even over towards Slidell as well. And then this moves north, continues up all the way into portions of Mississippi outside of our coverage area, outside of the counties that we cover. And for the North Shore, still a few showers and some moderate rain remaining there as well. that's going to try to get on out of here. We have some gusty winds out there too. We'll pull this over to our Max 2 radar and take a look at current wind speeds now. 20 miles an hour in Kenner, still pushing a lot of water up into the coastal areas. And so with this southerly wind, that's not good for storm surge. Sustained winds of 23 in Gulfport, Biloxi at 26, but gusts stronger than that, 29 in Kenner, 37 over in Gulfport. The rest of these towns that aren't popping up, that's because we've lost the data. They can't collect data anymore. It's been damaged in the storm in Ida. That was current wind gusts. Now, where do we go from here? How do we get through the rest of today? It's still going to stay windy and breezy out there. Notice later this morning, still seeing gusts across our area at or above 30 miles an hour for the most part. Later on today, we're going to continue to watch as they still stay around 30 miles per hour. Guys, the wind really not going to die down till late tonight into tomorrow.
Thank you so much for that. And again, one of the areas that we were really seeing getting pounded just yesterday, parts of Homa, parts of Thibodaux, and of course, many of those roadways still impassable this morning.
Yeah, it's tough. They really got hit hard by that storm surge and also by those just heavy, just catastrophic winds. Let's go to the Boutte area. WDSU reporter Morgan Lentes joins us now this morning with a first look there in that area. Morgan, good morning. What have you seen?
Yeah, that's right, Chad and Randy. There's a bit of delay, so excuse me if I just spoke over you all, but this is along Highway 90 in Boutte, and I mean, take a look at this behind me. If you're familiar with this area, we're right down the street from Hahnville High School, and there are these two gas stations. This is the racetrack, or at least this is what's left of the racetrack. It's interesting. We were here just on Monday on our way back from Grand Isle trying to get gas, looking for a bathroom to use, and I mean, this entire covered area over the gas pumps still existed. Obviously, it does not anymore, and this just speaks to how strong these winds came through here last night. And this isn't the only damage that we're seeing. We've seen damage all over the place. The other gas station, the Exxon just down from us, looks about the same. Its roof was damaged, and if you on it there, show you that obviously when these winds came through, it just destroyed everything that was in its path. A lot of the roofs, there's a little motel, it looks like right here. It's not in good shape right now. There are power lines that have been down most of the way that we've been driving. And I know I heard you all doing a live interview a few minutes ago with LSP. We got caught in that roadblock on I-10 going west. We actually had to exit at Williams Boulevard, get over onto Airline Highway, and that's how we were able to make our way here to 310 and then on to 90. We're hoping to make our way to Terrebonne Parish eventually to see what the damage is there. We know it's catastrophic. We've heard that from local officials. Same story in Lafourche Parish. But again, we wanted to stop right now and show you what this damage looks like. Maybe, Brian, let's show them this one more time just because it is such a dramatic image. Again, this was a normal gas station just a few days ago, and it just kind of shows you what we're going to be seeing the farther and farther south we go and the closer to where the eye of Hurricane Ida hit. It's scary. This is what we expect to see, but it's never anything that you want to see. We will continue to keep you updated as we continue to drive south, but right now a lot of down power lines, a lot of roofs blown off buildings, and obviously just destruction a lot of places. So guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Morgan Lentes there for you. And of course, you've got that mandatory evacuation, mandatory curfew happening in Jefferson Parish, as you just mentioned there, Chad. And that's, again, going to be in place for a lot of parishes right now, including areas like Terrebonne, Lafourche, Plaquemine, all of which have issued similar mandates in terms of making sure that people are staying in their homes beginning right around sundown to sunrise in the morning.
Yeah, and it may seem unnecessary, but it's totally necessary because they want to prevent any future tragedies. We know that a lot of people are waking up wanting to survey the damage to their homes, but don't go farther than your backyard. Stay safe, stay sheltered, because especially in Jefferson Parish, we saw those heavy winds knocking out tens of thousands of residents' power there as well. Again, Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang called for this mandatory curfew. It's mandatory for residents in Jefferson Parish, currently in effect. currently in effect until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Again, they're urging all residents to stay off the roads because many hazards, and not just standing water on roadways, flying debris. Some of those wind gusts still just kind of kick up last minute with some of those tailing bands. And while the worst of the storm is out the way, the beginning of the recovery has just started.
And we've already had one death out of Ascension Parish, and that was from someone who got hit by a tree limb as they were on the roadways. So again, if we can prevent that, that would be great, because a lot of these 911 centers are down. For instance, in Jefferson Parish, their 911 call center can't accept a lot of those calls. So they're asking that you use their landline instead. Same thing in Tangible Hope Parish right now, as we first told you just about an hour ago. Their 911 call center is down right now, so you're not able to call for an emergency using the Easy 911. You're gonna have to call their landline number here, 985-748-3246, and call that number instead, because they just can't get to you. And here's the thing too, many of these emergency responders have to wait for the weather conditions also to be favorable to even respond. So if the winds are still going to be too high in some places, or if there's too much debris, or if a roadway is impassable, then they can't get to you during this time. So it's just
another area in St. Tammany Parish too. Just into our newsroom, all 911 calls they're down in St. Tammany Parish. So stay home, stay safe, because if you find yourself in a situation where you need some assistance, you may not be able to call for help at that point. And that's a scary thought as the city of New Orleans and the surrounding parishes wakes up on this Monday. And we know for a lot of folks, they didn't get much sleep. We know for a lot of people, it was just one of those harrowing nights where you're almost kind of mesmerized by the storm. You're on the edge of your seat, just kind of hoping for the best. But like Morgan just showed us down in Boutte, down there, it's just a tough situation when these destructive winds come through and destroy structures. And we saw that in the French Quarter yesterday. We saw that uptown New Orleans. We saw that here in downtown in the Central Business District as well.
Yeah, we actually want to show you some right here. This is out of the Bayou region, out of Matthews, showing those heavy winds and the rain, all from Ida. This is again in Lafourche Parish. You can see a lot of those heavy winds just ripping through those trees, pushing more and more rainwater onto many of those streets. Again, we're seeing a lot of storm damage, sheds being kind of toppled over, roofs being pulled back. We had a chance to speak with the Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office a little earlier this morning. Galliano got hit really hard as well. They had to respond to one gentleman who was out checking a tree right around Port Fouchon whenever the eye of the storm hit. He had a brief moment to be able to go out there and check and see, and that's when that tree fell on top of him, and those sheriff deputies had to go and respond and make sure that he was okay and get that tree off of him and take him to the hospital. So seeing some issues down there in Lafourche Parish as well. Also want to make mention out of Lafourche Parish, they have 2 hospitals there that they are responding to right now that withstood some damage. We first showed you Our Lady of the Sea, I think here on WDSU. The captain, Brennan III, tells us that only 10 patients were there. Those were moved to lower floors. They're stable. Staff is caring for them, so they're good to go. And then St. Anne got a lot of roof damage and also some damage to some interior portions of that hospital. So right now they're trying to move those patients to a different facility. So a couple of hospital updates there for you out of Lafourche Parish.
Yeah, just catastrophic damage throughout that area, and like Captain Mathern said, all the way down from Lockport to Golden Meadow, down to Port Fouchon, of course, where Hurricane Ida made landfall just about noon yesterday, closing in on 20 to 24 hours ago. It's just so heartbreaking. And then really Raceland and South, the water's not running. No. It's tough. A lot of folks down there who sheltered in place, who decided to ride out the storm, just don't have resources at this point, and they won't have these emergency crews reaching them for quite some time until it's safe to do so. We know, our local authorities and agencies and first responders, they're going to do what they can as quickly, as efficiently as they can when it's safe to do so. But we want to prevent any future loss of life. That one death in Ascension Parish, we're assuming it's not going to be the only associated with this
Let's
major
hope so,
storm.
Though, yeah. And then on the North Shore right now, St. Tammany Parish, we had a chance to speak with Parish President Mike Cooper a little earlier this morning, just a few moments ago, talking about similar boil water advisories in place. But we want to show you some of the damage out in Covington right now. Man, we got lots of downed trees, lots of high water here. These images being brought to us by Heath Allen this morning. And, many of these neighborhoods, like what Parish President Cooper said, many of them close to the lakefront, getting a lot of water. He's getting reports of trees and homes, trees and businesses. That's going to take a while to clear. They do have crews on standby right now, ready to push some of the debris out of the roadway, like you see right here, this tree over this highway there in Covington, getting ready to move that. But again, we're still waiting for those conditions to be favorable so they can move these trees, move this debris, go out and assess the damage and get that power back up and running. Because again, and we've said this from the very beginning, we knew power was going to be a problem, and it certainly is across the southeast Louisiana region.
It could take days to restore. It could take weeks in some areas for power to be back, 20 to 25 days. We're in it for the long haul, and we're asking residents to have a lot of patience, and we know local leaders are doing the same. We're joined on the phone now by Jefferson Parish Councilman Scott Walker. Councilman Walker, good morning, sir. Let's begin with where we are this morning in Jefferson Parish, where now this mandatory curfew is now in place, correct?
Yes, that mandatory curfew was just issued a little while ago. We actually just got up after a few hours of sleep and are in the car now on the West Bank and headed to the East Bank of Jefferson Parish.
With you being on the West Bank right now, Scott, can you give us an update on the levee situation in Lafitte and some of those lower lying areas of Jefferson Parish? We heard that it was not a good situation overnight.
Yeah, we know Grand Isle and Lafitte are requiring immediate attention this morning. Search and rescue efforts are beginning in Lafitte this morning.
Okay.
We know of a lot of people that we heard from who were stuck inside of homes, elevated homes that were up several feet, that had water coming into their homes. That's unfortunate. Obviously, there are a few hundred people in Lafitte that are dealing with that, plus the 6 or 7 feet of water on Highway 1 in Grand Isle made it impassable yesterday. We lost communication with the island at some point yesterday afternoon and haven't heard an update from there since. So we know that Grand Isle is going to need some serious help, and Lafitte just saw devastating effects from this.
Any idea of how many people we're talking, Scott?
In Lafitte, it was between 400 and 500. 480 might be the number I heard of the people who were still in Lafitte, and on Grand Isle it was a much smaller number, about 40 people. Citizens made up about half of that. Emergency response personnel made up the other half of that.
You know, moving closer to the Kenner and Metairie area, Scott, we know a lot of family and friends there who decided they were going to stay. They were going to ride out the storm. Any idea of how many residents within that region just decided to stay put in Jefferson Parish, and most of them are now in the dark this morning? Is it really majority of the parish still probably sheltering in place at home without power?
Yep, a lot of people did stay for this storm. A lot of people debated it heavily amongst themselves. Are we going to stay or are we going to go? And the ones who stayed are now in the dark, and it's going to be that way for a little while. So it's a situation where people need to stay inside as much as possible, stay off the roads to allow cleanup to begin. And as we drive from the West Bank to the East Bank, we're seeing a lot of downed trees, a lot of power lines, a lot of roof damage. Just everywhere you look, you can see some effect of what passed through yesterday.
Scott, is there any kind of plan to maybe get people out? Some of these people who stayed, who maybe didn't have the means to evacuate at the time, and they know that they now can't handle 2 to 3 weeks of a power outage because it's a very long time to withstand this heat.
I think the parish's priority is not going to be to move the general population that's still here out. There will be the ability for people who have medical needs and special attention to be able to get out of town. But as far as what people who are here need to do, they just need to make it as comfortable as possible and just kind of hunker down. I hate to use the word, but stay where you've been and just hope that things return relatively quickly. I know that Entergy transmission tower that everybody's talked so much about that went down, I think one of the headlines I saw was catastrophic. And the Entergy spokesman that I talked to last night said that while it is bad, and it's certainly not ideal, you want that tower to be up. It's something where while they're repairing it, which will take a week or so, I'm told, to get a new one in place, they can reroute transmissions to other facilities.
Well, that's good.
Now, last night, that was before they knew the extent of the damage. I haven't had a conversation this morning, but I'm hopeful that it's not as bad as it initially sounds.
And by rerouting power, did he give you any kind of time frame on how long that kind of thing would take?
It would be as power is being restored, the normal process of power restoration, which will begin this morning as soon as they're all out. I'm sure they're out already at first light. Entergy trucks are out and about on the streets, I imagine.
Scott, knowing that you are from here, born and raised in the greater New Orleans area, and having covered your share of hurricanes in the past and now representing Jefferson Parish, how would you describe Hurricane Ida, its impact, its far-reaching, its vast just severity of damage? And we're using the term catastrophic, but in your experiences, how would you describe this major storm that's impacted all of us here in South Louisiana?
I've covered hurricanes in TV since 1998, and 2004 and Hurricane Ivan stood out the most in my mind until yesterday. Yesterday was by far the worst thing I've ever been a part of. It was the worst day I've been a part of, the worst storm I've been a part of, the worst aftermath that I've been a part of. It's something that you prepare for and you see it coming, but then you see it get here, and it makes that little turn to the east that people had kind of talked about, but you were hoping wasn't going to happen, and it just changed everything. And that little 30, 40-mile swing in the past made a huge difference for Jefferson Parish, and that's where we are today. I mean, it's human suffering, it's destruction, and that you've come to see, but then it happens right in your backyard, and it's a different ballgame.
It's really sad to hear you say that, Scott.
I mean, it's tough, and look, 2004, I was working in Mobile. I was there as well. The effects that Katrina had here. Ivan had tremendous effects on the Alabama Gulf Coast, Gulf Shores, and Orange Beach, and it didn't have the significant effect of where I was actually living in Mobile, because that storm took a jog to the east at the last minute and spared a direct hit on Mobile. But to be here in the middle of it, and our EOC in Gretna, it's so deceptive because it's a fortress and you're inside, and if you didn't know any better, you'd assume that it's a beautiful day outside. You can't hear anything. You can't see anything once nightfall happens and the power's out. So you just have to go on pictures and what you can gather from people who are telling you stories about what happened. And you finally get out. We crossed the street last night to go to the government building in my office, and you just run across the street and you're confronted by the winds and the sideways rain that you hadn't even realized was out there all day because you've been in a bunker. But it's, when you see the reality of it, it wakes you up real fast.
All right. Well, Scott,
I can't imagine having ridden that out in a home yesterday. I mean, I can't even imagine what that was like for the people who had to do it. My father was one of them. He didn't enjoy it. He stayed. He had a difficult time last night, just him and the dog at the house. But he made it through fine.
Well, hopefully, again, as we move forward with this, we can prevent any further loss of life and just move forward. And we thank you for your time, Councilman Scott Walker, the Jefferson Parish Council. A lot of people did the same thing. We're seeing lots of images of people having that water going into their homes through either their doors, their windows, their ceilings, widespread damage throughout Jefferson Parish.
It really is, like he said, some of the worst that we've seen in our lifetime. And we know what happened 16 years ago with Hurricane Katrina, and more than 1,800 people died. Hopefully we won't come anywhere close to that number, but just in terms of the sheer devastation of property and power outages widespread in the entire city of New Orleans without power still this morning, it really is just so, it's heartbreaking at this point, because we know the road ahead, it's going to be so challenging for so many people while we remain in this pandemic as well, and people are still getting sick and people are still in hospital beds trying to get recovery. And hopefully most of our hospital systems, reports are that most of them are still online and operating those beds, and so far so good with that in that regard.
Well, going back to Jefferson Parish now, and again, the majority of that parish also without power. Let's send things over to Greg LaRose, who's joining us from Estelle with a look at what's happening on the ground right now. Greg.
Hey guys, if there's one message I want viewers to take away from this is you're going to see vehicles here. Don't take that as a signal to get on the road. Look at what's happening here. Now this is going to be the second person since we've been here for the past 10 minutes that's going to try and go under that line. And we're next to a Brothers Food Mart on the corner of Barataria and Ames, and yeah, this driver here is exercising a wise choice here. The Brothers Food Mart looks like it has power. We don't necessarily know if one of these lines coming across the street has power. That's visitation of Our Lady School here at the intersection heading towards Crown Point, John Lafitte. And yeah, people are just here just trying to figure out what they do. Well, they're going to need to turn around. On the way down Barataria, we saw a number of high water vehicles, National Guard vehicles, heading this way. Another reason to stay off the road. They're heading to probably do some rescuing some people that are stranded in John Lafitte. In Lafitte. So if you're not on the highways, these first responders can do their jobs that much better. Conditions not really favorable to be out on the road anyway. We caught a little squall on the way here. The wind's still pretty consistent with a little gust here and there. And a lot of this is precarious. Photographer Mark Chapman showing you some debris in the middle of the highway. Looks like it's on the neutral ground there. There's a little grocery store across the way, and that's another power line that's gone down there. And what people are doing, they're either, like these two vehicles, going underneath the wires or pulling around the parking lot. Again, just not a good idea. You just see Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office perhaps coming here to they're in the same boat. Yeah, you're having to go around. We've seen a lot of JPSO deputies out on the streets, not just heading to Lafitte, but just obviously out responding to calls. Guys, there's a good reason why authorities and officials are asking you to stay off the streets. They need to get down these roads. They need to clear them. We passed another big power line outage right across from Archbishop Shaw and Hope Haven, taking Barataria back toward the expressway. At least a block of utility lines leaning over into the street. It's impassable. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't. Even if you do, weigh that decision carefully. It's just not safe out there yet. We'll check in with you guys as we continue down the road toward Lafitte. Back to you all in the studio.
That's far too many people out there on the roads. I'm just saying, way too many.
Yeah.
And you see, you can see the metal in the middle of the neutral ground.
Right. We could see the power pole in the distance leaning on its side. I'm just thinking, look, someone's going to be driving and then something like that's going to snap. It's going to fall right on top of them. Those power lines may be down right now, but the electric charge may still be prominent there, and that's a lethal combination. It's tough to see that many people driving out and about. And again, we want to reiterate and urge the message from many local leaders to stay at home because it's just not safe driving conditions.
Well, let's go out to around Highway 90 where we're finding Morgan Lentis there around Booty this morning where we're seeing some more damage, but not as many people out there on the roads. They did have that mandatory and voluntary evacuation issued out there. Morgan.
Yeah, that's right, Randy and Chad. We are starting to see some people who are coming out here, and this is just something that you don't want to see. You don't want to see people out here on the roads. We're surveying the damage again, trying to make our way to Terrebonne and Lafourche. Take a look at this. We were driving. We wanted to stop and show you the roof completely gone from this house. I mean, you can see inside that home. We're hoping that those people did not ride the storm out here, because imagine if you're inside your home and the roof just completely blows off. I can see from where I'm standing, we're kind of tied to our cell phone service doing these live shots, so we're only able to move so far when we do these, but I can see at least 2 or 3 other homes in this area that their roofs are also damaged significantly. There's also this gas station, Brian, if you want to pan over and show that. They boarded up ahead of time, but you can see they still took a brunt of damage from this storm. Again, we are starting to see people come out and about. There are some people.
Yeah, again, with a lot of the power being out and a lot of these signals being out, sometimes our signal will go in and out a little bit too. But of course, as you're seeing there down in Booty, even parts of Homa, parts of Thibodaux, areas around, all around those bayou regions getting a lot of damage from overnight with roofs being pulled off. Not seeing high water there along Highway 90, but we do know that there are portions of Lafourche and Terrebonne that have taken on high water and still have that high water this morning. So
many challenges in the days ahead, and you saw some of that partial construction behind Morgan in that shot in Booty, and that's tough because we know a lot of the other issues the past year with the pandemic, delayed construction, trying to get lumber and trying to get parts. It's really been a headache for many folks here in South Louisiana who were trying to build new homes or maybe even just fortify their homes for future storms just like this, like Hurricane Ida, and now a lot of that's just being wiped out. We've seen several structures just demolished throughout the area, including in the CBD. One particular older building, I know we've seen some images that came into our newsroom throughout the past 24 hours, just bricks just kind of just in a rubble, just left behind.
I mean, we were even, overnight hearing just the sheet metal being torn off of some of these exterior structures. So those winds very high, but they are starting to lower this morning. So that's certainly some good news for us. Damon Singleton joining us now from our weather center with more on that as the storm continues to weaken. Damon.
Yeah, I stuck my head outside here a little while ago, and
how's it looking?
It's looking much better.
Okay, good.
Not much in terms of rainfall, and the winds have fallen off quite nicely. We're still getting reports from the National Weather Service about the flash flood warning for St. Charles Parish and St. John the Baptist has been extended, and that's now until 10 a.m. This morning. Between 8 and 16 inches of rain have fallen in that area, and flash flooding is already occurring. And we've got another one from the National Weather Service saying a flash flood emergency is in place for Laplace right now, and that's let me see. That's because of that 8 to 16 inches of rainfall as well. And life-threatening flash flooding is taking place. High water rescues are ongoing this morning out in that direction. And some of the areas that will experience flash flooding, some specific areas include Laplace, Hahnville, Reserve, Kelowna, Taft, Norco, New Sarpy, Edgar, Destrehan, Booty, Paradis, Luling, St. Rose, Garyville, Wallace, Bayou Gauche, the Solomons, and North Vacherie. All those areas are some of the specific areas that are going to be experiencing some of the flooding that's taking place out in that direction. And we've got the flood warnings in place for Hancock County and parts of Pearl River County until 11:30. This morning as well. So even if the rain isn't falling in those areas, there's still a big flash flood emergency out there that we are really, really concerned about. Here's a look at the storm as it's made its way into parts of southwest Mississippi, and it is continuing to drop lots of rainfall across that entire region. And I'll take you in a little bit closer and show you that across the North Shore things are much better, looking good for you on the North Shore. And I know you're pretty happy about this because you were getting rained on like crazy a few hours ago, and that has since fallen off quite a bit. But on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, I think for most of the morning and possibly into the afternoon, this is going to be your situation. The worst of the weather has kind of moved off towards Gulfport and Biloxi, but because of the position of the storm in southwest Mississippi and the fact that it's only moving to the north at 8 miles per hour, I think this kind of rainfall is going to continue to almost train over this area. And all the tornado warnings that we've received over the last 3 or 4 hours have all been along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, most of them just outside of our viewing area, but this is the most likely area to see further tornado warnings over the next several hours, that's for sure. Down here on the South Shore, we still got some scattered rainfall as well, but we're getting an opportunity to just step outside and take a breath if you decided to stay and you're down here on the South Shore. The rain, unfortunately, continuing to fall over parts of Port Fourchon and Grand Isle as well. And the report that we saw about Grand Isle being underwater is still kind of an amazing thing for me to to contemplate. But here's the big picture, and the rainfall that actually extends further out into the Gulf of Mexico, just south of us and southwest of us as well. And I want to show you what Futurecast is saying about this storm and what's going to happen into the afternoon. This is at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Rainfall potential is still with us, but notice the winds still out of the south, pushing water onto those southern-facing shorelines here in southeast Louisiana and on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Here's a picture of what's going to happen with this thing as it makes its way into the Tennessee Valley, a remnant low at that time. And Lee, I think you just you changed my picture here. Let me step out of the yeah. Okay, yeah, I was just on there. If you can put me back in There you go. Thank you very much, Lee. And let me put this in motion again and give you a feel for, okay, you just started me back at the beginning. Okay, so here's a look at that rainfall once again, and you can see it across the South Shore and the North Shore, but it's kind of lightened up quite a bit. It's still coming down pretty good across the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Heavy rainfall in parts of Gulfport. I've not seen as many lightning strikes that we saw earlier, that's for sure, and things have lightened up here on the South Shore as well. But I think we're going to see that rainfall move in and out as we go through the morning and into the afternoon hours as well. Here's a look at Futurecast showing you that storm continuing in that northerly direction before it moves northeasterly and ends up in the Tennessee Valley. And then it gets kind of absorbed by that frontal boundary and then takes off to the northeast, but it's still leaving us with some rainfall down here on the South Shore. And if you're watching Lee earlier, she was talking about the frontal boundary that's going to be moving into our area Wednesday into Thursday, and that should give us some much needed relief, especially Thursday into Friday. And I think for the weekend we're going to be in pretty good shape. And notice the winds are now out of the north, kind of pushing that water back out into the Gulf of Mexico. So that's a great thing for us. Here's an 18-hour time lapse showing you the landing of this system along the coastline and then making its way into southwestern Mississippi. Notice it makes its way inland as a Category 4 storm, and then you can see how it weakens as it makes its way across parts of the North Shore just west of Tangipahoa Parish. So kind of interesting to watch this thing, and from the beginning it was really interesting to see this thing develop and to make its way from the Caribbean all the way into southeast Louisiana. The winds blowing at 20 miles per hour over at the airport, 25 miles per hour in Gulfport and Biloxi, and those wind gusts up to 39 over in Gulfport and Biloxi and 29 mile per hour wind gusts in Kenner right now. Notice all out of the south, if not the southwest, pushing all that water against those southern facing shorelines. So here's another look at the National Hurricane Center forecast track for this storm. Again, it slowed down a little bit. It's moving north at 8 miles per hour now with 45 mile per hour winds, and it's expected to continue on that northerly course at 8 for a little while longer before it heads across the Tennessee Valley. For us, besides what we're following Ida, there's quite a bit of activity out in the Atlantic Basin, although this Julian is no more. The National Hurricane Center is no longer following that. This storm's just going to move up to the north. This is our next likely tropical depression or tropical storm or even a hurricane that's emerging off the west coast of Africa. And this is what the National Hurricane Center was following a little while ago and probably still keeping their eyes on that as well. The rainfall is going to be an issue for us, especially in parts of Plaquemines Parish, St. Bernard Parish, and down towards Grand Island, Port Fourchon, and definitely along the Mississippi Gulf Coast as well over the next couple of days. And we're still following those areas that are under that flash flood watch and warnings that are in place across the area as well right now. Let me take you to the 7-day forecast and show you that there is relief in sight after the rainfall today, tomorrow, and a little bit into Wednesday. The sun is going to start returning to us. The temperatures are going to be in the upper 80s to low 90s, and this coming weekend is going to be an opportunity to clean up, that's for sure. But we've got some pretty nasty weather to deal with first. Before we get there to the weekend. So hopefully everybody just kind of keeps an eye on the weather from where you have evacuated to until the officials can get a good assessment of what's taking place across the area, what the damage is, and take a look at that list of the roads that are closed because of debris and flooding across the area. That is an amazing list of roads all across the South Shore, parts of the North Shore as well. Back to you guys on the desk.
Yeah, Damon, so many roads closed. You can always go to our website, WDSU.com. You can also go to 511la.org or .com because there are so many roadways that are just not passable at this point. You know, you have roads still on the waterway, you have flying debris still in the area, state police basically advising everybody and local leaders as well just to stay at home because so many of our parishes have just been hit hard, and that includes a lot of the river parishes.
And again, so many of them are impassable. Like even like right now, I-10, you know, you can't even go go onto the spillway right now if you're traveling in that westbound direction because I-10 is closed near Loyola and then past that point from Gramercy out to Prairieville. So we're looking at those closures this morning. Of course, our river parishes, one of the areas that we have been so concerned about this morning. So joining us now live is Pete Dufresne, Parish President with St. James Parish. Thank you, first of all, for joining us. And how are you all doing this morning?
Hey, Randy. Good morning. Thank you for having us. We doing as well as to be expected. We just wanted to get a message out to our residents best we can. Obviously, we experiencing some widespread power outages throughout the parish, but also more importantly, our water system is out as well. And we're asking our residents just to please refrain from maneuvering throughout the parish and stay at home for a while. Give our work crews and our emergency response personnel time to assess the area and clear roadways. And the biggest thing we're asking is that residents can, if they can see any obvious water leaks, that they can call and report to our utilities department so that we can get as many water leaks taken care of as soon as possible so that we can get our water system back in service.
Yeah, we know that may take some time. And Pete, we know yesterday before the storm hit, y'all had opened up Lutcher High School as a shelter. Are a lot of residents there still this morning? Did a lot of people ride out the storm there at the high school?
Yes, we had about maybe 35 or 40 residents or so that rode the storm out in the shelter. The shelter still is operational right now. We haven't released any residents yet to make their way back home. We just need a few more hours just to continue cutting and clearing roadways and clearing power lines and debris. So then we could get everybody back to normal as quickly as we can.
Any areas of major concern that you're seeing damage this morning, Parish President Dufresne?
Not any one area more than any others. It's just widespread debris and power lines throughout the parish. That's why we're asking residents to pretty much stay home for a while longer. Residents who's evacuated, I know everyone is anxious to get back home, but we're just asking for a few more hours for us to get a chance to cut and clear and clear the roadways so we can return services back to our residents. So we're just asking residents to please be patient and help us help them. And the faster we can do that, the better it's going to be for everyone.
And Pete, are there some lower lying areas within St. James Parish that you're still very concerned about in terms of an additional water, rising, water levels rising as of this morning?
Yes, we have our recurring low water line areas that everyone's familiar with in the parish. And as of right now, I don't think anyone has any water in their homes, but we do have the water seem to be rising on the east bank coming up through Lake Maurepas again right now. But hopefully it's going to be minimal impact on everyone.
And any final message that you have for folks who can actually watch you as they're maybe streaming us on their app? Because, again, so many people don't have their TVs operational right now.
Right, yes. If it seems that Verizon has service here in St. James Parish, and if anyone needs of any assistance, they can call our Citizen Service Center, which is still operational, and they can call at 225-331-8187. That number again is 225-331-8187. All the calls are being logged and tracked, and we will get to everyone as soon as we can. And again, the biggest thing we looking for right now is to have our water system put back in service.
Yeah, Pete, and we know it's been such a tough overnight and morning for many people here in South Louisiana. Maybe could you walk us through your personal experience? We know it was just a very busy, hectic day in terms of storm preparations before Ida made landfall, and then through last night, through those just harrowing winds. What was it like for you as you rode out the storm?
That's exactly. You couldn't have put it any better. It was very busy, very hectic. Just constant communications and assessing the situation as it unfolded. For the longest time, we was right in line with the direct path of the eye of the storm, and they would have put St. James Parish on that northeast quadrant, which would have been detrimental to us and fortunate for us, but unfortunate for our neighbors in St. John and St. Charles Parish who experienced the brunt of the storm. Our prayers are certainly with not only our residents, but especially those folks in St. John and St. Charles parishes as well.
And again, with the correspondence and the overall support that we're getting parish by parish, have you heard from the governor or from any other of our state agencies who might be able to come in and help you guys out, expedite some of this process?
We are in contact with state officials, yes, ma'am, and we have our request put in to Web EOC, and we're organizing all of these resources right now, and we just trying to get all of that delivered into the parish so we can distribute it to our residents.
Perfect. All right. Well, St. James Parish President, thank you so much. Pete Dufresne, thank you so much for joining us on the phone, giving us that update. And of course, just like so many of our communities here across Southeast Louisiana, another one just hard hit. Water, a major necessity, another concern for that parish, as well as so many other parishes. Hoping to hear from St. John soon as well, maybe even St. Charles, just to kind of get an update on those folks too, because they were really on that side of the eye wall that really hit them hard. Some strong water there.
And it was interesting what he was saying about the trajectory of the storm for a long period of time yesterday. St. James was right there in the crosshairs. And like he mentioned, if it didn't jog a little bit to the east, 20, 30, 40 miles, then that parish in particular really would have been devastated. So they're fortunate not to have a lot of flooded homes at this point. But on the flip side of that, that means a lot of our folks moving into St. John the Baptist, St. Charles, and then really into Jefferson Parish and here in the greater New Orleans metro area. Just so many severe images and destructive images coming in, along with all these power outages. I mean, closing in on close to 1 million people, 1 million residents here in South Louisiana without power this morning.
And of course, we are getting help from all over, which is wonderful. I mean, you have to think about we talk about neighbor helping neighbor here in South Louisiana, but it's nice to see other states coming to our aid, because so many of our folks do the same thing for them. Like the Cajun Navy's responded to some of those natural disasters in Texas, across Alabama, Mississippi, ready to respond when needed. And they're about to do the same for their home state here of Louisiana, getting ready to deploy some of their boats and some of that good old boy manpower to parts of Southeast Louisiana.
The men and the women of the Cajun Navy alike, they really are some of the best people, because they're selfless, right? No one's paying them to do so. They pay a lot of it on their own way, their own boats, their gasoline, their food and resources. They're just here to help those in need, and we're seeing that right now. We saw it a year ago with Hurricane Laura in the greater Lake Charles area, but now here in New Orleans, the Cajun Navy has arrived. Take a listen in as they began their preparations.
I'm in Baton Rouge right now, and I mean, it's still black. My house has power. I'm not really sure how. But it's starting to subside a little bit, kind of enough for me to get my group on the road and get to St. John Parish and meet with the police there and start doing our rescues. Seems like there's hundreds, possibly more people, trapped in their houses with some extent of water from a foot deep to people in attics. So it's going to be a pretty bad scene with a lot of work to do to move quickly and safely so we can take care of everybody in the best way possible. Yes, 911 was having some issues as well with just deteriorating conditions on phone lines and such. So they reach out to us via Facebook and things like that. Posts seem to go somewhat viral pretty fast on getting people help. So we monitor that. We compare our list of notes that we have and addresses that we compile with that of the police and paramedics, firefighters, everything going through the EOC that we'll be working with. And we kind of divide those up, make sure everything's still active, and send our teams out, and usually pairs of boats or more to different areas and say subdivisions and such, to get out and get to everyone timely.
Yeah, and we can tell you that several members of the Cajun Navy made it to Laplace late last night into these early morning hours. A couple of phone numbers if you want to take these down, if you need some help or some assistance, or you know someone in that area in St. Charles Parish, St. John the Baptist Parish. 504-517-6289. That's 517-6289. And here's a 985 number as well that you can call, 985-850-4638. That's 850-4638. Again, if you have cell phone service and you can make a call, if you can leave a text, Also, social media messaging, direct messaging goes a long way on various platforms, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. And we know a lot of the different apps are now in place with the walkie-talkie and trying to get people connected. So
that's if you can even access them. I mean, I can't even get apps to my phone right now, to be honest with you.
You could try.
So.
I mean, we're both AT&T customers here, so that Zello, walkie-talkie system, you can give it a shot and see if you've already downloaded that app and see if it's working right now. But usually need some kind of connection.
Yeah.
And with a lot of these cell phone towers down and just power lines down and this transmission lines here in New Orleans, a lot of them just destroyed at this point. It's going to take quite some time to build those back up.
Yeah, but we did get a positive bit of news from Scott Walker when we spoke to him earlier, that large tower that fell into the Mississippi River. Energy thinks that they'll be able to just divert power instead of having to wait the week or two to build the brand new tower there. So that's certainly some good news for folks there, that maybe you won't have to wait as long. But again, we are still seeing some of those energy outages anticipated to be several days to even a few weeks. So just, again, if you can't handle it, you might want to go ahead and think about ways to go somewhere else if you can, once some of the roadways again open up. Once some of the roadways open up for you this morning, because again, we do have so many roadways that are closed right now, including portions of I-10, including many of our surface street areas, and so many crews around the state right now. They are working to do just that.
Yeah, joining us now on the phone is a representative from DOTD, the State Department of Transportation and Development. I believe we have Mr. Scott Boyle joining us this morning. Scott, good morning.
Yes, good
morning.
Thank
you, sir, for your time. Scott Boyle, please walk us through the latest. We know there's a growing list of closures here in South Louisiana. What are the major trouble spots as of this morning?
Good morning. Thank you for having me on. We're focusing a majority of our efforts down in the Terrebonne and Lafourche area. They were hit hardest. We're still trying to get intelligence as far as the extent of the damage. We're going to be sending some scouts to perform observations and just see exactly how bad it is, if we just have debris on the road, if we have washouts, if we have any issues with bridges. So we're going to be spending the next day doing those observations, as well as having crews come in and start clearing the road so emergency services can get through, such as electrical repairs and things of that nature.
Now talk about I-10 in particular, because we are seeing a lot of debris on that section of I-10, really all the way from, say, Kenner out towards even Prairieville and even beyond portions closer towards Baton Rouge. So just talk about what again, maybe a picture for people who should not be on the roadways right now, and the reason why, because of some of these detrimental conditions.
Yeah, it's certainly not advisable unless there's a reason of emergency for someone to be out on the road. We got crews working. We got electrical crews trying to restore and assess power and transmission line damage. So if you don't have to be on the road, please stay off. Our first order of business is to clear these roads so these emergency crews can get through and do what they need to do and start the rebuilding process.
Yeah, we're seeing down utility lines and just hazards along the roadways as well. Scott, what else can you detail about the response here today on this Monday morning and in the days ahead, just that collaborative effort, so many state agencies, DOTD working in partnership with local parish leaders, trying to get help and assistance and recovery to those areas that need it most?
It's so nice to just see everyone coming together in the time of need, in this time of disaster that we're going to be rebuilding for quite some time. We do have crews coming in from different states. Internally, with respect to DOTD, we have all the districts from Lafayette and Monroe, and we have different crews that are going to be coming in. They're going to be helping us fix traffic signals and pushing and clearing and removing debris. And doing minor repairs that we're capable of doing.
And do you have a timetable on that?
It's going to be a rebuilding process that will take some time. Our first order of business is trying to get people in. A lot of our responders are just like everyone else. They were sheltering in their house, and that we're trying to get them in as soon as we can safely, so that they can begin the process of helping out and we can start restoring our infrastructure.
Scott, what was your experience like when Ida really made its impact felt with some of those high winds? Did you ride out the storm here in the greater New Orleans area as well?
Yes, I did. I actually sheltered in place at Crescent City Connection. There, we had a small crew of maintenance personnel over there, and I watched quite a bit of the storm through the window. I'm a lifelong New Orleanian, and it was just amazing to just see the force of this storm. I was right there by General de Gaulle in Algiers at the Crescent City Connection Police Division, and I've been through many storms, and this one is certainly one for the books.
Now, you typically deal with some of our state roadways. That's typically your control, some of the interstate systems, anything U.S. related. What about some of the surface streets? Are you going to be helping any of the local municipalities with maybe some of their local surface streets that might need some help as well?
We typically do focus a majority of our attention on the interstate, the U.S. highways, and then our secondary L.A. State roads. We need to get those cleared first so that the municipalities can get to their roads and so they can do their business. If we don't get our major infrastructure cleared, then it's going to be almost impossible for them to get to those roads. And certainly within our capabilities, we're going to do our best to help everyone out. But our primary focus is to get these primary roads open, so emergency workers can do what they need to do to restore this infrastructure.
All right, Scott Boyle there with the Louisiana Department of Transportation. Thank you so much, and thank you for your service during this time too, because again, a lot of our public servants, just like Scott, just like some of our local leaders, they have been spending all night in emergency operations centers getting ready to respond and recover so much of our area.
A lot of our frontline workers, those essential employees and disaster recovery employees are ready. They've been gearing up for this. You know, we knew it was coming, and now we were seeing the firsthand significant impacts and devastation left behind. So many different areas without water this morning. That's a big concern moving forward.
Yeah, well, fortunately, we are starting to see the storm weaken. However, a big product of this is the fact that we could start seeing our rivers rise once again, and they're already pretty high. We're looking at maybe major to moderate flood stages at this point. So Lee Southwick following that for us, also following the diminishing conditions right now of what was once Hurricane Ida. Still a tropical storm?
Yes, still a tropical storm, but it will soon be a tropical depression. It is weakening quickly, which is good, but it's still dumping a lot of rain over us. And that's why a lot of our areas right now under a flash flood warning. Everyone here shaded in this green area, you are under a flash flood warning, and that is because you are seeing still a whole lot of rain out there. Notice how much rain is wrapping in with Tropical Storm Ida. So here's a look at the radar, a little bit closer look for you. North Shore right now seeing a good bit of rain out there. It's steady, mainly. It's steady, it's moderate rain, nothing too heavy. It's much heavier over in Mississippi or Mississippi counties, and heavy rain along our coastal areas too, all the way down through Boothville and to Grand Isle, areas that don't need any more rain or any more water. Then we see some light shower activity backing up to our west and up towards Baton Rouge as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, that's why we are under a flash flood warning for a lot of you. Flash flood watch for pretty much everyone through tomorrow morning due to the rain that is on the way. Flash flood warning, though, right now active for portions of the North Shore too and over into Mississippi. Then we have plain old flood warnings that is along the rivers. You can see that there. So we are watching our rivers continue to rise, unfortunately. A lot of them already in flood stage, a lot of them forecast to become, move into the major flood stage. Storm surge, something else we're watching. Winds still coming out of the south and still pretty strong out there. Current winds 21 miles an hour at the airport in Kenner, 23 in Gulfport. Gusts, of course, higher than that, coming in at 38 now in Gulfport, 26 in Kenner. Now, gusts from here, they're going to stay strong, unfortunately. I think we'll see gusts around the 30-mile-per-hour range through the rest of this morning. Later on this afternoon into this evening, still sticking around the 25 to 30-mile-per-hour range. And then overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, dropping down closer to 20 to 25 miles per hour when it comes to gusts. Again, not sustained winds, but wind gusts. Tomorrow afternoon, trying still to calm down. We're not really going to see calm conditions, though, until Wednesday when it comes to our winds. The system dropping a whole lot of rain, as you saw, but more on the way. Notice that we'll see these rain bands wrap in throughout the day today. So we're not done with the rain just yet. It's not an all-day rain. A lot of you waking up to dry conditions, but some of you could see some more rain as the far outer bands, the reaching bands, dip down into our area still. So even by tonight, some more rain potentially, especially along coastal areas. This one model is showing us that it thinks a heavier band will hang out down in our coastal areas, and then we move into tomorrow and we could see a few showers out there. Same thing into Wednesday. Overall, less rain though on the way, especially by Thursday. Today we're getting into the middle 80s mainly. Tomorrow we're getting into the upper 80s to the low 90s. Something to keep in mind since we don't have air conditioning right now. A lot of us do not have air conditioning because we are without power. And it will feel, of course, warmer than that by tomorrow afternoon when we are getting towards 90 degrees for the air temp. The feels like temperature will be getting into the upper 90s. Then middle to upper 90s again on Wednesday before we start to feel a little bit better by Thursday. Look at what this model run is telling us now, potentially starting to feel like the 80s later on Thursday as some drier air moves on in. We need the dry air. We have too much rain right now. Here's Tropical Storm Ida, and it is still a tropical storm with 45 miles per hour. However, we are expecting a new update very soon. So Damon, I don't know, did that just come in? One quick, we're just going to check. Nope, that's not in yet. Okay, so we will get back to you with that soon, but for the time being, here's the latest update that we have from the National Hurricane Center. Sustained winds now at 45 miles an hour.
All right, Lee, and of course, we're getting images of damage really across the area right now from the North Shore, South Shore, the West Bank. Check out the damage here in Avondale. This sent to us by Debbie Kavanaugh here. Again, you can see some downed trees there, that water just kind of ponding there in portions of the yard. Pretty much similar images that we've been really seeing from so many of you. Right. I heard from one woman just moments ago out of Lee Landing, Kelly, who's like, I can't get down my street. There's trees that are blocking my roadway right now. So it's an unfortunate situation just for a lot of people right now.
Yeah, with all that debris on the roadways and some of that standing water, it's just not safe to be out and about. It's not safe to drive. And unfortunately, in various parishes, we have seen some live images of people just kind of sightseeing and getting out there. That's not what you want to do this morning. And we know people are tired. We know people are probably a little bit too warm, having spent the night without AC, and it's hot because of all these power outages. I mean, we're closing in on 1 million residents here in South Louisiana. I mean, look at this Entergy map. Look at the red. It almost looks like that should be a body of water, right? It's like almost one huge collective just group here.
Well, and here's the thing, too. We're just looking at that. That's just the New Orleans region.
Right.
You're not even showing the North Shore.
That's just here on right. It's just unbelievable how far-reaching the impacts. But when you talk about all 8 major transmission lines here in the city of New Orleans being knocked out, and some of those towers as well, it's going to take a while for it to be fully restored. Those Entergy power line crews, bucket crews, they are lined up, they're ready to respond, but they will only do so when it's safe to happen, because when those wind gusts pick up, it's not safe for them to be up in the air. No. And especially with some of that debris still on the roadways, a lot of that needs to be cleared out so they can access some of these down lines too. Well,
in addition to that, you mean CLECO, for many of you on the North Shore, St. Tammany, Washington parishes, about 90,000 CLECO customers, in addition to the 857,000 now Entergy customers in the dark. So it's going to take a long time when you just think about the sheer volume of just, and we're not talking just people. These are households. These are households and businesses. Right. So you're talking probably upwards of 1 million people whenever you consider families, children, things like that, and the impact that this storm certainly has. And I know we were following the path of this storm, you know, very, very closely. It hit very closely to that time frame of Hurricane Laura from last year. I know a lot of people from Lake Charles also just really really worried that storm was going to shift more westerly towards them, and then they would get that double whammy 2 years in a row.
It really felt like southwest Louisiana, Lake Charles, Sulphur, and all that area just really couldn't catch a break for a long time. not that you want to wish this kind of damage and destruction anywhere, but at least our neighbors over there are getting a little bit of reprieve this morning. But certainly here in the greater New Orleans area and surrounding parishes, it's our turn to rebuild and to recover. And this morning, a lot of folks, just those memories coming back from not only Hurricane Laura from a year ago, but also from Katrina from 16 years ago too. So I mean, anytime we have a major storm of this magnitude, we've all been through it. We know what to expect, but I think a lot of our parish officials and leaders and even our team of meteorologists have been on record saying they haven't quite seen the combined impact that Ida brought in terms of those huge sustained wind gusts and the way it maintained that Category 4 status for quite some time yesterday as it made its landfall inland over Louisiana.
And back to southwest Louisiana right now, of course, it really causing so much, as we were talking about, it could have caused so much anxiety for so many folks there. So take a listen to some of their reaction from folks out there.
As soon as Hurricane Ida started forming in the Gulf, the PTSD started to kick in for many residents in southwest Louisiana.
I mean, you can imagine everybody went through the emotions of please don't hit Louisiana again. We went through a lot last year.
Paula Pautin lives in the Lafayette area, and she says the southwest part of Louisiana has had a tough year. It all started when Hurricane Laura hit them in August of 2020, a Category 4 hurricane.
Obviously 6 weeks later, we got hit by Hurricane Delta. And then a few months later, we got the winter storm in February. And then a few months later, we got all the flooding in May.
She feels like they can't catch a break. And because of that, she packed what she could and headed to Texas.
I just didn't want to go through any chance that it might go east or west or whatever, and that I would end up being more impacted by the storm.
And even though she says she feels lucky the hurricane missed them, she knows too well the recovery for her neighbors in the east won't be easy.
It's going to be rough for them. And I really hope the best for everybody in Southeast Louisiana because they are going to need it.
Southeast Louisiana and really south central Louisiana, moving as far west as the Baton Rouge area. Those high wind and those gusts really sustaining and causing some damage in that area. We can tell you that LSU, they're closed today. They're going to be closed tomorrow as well. Southern University in addition in Baton Rouge. But we're getting a closer look at some of the damage there in Baton Rouge too. Some pictures into our newsroom from the LSU area, just showing some of the down tree lines and down tree limbs and down power lines in that area too. A lot of folks without power running up there near the campus of Louisiana State University. It's tough to see. It's tough to see things like that because that just shows you how vast this storm was and how far reaching with those impact winds. I mean, you're talking about 60 to 70 to 80 miles away from here in the downtown central business district area of New Orleans. And as far down south as our coast, as that Hurricane Ida just continued to just really ravage South Louisiana for very huge stretch of miles.
Yeah, and then check out, I want to show you some damage in just a moment of Livingston Parish. Livingston Parish damage after we finished here with LSU here. This is James Chapel Road, also Hammock Road in Livingston Parish after we, again, get through all of those LSU pictures there. But there's those images for you out of Livingston right now with, again, the bulk of this storm really moving in that northerly direction with Livingston there getting a good bit of rainfall, a lot of trees that are down in that neck of the woods as well. So seeing those similar impacts really across the North Shore from Livingston Parish to Tangipahoa, even portions of St. Tammany, again with so many down trees and so many people stuck. Maybe it's a good thing that you're stuck in a lot of ways. You really shouldn't be driving, but again, stuck on your homes because your roads are blocked. It's very reminiscent of kind of like back during Katrina, whenever you could hear the roar of those chainsaws the day or two after the storm cleared, with people helping each other try and clear those roads, waiting for those energy trucks and utility vehicles to come in and help to restore power.
Even with the sun now up here in South Louisiana, now is not the time to get outside. We're all eager to learn more information, and I know many of our family and friends, they just want to find out if they did evacuate, what's the status of their home, how soon can they get back, how soon can they rebuild. But at the same time, when your power's out and it's going to be out and sustained outages for days, if not weeks, depending on where you live, you just don't want to be in that position. So if you can still shelter in place safely elsewhere, that's the message from local leaders, parish leaders, leaders, even from the top of the state, Governor John Bell Edwards. A very busy response day for him and his team. And of course, he's going to be taking tours of the region affected, helicopter tours that he mentioned yesterday. In just a few moments, we'll hear from the governor. He'll be doing some live interviews with some of our partners at MSNBC as well. We'll try to take a live listen in, but we know that it's going to be a coordinated response. That he's ready to go right now. So let's take a listen in to Governor John Bell Edwards.
But I don't want to mislead anyone. Robust search and rescue is happening right now, and I fully expect that death count will go up considerably throughout the day. As you mentioned, there's an awful lot of debris, power lines, trees on roadways, and in some places standing water. And so it's taken a while to get into these communities that were hardest hit. But we will obviously be developing the situation throughout the day, saving lives, rescuing people everywhere that we can. And we have a very robust effort underway. But that one confirmed death in Ascension Parish, we know is just the first one that we will unfortunately confirm throughout the day. Yeah, almost all of Southeast Louisiana is without electricity. All 8 major transmission lines feeding electricity into the greater New Orleans area failed. And so we're waiting for an update from Entergy and the Public Service Commission. I know that they are looking very hard to figure out exactly how to power up as much as possible, focusing on the most critical infrastructure, and that's our hospitals. We really need to get those hospitals back up and under normal power. We're having difficulty not just with the power, but with water systems in many places, especially down along the coast in Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish, and we're moving in potable water in order to keep them operating. But that is far less than ideal, as you know, and we have challenges with hospitalization regardless, because we still have about 2,400 COVID patients across the state of Louisiana, in addition to the normal patients. So it's a very challenging situation. Stephanie, what I can tell you is Ida came in very much as advertised, very, very strong storm. And the rain, I know you mentioned the wind, and it was catastrophic, but the rain that fell along the track and just east of the track was also every bit of what was advertised. And when you push that much surge, that much rain, you're going to have flooding issues. And we certainly have people that are in the second floors of the house and some in the attic and so forth that we're rescuing right now. So this was a very, very tough storm. The one good news here is a bit of good news this morning anyway. All of our levee systems performed extremely well, especially the hurricane risk reduction system around New Orleans, and even non-federal levees in Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish performed extremely well. There's some overtopping in places where we expected it, but for the most part, if we had to deal with a failed levee system this morning, it would be completely unimaginable. And thank goodness that is not what we're dealing with today. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, certainly not all of them. But I can tell you at 3 o'clock this morning, as soon as the weather improved enough, we dispatched urban search and rescue teams to the most affected areas. Again, they're having to clear the way in many cases through trees, power lines, other debris in order to get there. But I can tell you, Stephanie, we have over 900 members of our search and rescue team, comprised of teams that came from 16 different states. That doesn't include our National Guard, the entirety of which has been mobilized. They have 195 high water vehicles and 73 boats, 34 helicopters, and those helicopters are already up, because there are some places down along the coast that quite simply, we will be many days before we can get there by ground. And so there's a very robust effort underway right now. Communication is not optimal. We're getting reports back sporadically, but what I can tell you is lives are being saved. People are being rescued even as we speak. Well, there were evacuation orders in place all along the coast in the areas that were not inside the protection areas of where we have levees and so forth. In fact, many places they had evacuation orders there as well. Unfortunately, not everyone gets out, and that's always the case. I can tell you throughout the day on Saturday, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people did in fact leave. But clearly, we would have preferred had more people left. But I can tell you anecdotally, I know of people, mayors and police chiefs and so forth, that actually evacuated this time. They've never evacuated in their lives. So I think we're going to find out that an awful lot of people did evacuate. It's just this storm was so powerful, even as it got inland and away from the coast. So, for example, in St. John the Baptist Parish between Baton Rouge and New Orleans, it seemed like the storm just stopped and the wind just kept pounding. And if there's one area that I'm pretty sure got over 20 inches of rain, it was that parish. But it wasn't under a mandatory evacuation order. And we're having, obviously, to do a lot of rescues in that parish right now. Yeah, it is, unfortunately so. Yes, and first of all, the capacity of our congregate shelters is less than would ordinarily be so that we can space people out better. They will be wearing masks. They're going to be distancing. They're going to be going through special cleaning protocols. And we do have the rapid tests that we're going to be administering in our shelters as well. This is a very challenging situation for all of those reasons. And one of the things we're going to do is transition away from congregate sheltering to non-congregate sheltering as quickly as possible for those people who can't go home because it's damaged or for other reasons, or who can't go to a relative or a friend's house. We're going to be putting them up in hotels just as quickly as we can. We had to do that last year for Hurricane Laura. And at one time, we had almost 20,000 individuals in hotels. But the focus today is on saving lives, doing the search and rescue, shoring up our hospitals so they can continue to serve all of their patients, and the people who've been injured and haven't been able to get to the hospital yet because of something that happened during the storm, and restoring communications and getting those back in a better place. So we've got our hands full today, Stephanie, and I want to thank the people of the country, really, because we've got folks pouring in from all over the country. We have 20,000 linemen who are actively working now to restore power. And so while it's a very, very difficult situation, we're going to get through this. It's going to take some time, and the cleanup is going to take a number of weeks and months. Absolutely. Thank you, Stephanie.
Governor John Bel Edwards, an interview that we just sat in on with MSNBC, giving us some details, saying that at 3 a.m. this morning, once the storm, the worst of it passed through, they began sending out those search and rescue teams to some of the hardest hit areas. And he mentioned the likes of Terrebonne, Lafourche, St. John the Baptist, where he says he believes St. John the Baptist received more than 20 inches of rain. Power is a big issue. He's talking about everyone in the dark this morning. He mentioned 20,000 linemen ready to go, ready to be in position to get that power restored. But when all these transmission lines and power lines go down, it's just going to be a process, he said, in the days and weeks ahead. Now, in addition to that, getting some updates on some water rescues that are happening right now. For instance, in Slidell, they are doing water rescues with people trapped on top of their roofs. So rooftop water rescues, that's happening right now in Slidell with hundreds of downed trees and power lines, according to Slidell police. So they're urging anybody, if you've evacuated, just do not come back right now. The conditions are not favorable. Also hearing about some high water rescues happening in areas like Lafitte, which we first told you about earlier this morning. Those are ongoing with people being pulled from
from their rooftops and taken to safety, with the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office also assisting in those efforts.
Yeah, the governor basically saying that it was as expected and then some. Basically, we thought it was going to be pretty harrowing and catastrophic for many areas, but he mentioned the amount of storm surge with the amount of rainfall and those just devastating wind gusts of 140, 150, even gusts of 160 miles per hour in some of the lower lying parishes and areas. It's just a lethal combination, and he says currently we have people stuck in their attics. We have people, like you just mentioned in the slide out, people who are trying to be rescued from rooftops and other facilities throughout the greater New Orleans area. Just such a far-reaching and widely impacting storm.
Yeah, one of the big issues here too, communication, because so many of these departments have not only lost their landlines, but also some of their cell phones aren't working, Wi-Fi, cable, a lot of these tools in our tool chest that we try to use to stay connected to one another, not available for us right now. Let's go ahead and get a check of the conditions outside right now. Jennifer Crockett, along with many of our other crews, have been scouring the region. She joins us now with a look outside.
Before we get to Jennifer, let's check in with our team of meteorologists. They've been hard at work the past few days, really, as Ida made landfall, coming up on 23, 24 hours ago, around noon yesterday. But let's check in with Damon Singleton. He's got the latest on where it is now and the conditions here at home. Damon, what are we seeing right now?
We're seeing conditions here getting better and better. You know, it's still pretty breezy outside in many parts of southeast Louisiana, and the rain's coming down pretty hard on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and that's also where we continue to see tornado warnings rise and be issued by the National Weather Service, but they're over in Harrison County, just outside of our viewing area. But you guys have seen the pictures on social media of all the flooding, all the building damage, the pictures of La Quinta downtown that's seen some damage to its facade. It's pretty incredible. The damage that we've sustained, not only here in the city, but across southeast Louisiana. But it's also kind of expected because, a Category 4 hurricane creates catastrophic damage, and that's exactly the type of damage that we have seen and that we are experiencing all across southeast Louisiana right now. So, excuse me. So here's the storm, and you can see that it is continuing to move further and further into southwest Mississippi. We will continue to see the rainfall mainly along the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but this is an 18-hour time lapse, so you can see the storm from the time it made landfall all the way up through when it became a tropical storm as it entered southwest Mississippi, and the expanse of this storm is pretty great as well. Lots of rainfall continuing on Mississippi Gulf Coast, but it stretches now all the way over to the Florida Panhandle. But take a look at the tail of rainfall and thunderstorm activity behind this storm. So as it continues to move to the north, we may see more and more of this rainfall move over the south shore, definitely over parts of Plaquemines and St. Bernard Parish, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast is going to continue to see quite a bit of rainfall. But the thunderstorm, the worst of the rainfall for us on the south shore, is the thunderstorm activity that's just offshore for us and trying to feed its way into the south shore. So here's the big picture, and you can see this storm turning into a hurricane, turning into a tropical storm, and that frontal boundary that you see just up to the north of us, that is what's going to absorb this system and take it across the Tennessee Valley and on off the northeastern part of the country. But here's a look at Futurecast, and you can see that there's rainfall potential for us for the afternoon hours as the storm continues to move across parts of Mississippi. Then it takes that turn and starts heading towards Tennessee, and the rainfall potential is still with us for Tuesday afternoon, although lower rainfall potential for Tuesday afternoon. And then into your Wednesday, that low pressure area moves over parts of Kentucky and heads toward the northeast, and even less rainfall potential is with us on Wednesday. And then the frontal boundary makes its way into and through southeast Louisiana into your Thursday. And so rainfall chances are, excuse me, going to pretty much disappear for Thursday into Friday, and I think the weekend is looking pretty good as well. So we're going to have a lot of opportunities to do some cleanup work over the course of the week into the weekend as the rainfall moves out and the winds subside as well. But right now it's still coming down pretty hard, mainly over here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but the North Shore is getting the big break while the rain is still, it's light rainfall that is making its way to the ground. I'm not even sure all of this is actually reaching the ground. Some of that might be some measure of mist out there as well, but some light rainfall for the most part for Tangipahoa, St. Tammany, and into Washington Parish and parts of Hancock and Pearl River counties as well. Here's that tornado warning I was just making reference to. That's over towards Gulfport and Biloxi. It was actually a little bit further south, and it has moved further north. And I suspect that we're going to continue to see, again, those tornado warnings issued for parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, because that's where the worst of the weather is. Thunderstorm activity is occurring there as well. And the winds are pretty strong out on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, and they're going to continue to be strong as we go through the morning and afternoon hours. And things are looking pretty good on the South Shore right now. But again, that tail of showers and storms down in the Gulf of Mexico, I think we're going to see that, every now and then make its way into the South Shore and then kind of move off in an easterly and northeasterly direction across the area. So definitely want to keep track of all of that that's been happening and that will be happening for the rest of the morning. So here's the big picture. As you can see, the rainfall is stretched into Pensacola. There's another tornado warning on the Florida Panhandle, and I don't think we're going to see too much in terms of tornado warnings here in southeast Louisiana. But again, just off to the Mississippi Gulf Coast, we'll probably be reporting on more of those as we go through the rest of the morning and afternoon.
All right, Damon Singleton for us. And again, just into our newsroom right now, the St. Tammany public school system going to delay the opening of class and then the closure of schools until further notice. They need to go through and look at each and every campus to make sure they haven't sustained damage. And of course, without power right now, that's also going to pose a problem, not just to reopen those schools, but also for kids to leave their homes and go to those schools. So again, until further notice, all St. Tammany Parish public schools will be closed.
I think that's going to be a similar theme throughout the viewing area. Multiple parishes will follow suit, and closed, of course, today, tomorrow, but most likely the rest of the week for various parishes, but officially in St. Tammany closed for good indefinitely for right now. Let's go to St. Tammany Parish with a live look at conditions there. We check in with WDSU reporter Heath Allen. Heath, what's it like? We know some of those areas are still in harm's way with rising river levels. What have you seen so far with some of the devastation?
Well, there's plenty of devastation, and if you're talking about river levels, Bahia Chinchuba runs right behind where we are, which is the Riverwood subdivision, and Bahia Chinchuba is pretty much flooded the whole back portion of the Riverwood subdivision. They are completely underwater. You can see the other issue here as well. I mean, trees are down throughout the neighborhood. Well, I was trying to walk a little bit earlier, and you could, I mean, there's no driving. I'll just tell you that. There's no driving through the neighborhood because trees are down throughout. And the sad part about it is trees are down on people's houses. There's an awful lot of damage back in this particular subdivision. We can just kind of ease around here. You can see the guys out here. I'm going to walk over here and see it. How did y'all make out back there?
I got
an oak tree in your house. Come on, come this way. I'm coming to you. I'm not exactly sure what's under my feet, although I've seen this corner enough times. Battle on over. Again, what we're looking at back, this is Bayou Chinchuba, basically, that runs along behind the Riverwood subdivision and ultimately into the Chifuncta. And whenever we talked about this all day long yesterday, when that rain comes down and the lake is full, there's no place for this water to go. They just did extensive drainage work in this neighborhood, but it doesn't matter if you do $1 million, $5 million worth. If the water can't drain, it's going to sit here. I appreciate you paddling over.
No problem.
What's your name?
Mike O'Connell.
Mike, you said you had an oak tree through your house?
I got an oak tree on top of my house, yeah, and I got about 8 inches in some parts of my house and an inch in the rest.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
I've only been here about 4 years, so no, this is the worst I've seen.
Yeah, we've been here 15 years. This is the worst we've seen in this particular. We moved here after Katrina, and when there was an awful lot of trees down here. What have you seen as you've gone through?
I've just come up our neighborhood. Yeah, it's pretty bad down there.
How far back? All the way to the river?
Yeah, there's water all the way down.
Yeah. Well, look, y'all enjoy it. Well, I say enjoy it. do the best you can under the circumstances. Okay. Friends and neighbors, I live right down the street here, and we had about 5 or 6 trees that are down. Fortunately, they didn't hit the house. But again, when we got up this morning, trying just to walk down, this is Belterre Boulevard here, and trying to walk down Belterre, there's trees down everywhere. And when I was trying to make my way out, because we had to meet Kadisha here, to the photographer, you walk down on the backside here, and there's an awful lot of damage. It's really kind of heartbreaking. A little good news, if you will. A lady came up a second ago. She lost her dog, little Jack Russell, little black and white Jack Russell, and she was just terrified. And I told her, I said, look, just calm down. I mean, I didn't say calm down. I just said, look, dogs are resilient. That dog's hunkered down somewhere. Your dog will be back. A few minutes ago, the dog ran up. I wanted to talk to her, but she was so happy. She said she couldn't breathe. So there you go. Little good news out of all of this. But again, the other good news is we haven't heard of any loss of life or any injury here in this particular subdivision either. But if you look down here, follow this way, just give you an idea. This is Belterre Boulevard that comes into Riverwood, and it's a little bit higher, and so this is where everybody has parked their cars. Fortunately, until somebody can get along here with a chainsaw and clear this, first that's got to get cleared, then the water's got to go down, and that all depends on what the rivers do and what the rain does. So it's really going to be a while. And the other thing we were talking about a minute ago is that you feel bad because it's everywhere. We don't have any idea yet. The sun's just up on the first day, and you have no idea just how extensive and how devastating the damage is going to be behind this hurricane. Right here in this little microcosm, right here in this little spot, it's bad, and there's an awful lot of damage, an awful lot of loss here. But everybody's got up this morning. Everybody was walking around. Like they said, they're resilient, and everybody's going to kind of make their way through this. We're going to make our way back around. I'm going to show you a little bit of what's going on back in this subdivision, because I'm sure it's kind of just like a mirror. It's a little reflection of everything that's going on across southeast Louisiana. This was one bad storm, and the rain, it's still coming down a little bit out here. It just refuses to quit. In the meantime, I'll give it back to you unless you got a question. I'll give it right back to you, and we'll start walking.
All right, Heath Allen, thank you for that. And just real quickly, CLECO just giving us this quick update. 95,000 of its customers in St. Tammany Parish are without power, but the good news is crews are out right now assessing damage. They've got teams from Florida, Texas, Kentucky, Virginia, all helping them right now. So again, they are assessing the damage at this point. Still going to take a few days to really get some of this this restoration process underway, but at least got some boots on the ground.
Yeah, we'll check back in with Heath Allen in just a bit, but it's tough when you hear people, our residents, our friends saying, yeah, I've got an oak tree in my house, I've got this going on, I've got water in my house as well, and a lot of folks are waking up to that or have been battling that over the last few hours. We're going to check in with another colleague, WDSU's Greg LaRose. He's down in Lafitte, some of the southern tips of Jefferson Parish, where they had some major flooding issues overnight into this morning. Greg, good morning. What's the latest? What have you been seeing the past few hours?
Yeah, Chad and Randy, we're right on the levee. Just on the other side is where they are marshaling all of the boats that are coming in here. Obviously, the Sheriff's Office, National Guard, lots of volunteers are here. It's been nonstop activities of boats and trailers going in, a few vehicles going out. Staged on the road coming this way are a couple of Jefferson Transit buses. So you have an idea of how many people that they are expecting to bring out of Lafitte. We've talked to a few of the volunteers. We thought, maybe it was the Cajun Navy type. It turns out these are people who know someone that's stuck there. They have a fear that, they're in their attic. They haven't been able to communicate with them overnight. Just a variety of agencies here pulling things together. We're told just recently that Sheriff Joe Lapinto, Parish President Cynthia Lee Shing, they're going to be coming in here. We'll endeavor to bring you those comments live, but just so much going on here in hopes of getting to the people in Lafitte who have no other way out. We're seeing high water vehicles from the National Guard, but they haven't been deployed that we've seen, and we can only wonder at this point if it's just a matter of the water being a bit too high just yet. There's still a steady gusting wind coming from the south, so that storm surge that's inundated Lafitte is going to stay in place until that subsides. A low tide will obviously help that as well, but just the steady stream of boats coming in, people wanting to help, wanting to know that loved ones can get out and make sure they're okay. We're seeing first responders with the axes that you see at fire scenes to go through doors, to go through roofs perhaps. So we're going to stick around here for the duration, and hopefully we'll see people coming out, because a lot of boats are going in. Obviously it's down there, complicating matters and such is that the Kerner Swing Bridge is out, so the navigation for vehicles is non-existent, and with the winds it's going to be challenging for boats as well. We'll keep you apprised as things happen here. We'll check back with you live for the parish president and sheriffs with their comments. So for now, that's it from Lafitte. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Greg LaRose there, and again, just neighbors helping neighbors. You know, as he just mentioned, those are just friends, family members, know somebody who's down there, who's stuck in those floodwaters, waiting to deploy their boats to do whatever that they can to help right now.
And it's just so tough, but it's so challenging right now with the lack of communication, right? A lot of cell phone towers are down. AT&T, we don't have any service here. You can't text, you can't call. Some other Verizon customers have had some success so far this morning, and they're going to try to work to restore those AT&T towers, but it may take some time, and just trying to get that email in and just waiting on an update. And you mentioned earlier, Randy, just trying to reach your mom and your kids. It's just tough, and it kind of keeps you on edge throughout the day. So it's good to see neighbors getting there in person, connecting, trying to do so safely along with local officials, and trying to help those coordinated response efforts and recovery efforts.
All right, let's check in now with Jennifer Crockett, who's also checking conditions out there on the road. Jennifer.
I'm here at the Metairie-Kenner area, right on I-10 West, which is closed. You can see the state troopers here have it blocked off. The on-ramps at Williams are also blocked off. Kenner PD is down there. I-10 is shut down all the way at LaPlace and Gramercy. They say that is because there is water on the road. The wind is blowing in from, it feels like, the southwest right now. So as long as we have that southwest wind, that water is going to continue to be pushed up onto the roadway. Also, I-55 is closed, according to Louisiana State Police, because there is a wire on the road. I want to show you some of the hurricane damage down here in Jefferson Parish. Take a look over my shoulder. Photographer Mike Kirby is going to show you this part of this roof has been peeled back off of this house. You can see the insulation in their attic there. Same story a little bit further up. You can also see some trees down. I'm just going to let him pan around and show you the scene. We were driving around, we've been trying to get west all morning long. It is very slow going, and you can't really visualize it here on the interstate, but there are trees on surface streets everywhere. New Orleans going down the interstate, it didn't look too bad, but as soon as you get into Jefferson Parish, it is devastation. There are trees down everywhere, trees in people's homes, trees over people's cars. There are power lines that are just twisted and tossed all around. It will be weeks before there's power restored in Jefferson Parish, just from what I've seen in Metairie and Kenner alone. Again, for now, the interstate I-10 westbound is shut down from Williams to LaPlace and Gramercy as water is on the road. Also on surface streets, you really can't get far because there are so many down trees and also down power lines. Take a look behind us now. You can see some of the traffic coming our way. They are having to exit here at Williams. And then a little further in the distance, you can see the bucket trucks. Those utility trucks are still on standby, and I'll tell you why. Again, it is because there is so much debris on the surface streets in the neighborhoods right now that they're going to have to get rid of all of that stuff before those bucket trucks can go out and get to those poles. So expect a lot of time between now and when the lights are restored. That also means no gas stations are open. No convenience stores are open. No grocery stores are open that we have seen here in Jefferson Parish. So the advice is to stay home, use whatever you've got for as long as you can, because even if you do get down the road, there's not going to be a store open to help you out. Again, I-10 westbound closed here at Williams all the way through LaPlace and Gramercy. We're going to continue to try to get west and bring you more coverage as we can. I'm Jennifer Crockett. Back to you.
And it's going to be really tough getting west. Airline Highway, which is typically the alternate route for I-10, you know, that's got water on it. And then the Causeway Bridge is also closed right now in both directions. So getting west right now, not an easy task for anybody at this point. Jennifer also talked about many of these stores that are closed. Businesses are closed across the board.
Right.
Travers posed this question earlier, whether or not we were going to see the governor actually implement the National Guard this morning to kind of help with looting. And unfortunately, we're already getting reports of looting this morning in the New Orleans metro area. So we'll bring you more coverage of that coming up, but again, still a very dicey situation for a lot of folks.
Yeah, on that note, the Louisiana National Guard full deployment has been activated here in Louisiana. So it's really all hands on deck in terms of recovery efforts. And like Jen mentioned, with all these major closures, there's really nowhere to go. You really don't need to be out and about trying to get to these stores that are shut down. I mean, they're all without power here in the greater New Orleans area, and it's not worth putting yourself or your family at harm's risk just to be out and about on the roadway. So stay where you are as the remnants of the storm continue to push on through.
I don't know, Lee Southwick now tracking the remnants of the storm. What's left? We're expecting it to become a depression at some point in the next few hours, right, Lee?
Yes, so we're going to be getting our next update from the National Hurricane Center at 10 o'clock this morning, 10 a.m. So we'll wait for that, but it is rapidly weakening. It's still dumping a lot of rain, though. If you look behind me, all of this green here, that's a flash flood warning. So we're having to deal with flash flooding and just plain old flooding warnings, flood warnings. That's for the rivers in our area. So North Shore dealing with a lot of those rivers flooding. Again, here's a look at all the warnings that we are dealing with right now, including the flash flood warnings. Everyone highlighted here dealing with some flash flooding. And then the flash flood watch. So this is everyone who has the ability to potentially see flash flooding. That's everyone here now shaded. That goes until tomorrow morning, because more rain is on the way. Here's a look at current winds out there right now. Still pretty strong coming out of the south. Kenner, Gulfport, both of you guys between 15 and 20 to 21 miles an hour really coming in Kenner right now. Gusts are stronger than that, though. 26 in Kenner, 33 over in Gulfport. Biloxi almost at 40. It's going to stay pretty strong, pretty gusty out there. Notice as we head through the morning hours, still staying between 30 and 40, and then we'll sit in the 30s for early in the afternoon, drop down to 25 to 30 mile per hour winds later on this evening, and then overnight finally dropping down more to around 20 miles an hour. Tomorrow, still gusty out there. I think the breeze will start to settle, but we can see wind gusts up to 15 to 20 miles an hour by tomorrow night before everyone is really calm again on Wednesday. Here's the latest look at Tropical Storm Ida as of the last update from the National Hurricane Center, which came in at 7 o'clock this morning. It had sustained winds of 45 miles an hour, so it is rapidly weakening now. You can see how all the rain really dumping on the east side of the storm. As we all know here, the east side of the storm we always say is the worst side. So as the storm continues to lift north and northeast, it's still going to bring a flooding threat to portions of our area, much of Mississippi, parts of Alabama, and also a tornado threat as well to those areas. The tornado threat starting to lessen for a lot of us here. We're still watching for those of you, especially in Mississippi, though. Meanwhile, it's going to head off to the northeast. Notice here by 1 o'clock, National Hurricane Center expects it to be down to a tropical depression and then stay that way as it moves out of our area and off towards the northeast. But even though it's moving out of here, it's still going to bring rain to us. So we can see these bands wrap around. It's not going to rain on absolutely everyone today, and it's not going to rain all day. In fact, a lot of you are dry out there right now, but others of us will continue to see these rain bands stick around into our afternoon and even our evening hours. It really just depends where those bands set up, but where they do, we could see training, a lot of rain over the same area, and that's why that flash flood watch continues to be in effect until Tuesday morning. because we could still be seeing these bands stick around until Tuesday morning. Then finally, it really moves out of our area. Ida gets up to the northeast enough to where we will stop seeing Ida's impacts. But then we'll start to see a little bit of pop-up shower and thunderstorm activity continue into Wednesday before we do dry out by Thursday. So here's a look at your 7-day forecast. A couple things I want to point out here. By Tuesday and into Wednesday, temperatures get near 90 degrees. It's warm out there. Heat index values could feel up to or close to 100 degrees as well. So if you don't have air conditioning, if you don't have power, do be aware it's going to get hot tomorrow and Wednesday. Thursday, we get some drier air moving on in. So yes, it lowers rain chances. Hopefully it will drop humidity a little bit though, and look what it does to our low temperatures. The North Shore could see lows right near 70 degrees, so a little bit cooler in the morning hours and hopefully a little bit less humid in the afternoon hours.
That would be some welcome news, Lee. We need all the good news we can get this morning. So looking ahead toward the end of the week, it's going to be nice, better conditions, but it's still going to be very warm today and the days ahead as they try to restore some of the power lines, some of the cell phone towers, and try to get try to get things back up and running one step at a time. Yeah, at this point, like we were saying earlier, more than 850,000 Entergy customers in the dark right now, and about 200,000 of those are in Jefferson Parish alone, about 175 in Orleans. So a lot of people in the dark this morning as we take a live look at this energy outage map. And speaking with St. Tammany Parish President Mike Cooper on the North Shore, equally just devastating in terms of power outages, closing in on 6 figures in 100,000, more than 90,000 CLECO customers in St. Tammany Parish without power. But that map on the South Shore, just what a picture. I mean, it just a whole swath of just red right there. But usually it's just a cluster here, a cluster there, but it's such a wide ranging area. But some promising news right now, and again, look, it's going to take a long time. So we got to take it, day by day, hour by hour. Any good news is good news. Yeah, but crews are already out assessing damage for CLECO on the North Shore in St. Tammany Parish. So you already have boots on the ground there. They are not in that process of restoring that power just yet, but at this point, they're going out to different neighborhoods or seeing what equipment that they're going to need to be able to restore some of this power. And they also have teams from out of state. They've got teams coming in from Florida, Texas, Virginia, Kentucky, all working together with them to try and restore their power there in the CLECO customer area, which again is in St. Tammany and Washington parishes. Here on the South Shore, waiting to see Energy kind of do the same thing. We were actually kind of staying in the same hotel with a bunch of guys. They were contractors really for some of the utility companies, and they're going to be doing the same thing. They were chomping at the bit, waiting to be able to do that this morning. So hopefully they'll be doing the same thing, going out there, looking pole by pole, line by line, what equipment needs to be done. So that way, whenever these bucket trucks actually go out with these linemen, they have the equipment that they need, they're ready to respond, they can do it expeditiously, and thus help our power get back on more quickly. Yeah, just keeping an eye out on social media for communication as well. WDSU's Jared Hill with a quote from Entergy New Orleans, basically saying it will likely take days to determine the extent of damage to our power. This is talking about specifically here in the metro area, and far longer to restore electrical transmission to the region. So again, good morning, sir. How are you?
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Congressman Carter. Good morning. Thank you so much for your time. We know it was a very harrowing night for all of us here in South Louisiana. Let's just begin with your district, specifically District 2. Many portions of Orleans Parish and along the river parishes as well. We know there's widespread devastation. What reports, what updates have you received as of this morning?
That, as we suspected, this is a huge storm, and we have yet to really be able to assess the complete damage, although we know that it's devastating. throughout the 10 parishes that I represent, New Orleans, Jefferson, and along the river parishes all the way to Baton Rouge. There's been substantial damage. We're still trying to get an assessment of exactly what's going on. The message to everyone now is just to stay indoors and avoid going out at all costs.
What are you hearing about some of the response efforts taking place specifically in the New Orleans region? Because we're still awaiting word from some of our leaders here in the Crescent City just about what's happening here in the New Orleans metro.
I'm going to be jumping on in a call in about 10 minutes when I'm finished with you. I have a better assessment at that point as to the logistics. I know that we have some 16,000 people in town from Entergy and surrounding areas to assist with the power outages and the down lines. I think another 2,000 from CLECO. And FEMA has people on the ground. The strike crews and emergency workers are on the ground ready to assist. The rescue missions will start immediately once we assess the safety of being able to travel. There's always a concern with downlines, making sure that they're not live, making sure that where there's high water, that they're passable. We have to make sure that it's safe for those to go in to rescue and not add insult to injury by going into areas that may be impassable, may be more dangerous at this time until we have a chance to remediate some of those areas.
And Representative Carter, we know many people here in South Louisiana ride out storms. It's just a way of life growing up here in the greater New Orleans area. Some residents did evacuate from your respective parishes within your district, but we know it's going to be a tough recovery because a lot of your residents are just in the dark, like we mentioned, with all those power outages. What can you speak to their resilience, though, moving forward, knowing that it's a team effort, you know, here trying to get everything back restored and power back on, water lines back on, and trying to take care of each other during these difficult times?
Well, one thing is for certain, Louisianians are in fact resilient. We've been through enough of these storms to have learned a few things through some very difficult lessons. I'm prayerful that most people got out in time, and for those that didn't make it, prayerful that the worst they'll have to endure is not being with power, and prayerful that that we don't have other issues that could be far more damaging. We know that property can be replaced, lives cannot. So our number one mission is to make sure that we preserve life, and we'll work on the damage recovery immediately following suit.
So let's talk a little about logistics for a moment, Representative Carter. A lot of people don't have cell phones right now. They're not even able to access social media, Facebook, things of that nature. How do they call for help? How do they let anybody know that they need assistance during this time?
Well, that's one of the difficulties. We were out of power, out of service. Very difficult to get phone lines working. So obviously you don't have access even to watch your broadcast or to listen. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to have crews immediately going into the neighborhoods to check on people ASAP. I have a better idea on those logistical efforts again in the next 10-15 minutes when we get on our call. But the plan is to be able to go into the neighborhoods, because with down power, there's no way to communicate. There's no way to check your Twitter, no way to go on Facebook, no way to watch the news. So the old-fashioned way of going back into each neighborhood where we suspect people may not have gotten out to determine who's in need of rescue and to provide resources.
And through the years, through the decades, having experienced our fair share of major hurricanes, Representative Carter, what can you describe? How can you describe Hurricane Ida and its far-reaching impact, the combination of the storm surge that we saw, the widespread power outages, and now the devastation? How would you describe this very unique hurricane, which is still, you know, making its way out of our state of Louisiana?
Unprecedented. We have not had a storm of this magnitude since the mid-1850s. A storm of this size coming in at a Category 4, hovering at a Category 3. This storm, as most storms when they hit land, they they lose intensity. As you know, this storm hovered as a 3 for a very long time before going down a little bit and losing some of its strength, but it traveled through our state at an unprecedented strength, which is something we haven't seen, certainly in our lifetimes. Now the recovery begins. Now it's time for all of us to be each other's keeper and to help each other, help your neighbor, look out for people. Resources are here. Very fortunate and happy that President Biden signed the Declaration of Emergency in advance, which frees up federal dollars and federal resources. Governor Edwards has been in communication with the president. We've been in communication with the FEMA administrator around the clock. We've been communicating, and so resources are here. Now it's time to assess the damage and get them to the people that need the most.
All right. Congressman Troy Carter there joining us via phone, giving us an update. And again, he's about to jump on a call with local leaders to just get more information on how to respond to so many people who might be stuck in their homes or who might be needing help and they can't call for it because they don't have cell service or a landline available to them right now or any other form of communication, because not only is the power out, but we're also seeing cable out, phone lines out. So it's just kind of subsequently becoming a problem. Things aren't just bad, here in Louisiana. We're also seeing some rough elements in Mississippi as well. We're getting new video into our newsroom this morning showing some of the elements here in Biloxi, some really high waves as Ida again was making landfall, now moving out. Hopefully we'll see some of this water moving back out into the Gulf of Mexico. But again, seeing some pretty intense waves here in Biloxi at times. And again, you never know when a wave's going to come up so high to where it's going to push you down or wash you out. So that's why you don't want to get close to those things.
Yeah, that storm surge there in the coastal regions of Mississippi, Biloxi, and past Christian as well. It's just tough to see. I mean, growing up here, my family would get away to Bay St. Louis, to Waveland, and we know how devastated that area and that region was 16 years ago during Hurricane Katrina. And of course, a lot of work has been done to, fortify different levee protections and different, flood wall structures there in South Mississippi as well. But Hancock County really getting slammed over the past 24 hours. And really, Hurricane Ida, its impact still lingering here on this Monday morning as we approach the 9 o'clock hour on this day of recovery and day of reset, as the transition from storm preparation and sheltering in place now transitions into storm recovery and search and rescue efforts. Let's get a check of the latest with the storm and our local conditions with meteorologist Damon Singleton. Damon, I know it's been a very challenging few days for all of us, and y'all have been doing a fantastic job of keeping an eye on this storm. Are we out of the woods yet with the worst of it now? Can we start with a little bit of good news here locally?
Yeah, the worst of it, has moved north and pretty much east of us. Now, there's still the tail end of this storm that stretches into the Gulf of Mexico, and there's some pretty significant thunderstorm activity at the tail that looks like it's going to be moving over us as we go through, probably especially into the afternoon hours, as the storm makes its way into central Mississippi.
But we're still worried about that rainfall coming down on our rivers. I mean, that's really the next big concern here. Is it's kind of like, well, we're really not quite done yet.
So absolutely. And so there's probably two things that we are worried about. One being the rainfall, and it looks like it's going to be especially hard for Grand Isle, Port Fourchon, parts of Plaquemines Parish, and St. Bernard, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast as well. So the rainfall is one issue. The other issue is that the winds are still out of the south. And so the storm surge that we've been experiencing here on the South Shore and on the North Shore from Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, is significant. And we need those winds to subside, and change direction would be better before that storm surge, before it has a significant impact on that storm surge. So that's what we're watching. And it was really interesting because Margaret showed it. I think Margaret showed it yesterday how the Mississippi River was going backwards.
The other direction.
Yeah,
right. Because
of the strong winds. And that gives you a feeling for the power of wind.
Yeah.
And all the wave heights and the storm surge. That's all the result of wind.
What was the max winds with this storm, Damon?
We I think it made landfall around 155 miles per hour. We've seen reports of 172 miles per hour. Yeah, wind gusts. So I mean, this is some powerful stuff, and it's a significant storm. And we're fortunate that it wasn't as big as Katrina. but it was more powerful than Katrina. So it's done quite a bit of damage, and the pictures are showing up on social media right now, and I'm sure our folks are out and are going to be out, kind of assessing the situation all over the South Shore, the North Shore, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast for that matter. But here's the storm, and as you can see, it's made its way a little bit further into southwest Mississippi, and that's going to continue to be the case as we go through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon as well. Let me take you out a little bit further and show you that, just Thursday, I was on the air here reporting on this system when it was down here, and it was just a massive massive area of thunderstorm activity with no real organization and no circulation. This is the path that it's taken all the way into the Gulf of Mexico and now into southwest Mississippi, where it is creating a big problem for them, not necessarily in terms of wind, but the rain that's coming down across Mississippi, parts of Alabama, and of course along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Lots of moisture, but as you can see, the dry air is starting to roll in, kind of move all that moisture a little bit further out to the east. So we've got our eyes on this system, and we'll keep you as up to date as possible with it all day long today as well.
All right, Damon Singleton there for us. And again, as we're continuing to get updates throughout the morning here, checking in on St. Tammany Parish, where we found our own Heath Allen joining us from Covington with a look at the damage that's happening there and also some of the cleanup efforts underway. Heath.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be a lot of cleanup effort going on for the next several days here. This is the Riverwood subdivision. Where we are right now, and it took a big whack. I know it took a big whack because I spent the night here in my truck while it was doing its whacking. And this is what we're looking at this morning. I showed you the water a little bit earlier. There's an awful lot of water that's in the backside of this of the subdivision coming off of Bayou Chinchuba, which empties into the Tchefuncte, and when the Tchefuncte can't drain, it all backs up. But this is the problem. Take a look. The wind came through here so hard. This neighborhood is, famous. It was famous for its trees back in Katrina. Katrina wiped out fully 2/3 of the trees, and it looks like another third, not all of them, but certainly a third of what was left got knocked out here. These big pine trees literally just uprooted and taken down. And the problem with that is they're so tall, when your pine tree falls, you don't know what it's going to take with it, whether it's your house or your neighbor's house. And here, the sad part about it is it took out 1, 2, 3 vehicles all at one time. Now, if you want some good news about what happened here, if you look back at where the roots of the tree are, it fell parallel to the house. And so, yeah, it took out the cars, but the house was spared. One of the people I was talking to a minute ago said, I don't know if it's the good news or the bad news, because it's really hard to find a car these days after everything that went on with COVID and manufacturing that slowed. But right now, you got to be thankful that big pine tree, when it came down, even though it took out 1, 2, and then part of 3 vehicles right here, it didn't take out the house, and that's probably the good news. As we're walking around here, again, I showed you just a moment ago the flooded entrance to this subdivision and the trees that are down across the main road that comes into the subdivision. We're going to walk back, and on the back side here, which is totally underwater, and when I was coming around here just a moment ago, a number of other houses with just, it's heartbreaking, significant damage. Especially when they're your friends and neighbors. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to look at. Anyway, for now, I'll send it back to you, and we'll keep walking down. We'll keep walking down the street here.
Heath, real quickly, you were talking about some of the water that you're seeing. Does that neighborhood typically see that kind of water when it floods?
This neighborhood has been famous through the years because of where it's situated. Look, if you live in the Riverwood subdivision, anything has river, that's because there's water nearby. And it has been an issue in the past. It has been an issue. But ironically, on either end of this road right here, probably $1 million worth of drainage work was recently done. Huge culverts were pushed in. But here's the issue: when the lake pushes up, and it doesn't matter how big that drainage canal is, it doesn't matter how big that drainage culvert is, If the water can't flow when the lake is up and pushing it, it backs right up, and where we're seeing it, into people's houses, onto the roads. Again, it's generally it drains into Bahia Chinchuba. It's all gravity drainage here, and then to the Chifuncta, but they're full, and there's no place for the water to go, but in the road, in people's houses, and it's really just it's a terrible thing to look at. It's a disaster. It's starting to go down a little bit. I think we were watching it inch down, but that's the issue here. Yeah, historically, if you live in a riverwood, you've seen the river before. Randy?
All right, Heath, on there for us. Try and stay as dry as you can out there in portions of St. Tammany. And as we mentioned earlier, all public schools there in St. Tammany are going to be closed until further notice. That's because of those power issues. Also, a lot of that debris that we're seeing out there on area roadways. And Slidell Police, they have been spending much of the past hour doing high water rescues and picking people off of rooftops because the water is so high in certain neighborhoods out there.
And pretty much parish-wide boil water advisories in place, whether it's mandated or not. Anybody with Tammany water, you want to play it safe and make sure you boil that water if you need to do so. And those power outages, CLECO customers, more than 90,000 in St. Tammany Parish. It's going to be some time before that power is back online as well.
All right, let's check in with our colleague now, Christina Watkins, joining us live from the newsroom with updates there. Christina.
Hey, good morning, Randy and Chad. I just talked to Dr. Mark Klein from Children's Hospital New Orleans for about 30 minutes. Great conversation, really emotional as well. He told me, they were already dealing with this pandemic and trying to help children battling COVID, and now they had a hurricane. As part of our conversation from moments ago.
One of the big, issues that we have is our backup generators, and how long are we going to have to utilize those, and are we going to have adequate diesel for those? So that's a significant stressor for us, and particularly if they're not going to have power up for another week or 10 days or more, that could be a real big problem.
What plans are you all coming up with, Dr. Klein, when it comes to your patients? Because obviously you all deal with some of the most vulnerable when it comes to our babies. What is the backup plan for you all?
Well, the good news is that everyone who was here in the hospital is safe. We had a team that locked down here in the hospital starting at about 7 o'clock yesterday morning. All of the medical and surgical specialists, really everyone that was needed to take care of the kids, and they did a great job. And the kids were safe overnight, and so that's the number one thing for us. But we're making contingency plans. We do have some damage to the hospital, including to our new building. This $300 million addition that opened literally 48 hours before the storm hit. We had water on the ground floor. We had water coming through the roof. We had 3 inches of water in our chapel, which had never even been used yet. And so we've got those issues to deal with. We're on backup power. We've been on backup emergency power for more than 12 hours now. And so we're eagerly awaiting more information about when we can expect to have restoration of normal power. But the contingency plans we have include the possibility of transferring children to other pediatric facilities. And, fewer than 5% of children, or rather fewer than 5% of hospitals across the United States are children's hospitals. And so we can't just transfer our sick kids to just any hospital. It has to be to another place that takes care of very seriously ill children with complex medical problems. So that would mean probably out of state. And so that would be a very big deal. We're not committed to doing that, but we want to be in a position to do that if need be, because keeping the patient safe is obviously our number one priority.
And so as for that contingency plan, Dr. Klein told me they have several possible options to transport those patients if need be, including Arkansas Children's Hospital. He told me they got the chance to talk to them this morning. Leaders over there said, absolutely, whatever you need, certainly willing to help them out. And when it comes to COVID, because it's a double punch for them. Dr. Klein told me they have about 15 patients right now at Children's Hospital. The youngest, he told me, is a little more than 2 months old. Something else Dr. Klein and I talked about is how are they dealing with this? How are they able to handle a pandemic and also this hurricane and the emotional toll it's taking on them? I'm going to have that for you a little later on this morning. Randy and Chad, back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Christina. And right now, just want to reiterate some of the water issues that we are seeing across the region right now. Jefferson Parish asking everyone to conserve water until further notice. Again, they are dealing with some water issues as well as parts of Orleans, also parts of St. Tammany, St. John. Many people dealing with those water problems, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that we've got so many people in the dark right now without power.
The entire St. James Parish of St. James, also without water this morning and without power. Taking a look at the map, here's the Metro New Orleans area, just on the South Shore. Just tens of thousands of outages into hundreds of thousands of outages when you add it up, area by area, moving in from Orleans Parish to Jefferson, Metairie, and Kenner, moving through the river parishes and down south, down to Terrebonne and Lafourche and St. John the Baptist, as well as lower Jefferson Parish. It's just so tough because we all want to be patient with the process, but it's going to be some time before these significant outages. I mean, nearing combined statewide, near 1 million people, 1 million residents without power here in South Louisiana. Put that in perspective, that's about a quarter of the state, statewide.
Yeah, we are starting to see some just efforts to see, look at the problems, assess some of the damage. A lot of that's now happening. We're starting to see a few more crews going around just to see what equipment is needed, but it's likely that restoration process won't start for a few days. So just keep that in mind as well. It's going to be a little bit of a marathon for us as we can get this area back on the road to recovery and get things a little bit back to normal.
Yeah, but every day, one step in the right direction, moving forward, knowing that the worst of the storm is past. Still not going to let our guard down. Still, some of those outer bands, like we spoke about with Damon, could potentially impact our river levels, which are at risk of overflowing into some neighborhoods, especially there near Tangipahoa Parish with some of those river levels. So we'll keep an eye on that moving forward. If you are able to follow us, if you are able to stream us on our website, WDSU.com, keep searching out our digital platforms across the board. Our Facebook page, and a lot of great content there, a lot of images coming in, not only of the destruction and the despair and some of the sad images, but also neighbors helping neighbors. We saw the great story the other night when the airport, before the storm rolled in, was shutting down, and that one traveler was stuck at the airport, and Aubrey Killian was able to interview her and help get her the resources she needed and a place to stay that night. So we're also going to document a lot of the positive response here on this Monday in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida.
I want to give you a view of some of the things that we're talking about so you can idea maybe some of the scope of damage that we're seeing across Louisiana. This is new video into our newsroom from St. Tammany Parish with some significant flooding here taking place. There's some high water there along the Mandeville Lakefront. Now water slowly taking over some of the roadways there. This can be pretty typical of those neighborhoods near the lake. But again, many leaders are asking that you don't do this. Don't drive through that standing water because you don't want to create wakes. Those wakes will then go into people's homes. That's something that we even heard the Covington police chief reiterate earlier this week with the press conference there, that Covington is a no-wake zone. All local leaders, police officers asking everyone right now to stay inside, seek shelter, because it's not just this high water that we're dealing with. It's also a lot of downed trees and things of that nature. Many trees are on rooftops into businesses. They came out the ground like you were pulling a weed because it was just so saturated already. And many of these trees have fallen across our viewing area, and we still don't know the scope of the damage. A lot of these downed trees are keeping people from being able to exit their homes, which could be a good thing because you don't want to get on the roads right now if you don't have to. But it's going to take some time to get those trees removed, open up those roadways, and allow commerce to continue.
Yeah, it's just really tough to see. Time now 9:15 as we continue our special extended coverage of Hurricane Ida and its aftermath on this Monday, as recovery efforts are now underway, as damage assessment, storm updates continue parish by parish throughout the greater New Orleans viewing area. Video of Slidell in the Honey Island Swamp area. Floodwaters just kind of spilling into, excuse me, several Slidell neighborhoods as well. You know, an area, a city where I grew up in, as well, and a lot of areas right there on the water, a lot of residential pockets along some rivers and the Bayou Liberty and Honey Island Swamp and whatnot. And it's just tough. It's tough when people have to recover if they do get some water into their home. So we're asking neighbors to take care of their own, you know, to ask about elderly neighbors as well, to make sure that if you do know someone's in danger, to help find them some assistance moving forward, but only to do so safely. You know, water levels like that, it's never a good idea to drive through. You just don't really recognize how deep it is, one, and two, what may be underneath. Maybe it is a down power line under there that's just kind of still holding that electric charge and that electric shock. It's something you don't want to come in contact with in these days and hours after the storm has passed through, because that could be a potentially deadly combination.
Right now you're looking at video from Covington, kind of switching neighborhoods for you there. This isn't a neighborhood that would see some water typically, but just underwent a lot of drainage infrastructure improvements. But again, both sides of this subdivision here in Covington taking on some water there, and we were even seeing some folks kayaking through this neighborhood a little while ago. So certainly seeing some water there, and then going back into Slidell, looking at some flooding here over the Slidell Bridge. So you can see that water just kind of spilling over there. You don't really know where the bridge begins and that river there begins, or that creek begins. But again, seeing a lot of water on our roadways. That's one of the reasons why I-10 is shut down right now between Kenner all the way to LaPlace, because there is water over the Bonnie Carey Spillway. And for those of you who typically take that, I mean, hey, that's some high water if it's reaching that portion of the bridge. Also, portions of I-55 are closed near LaPlace because of water on the roadways. Same with the low road, Highway 51. Now that area typically floods. Strong storm there, you know, we would typically get some high water there.
It's tough to see. Again, you know, we know these water levels are very concerning moving forward. We know the possibility of those lagging rain bands are still going to make a potential impact here in South Louisiana. And we know we want to move full force into recovery mode, but I mean, you just can't let your guard down with the impacts of this storm, which again is taking quite a toll on all of our people here in South Louisiana.
All right, so let's get the timing of this, where it's going next, and that last little impact that we may be getting today and possibly into tomorrow. Lee Southwick joining us now with more on that.
Hey, I'm just tracking rainfall totals too, because we're still going to expect a little bit more rain, and we've already had so much rain. So that's why behind me, that's what I'm trying to pull up right now, because we're still going to have to watch out for flooding in the coming hours. Even though Ida is moving out of our area, we are still going to have to deal with some lingering flooding impacts, because we'll see those bands wrap on in. I'll show you that in 1 second. But first, let's take a look at this behind me as I pull up all of these rainfall totals. And you can see this is just over the past 24 hours. This is the amount of rain that has fallen. So within the past 24 hours, since 9 o'clock yesterday, we have seen over 9 inches of rain in many areas. So a whole lot of rain and a whole lot more rain to come. Now here's a look at our current radar, and we are still tracking some bands out there. You can see all of this rain moving through our coastal areas. Let me put this into play mode for you so you can see even a little bit of lightning right there popping up. I just saw that off the coast of Grand Isle. And this is going to continue to just train over these coastal areas, so that's why we're worried about a lot of flooding. It keeps raining in the same spots over and over again. That goes up into portions of Mississippi. And then for the North Shore, still some rain hanging out for you guys too. It's trying to get out of here. It's trying its best to move north. Then the center of that storm is to our north. So right now, yes, we are still dealing with some rain. Here's a look at Tropical Storm Ida. It is going to continue to move. It is a tropical storm with sustained winds of 45 miles an hour right now, and it is causing issues. So here's a look at what we are dealing with when it comes to warnings, flood warnings. Notice that really follows all the rivers there. We're dealing with flood warnings along the rivers along the North Shore, and then we're dealing with flash flooding as well, because we have seen so much rain over the past couple of hours, really more than a couple hours, you know this, since yesterday, and more rain is still falling. So some flash flood warnings in effect as well. Flash flood watch in effect till tomorrow morning. So flash flood watch means everyone here shaded in green, you have the possibility of seeing more rain, and you have the possibility of then having a flash flood occur. So we'll watch out for all of you guys. That's why we're keeping a close eye on the rain. Something else that we still are watching is the wind. We need the wind to die down. We need it to calm down. Current wind speeds coming in at 18 miles an hour in Kenner and Gulfport. If you're wondering why your town isn't popping up, it's because we've lost all the data there thanks to the storm. So we only have 3 places giving us data now after Ida, and that is Kenner, the airport, and Gulfport and Biloxi. Gulfport, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts, gusting up to 28 miles an hour in Kenner. It's going to stay within that range over the next several hours. Even as we head into our afternoon hours, still looking at gusts above 20 miles an hour, mainly 25 to 30 miles an hour. Then tonight, going down into the 20-mile-per-hour range. That's how we will start off our Tuesday morning. Wind gusts will slowly but surely continue to calm down a little bit by Tuesday night, only around 15-mile-per-hour gusts, and then calm again by Wednesday. Ida, still dropping a lot of rain, like we mentioned. Notice that it does slowly move north. It's only moving north at 8 miles an hour right now, so very slowly creeping. It should pick up speed though soon as it continues to weaken, and as it continues to move north, it will start to pick up and move out of our area. We need it to do that because we don't need any more of this rain that it's still bringing. We see those rain bands still trailing behind it, and it looks like it will bring rain to portions of our area, again, especially along the coast. That's what's happening right now. And then for some of you, maybe in the metro area up into the North Shore, some off and on moderate rain, light to moderate rain activity. I think that's going to last into tomorrow morning. That's what this one model run shows. And that's why we have the flash flood watch in effect until tomorrow morning as well. By tomorrow afternoon, most of us dry. We can see a few showers still lingering around. Same story for Wednesday, and then we really do start to dry out again by Thursday. So I'll leave you with this one last look at Tropical Storm Ida for the time being. By the way, our next advisory comes out at 10 o'clock, so within the next hour, and I think it will continue to weaken. I'll be bringing that to you soon.
Well, you know, one of the biggest concerns for so many people whenever they leave, and I guess this also plays into the idea of evacuations, is leaving your home, leaving your property, and also leaving it vulnerable.
When there's no one there to watch your property or business or to protect it, you know, you run the risk of crime, of looters, and unfortunately we are seeing examples of that. Let's check in with WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor. She brings us the latest with a sight you just never want to see. Shay?
Yeah, we're here at the Exxon Circle K along Carondelet, where we have received reports of a possible looting at the gas station convenience store. I'm just going to take a step out of the way so that you can see the current scene. NOPD on scene right now assessing the damages. The front window appears to have been broken. This in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. We don't know if anything was taken just yet or if anyone was hurt. We are working to find out that information, but again, just the current scene here at the Circle K Exxon along Carondelet. That's right in the downtown area. And like I said, we will continue to bring you more information, but for now, just reporting from this area. Shay O'Connor, back to you guys at the studio.
And again, we don't want to be wasting our resources on this. And this is one of the big things about National Guard troops, because we know that they are stationed and they are ready to be deployed if needed. And it's whether or not the governor is going to really activate the National Guard here to be able to have some of the say in things like that, possible looting across the city, something that we've seen in hurricanes and storms previously. But we want to make sure that we keep our resources where they're needed, because those emergency responders need to be able to help you and I if, let's say that you're stuck in your home versus responding to a looting incident. And unfortunately, so many of our first responders were not able to really respond to anything when the peak of the storm was hitting, just because the winds were so fierce, the rains were so strong, and many of them had to just hunker down like the rest of us.
Well, we know they had to shelter in place, and we know our friends with the New Orleans Police Department and the New Orleans Parish Sheriff's Department, they're going to do their part to prevent future issues like that from happening. But again, resources are being allocated to where they're needed most right now, and they're thin right now. Even though we have a lot of extra crews in from out of state, you run the risk of having that when things are shut down and there's not usually that normal presence right there. So that's one of the concerns moving forward. But again, zero tolerance for crimes like that at this time, and a lot of folks who will be tracked down for that or caught in the act will spend quite some time behind bars.
Now, when it comes to, again, that peak of the storm not being able to really respond, unfortunately, that was a situation in Kenner overnight as they were dealing with a massive, devastating fire. You think whenever you've got these systems, Chad, that it's going to be the storm that takes out your house. But in this case, I mean, we're talking about some devastating flames just destroying one apartment complex.
And it's just amazing that something like that can burn so just ravagely
and firefighters
just rapidly.
couldn't get there.
They couldn't get to it, especially with all that heavy rain coming down at the same time, not really alleviating that situation. A total loss there in Kenner. That's where we find WDSU's Taylor Evans. She has more details and to that response and unfortunately the aftermath of this loss there in Jefferson Parish.
Well, good morning, guys. Yeah, on our way here to Kenner, devastation everywhere. However, behind me, I'm sure you can already see it. I'm going to step out of the way so you can get a better look. This is true devastation, guys. This is an entire apartment complex that has been burned to the ground. Now, people here tell me that the fire had started around midnight last night. That's when firefighters at the Kenner Fire Department came here and evacuated whoever was remaining in these apartments. Now, luckily, most people had evacuated due to Hurricane Ida. However, there were still a few people inside the building. Now, I want you all to look at this scene. This was a massive 12-unit, 2-apartment per unit complex. And then there's an additional unit or additional complex behind it that also has been burned to the ground. I know you can't see it right now, but as you can see in this video, there is washers that are just stacked up on top of each other, rusted and just totally burned to a crisp. We have, you know, the bricks all lay crumbled, the wires, then you have your, you know, your air conditioning units. I mean, it's just entire lives just left into a complete burnt piece of rubble. And then look at the cars, guys. These are cars of the residents who lived inside here. And I actually spoke to some residents who came by to see what the damage was after Ida. And they ended up coming home to an entire home burnt to the ground. Not what they expected from Hurricane Ida. However, that is a risk with a hurricane. Now, people here tell me that the fire started at that apartment complex behind this one, and then due to the heavy winds from Hurricane Ida as it was passing over this area last night and then into the early morning hours of Monday, that's when the fire spread to this second complex, and there was just no saving it. Now, we're going to have more information on this as the day goes on, but for now, reporting in Kenner, Taylor Evans, WDSU News.
Those poor families, and it's still smoldering there this morning.
Wow, that is heartbreaking to see because, like she mentioned, and we spoke about, that's not what you're expecting when you're dealing with a major hurricane. You're not expecting your apartment complex to burn down and your vehicle to be torched like that. I mean, we've been talking about some of these like movie-like scenes, you know, in terms of apocalypse and the world coming to an end, and that's what last night felt like in a sense, you know, watching a lot of films over the years, sci-fi, you know, kind of horror films, but then something like that looks like some kind of future world, but that's the tragic reality for those folks there in Kenner.
And after you and I got off of set, I mean, we actually watched the storm together through windows, watching pieces of sheet metal flying off.
Flying through.
You feel helpless in a lot of ways because, I mean, you really can't do anything. You can't control anything. And it wasn't just this fire in Kenner that we saw yesterday, but there were multiple fires across New Orleans that made it very difficult for first responders to get to as well because the winds started to pick up. We saw collapses yesterday, so just the brunt of this storm really showing its true force.
You know, a lot of older structures here in the greater New Orleans area. Some iconic just venues and areas in the French Quarter. Some of those more recent awnings have been added to different French Quarter buildings, and those were just getting ripped to shreds yesterday. You know, right there along Jack's Brewery by Decatur, where Jennifer Crockett was. And just some of those images along St. Charles Parish. A lot of the iconic trees there, just those limbs coming down. And our Travers Mackle was reporting from Sacred Heart yesterday evening when one of those transformers up near the power lines and the trees just blew on live air, just a pop. And a lot of folks and a lot of our friends in surrounding areas said they heard that big pop, and that's when power just shut down at that point.
Yeah, and again, no word yet as to really how long it's going to take to get that power back up and running, unfortunately, because we're still assessing the damage and everything today. So I think we have energy with us on the phone. I'm going to have my producer go through it one more time on who we're speaking with. Philip May. Mr. May, thank you so much for Thank you so much for joining us on the phone, Mr. May, and I'm sure that you guys are so busy right now responding. So can you tell us at this point, I know it's going to take a while to actually get some of this fixed, but do you have any boots on the ground right now assessing any of this damage as of yet?
Yeah, absolutely. So today is going to be a big day in terms of beginning those assessments. Immediately after a storm, one of the things we do, the first thing we do is we check on our employees, make sure they're safe, make sure they're okay, so we can begin the work of doing those assessments. Today will be a big day of beginning that process, given the broad geographic area on which we have to do those assessments. Those assessments are going to take some time. That won't get completed in a day, but those assessments will begin today and will allow us to start prioritizing where we're going to restore power. And that process will continue for several days as we do that, but we will begin to give customers estimates on when we can have restorations as we begin to accumulate that data, have those assessments, so we can know develop a plan of attack and have a good feel for how quickly or how long it will take to restore power.
And as we've hit 9:30 on this Monday morning, the day following Hurricane Ida and the aftermath, Mr. May, as that assessment continues, what can you tell us now? What's the latest on outages here in South Louisiana? We know that more than 800,000 Entergy outages had been reported. What's the latest update that you've received?
Yeah, so that number is continuing to rise. The storm is still doing damage on our system. It is beginning to move out of the area. Last number I saw was north of 850,000 customers. I think one of the areas that is a very strong focus of our team right now is the New Orleans region. That area is completely in the dark due to the loss of 8 transmission lines that feed into that area. And if I could just step back and give you a feel for what we're dealing with, geographically, that area is sort of the toes of the boot of Louisiana. And from a geographic perspective, you can't really feed in from the south, the Gulf of Mexico, or from the east, kind of a similar thing. So we have to bring transmission in along the Mississippi River. So you have a corridor on the west side of the river, east side of the river. If you've gone across the Bonnie Carey Spillway, I'm sure you've seen some transmission lines that head up north through Tangipahoa Parish, and then we also have feed lines that go through from New Orleans east to Slidell. All 8 of those transmission lines are out of service at this point. Now, we don't have eyes on that yet, so we don't know what the extent of damage is. We do know one of the towers that failed was a tower that did not waver during Katrina. This is one of the most robustly engineered structures on our entire Entergy system, 400 feet tall, and Ida knocked it down. So we expect to see significant wind damage, but that assessment is underway with a focus on getting the lights back on into the area, New Orleans area, despite the challenge we have with transmission.
Now, Mr. May, do you have to get all 8 of those lines fixed first before you can then work on like the inner workings of the city, or can you just start kind of line by line? Can you give people an idea of how that process is going to work?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Those 8 lines provide a lot of redundancy for this highly populated area, highly industrialized area. We don't have to have every one of those on to begin restoration. If we can get one line that provides this ability, a toehold, if you will, to begin restoring power. We'll get a second line that provides additional flexibility, additional optionality, ability to serve more load. We also have local generation. New Orleans Power Station will play an important role in relighting New Orleans. 9 Mile 6 in Jefferson Parish will play an more important role in relighting the New Orleans area. So we don't have to have all 9 back, but we have to get eyes on the systems, begin restoring that, and then one at a time begin building back power in this region.
Mr. May, we know the road to recovery is going to be just arduous. It's going to take one day at a time, hour by hour, really minute by minute. Looking ahead, Look, there's a lot of Saints fans. Let me ask you about this. Within 2 weeks, the Saints are supposed to open up their season here in New Orleans in the Caesars Superdome. Do you feel confident that infrastructure and power can be restored in the days and weeks ahead for the Saints to be able to host that game on September 12th, now less than 2 weeks away?
Yeah, so at this point, we do not have enough assessments to say with certainty whether or not we'd be able to support that. Historically, we've said for a storm like this, it's 7 to 10 days for most customers. For hard-hit areas, 3 weeks. So I really cannot say with certainty whether or not we can meet that date. Our goal is to restore our customers as quickly and as safely as possible, and that's what we're doing.
Now, when you mentioned that very large line, the one that you said was very robust, that withstood Hurricane Katrina, where was that located?
So that line crosses the Mississippi River over from Avondale to Harahan.
Okay, so that was the Jefferson Parish one that fell.
That's correct.
Okay. And one of the things that Scott Walker had mentioned this morning that, within that, and if you could explain a little further here, within that one particular tower, instead of having to put that one up, he said that you might be able to reroute some power until you can actually repair that one in particular, because again, like you mentioned, it is so robust, and instead of waiting weeks and weeks to fix that one, there's ways to divert power to kind of, put a patchwork together. So how does that process work?
Yeah, so, as I mentioned, that structure is a component of one of the 8 lines that come into this region. We'll have other components like that we'll have to check on, but as noted, we don't have to have all 8 lines back in order to serve the city of New Orleans. We can do this with support from local generation, as I mentioned, and by getting lines back on one at a time. That particular line is a specifically engineered structure, as I mentioned, one of the most robust in our system, and that is going to take some time to repair. The repowering of the New Orleans region is not dependent on that line. Redundancy is helped by that line, but powering the city is not dependent upon that line.
And Mr. May, as many residents spend this Monday morning at home in the dark, away from work, away from school, but sheltering in place where it's still safe, what's your message to them, knowing that a lot of folks are tired, they're exhausted, they're hoping for the best, they are resilient, but they look forward to the day when that power will eventually be restored? What would your message to them be?
Yeah, so a couple things here. First and foremost, safety is top of mind. While we know the power is out through broad areas in the New Orleans region, there are generators that are out there running. Those generators can backfeed. You have to assume that every line that you see has the potential to kill you. It could be a live wire because of backfeed from generators, even if power is not being supplied by Entergy. So be safe, stay away from down power lines. And those lines may be under trees or maybe on a fence and you don't see it directly. So I just urge extreme caution around those power lines. Also noting with generators, during Laura, the largest loss of life was a result of improper generator use. Please follow all safety instructions. And then lastly, just noting, this is our community. We live here too. Our employees, ourselves, we're sitting in the dark. We're ready for the power to be restored. This is a weather-tested team. We've been through this before. We know what we're doing. We will get the power restored as quickly and as safely as possible.
And Mr. May, one final question here. At last check, we had about 10,000 extra workers who were going to come in and help you all. What's that number this morning in terms of the crews who are either coming in or planning to come in to help you and your hardworking employees, again, restore this power?
Yeah, so we have a request out for more than 20,000 restoration workers to come help. Now, those at this point, we have about 15,000 restoration workers secured, and those additional workers will be flowing in through the rest of the week. Wow. And because they're coming from faraway places as far as New York, Colorado, they will take time to get here, and we'll be staging work for when they arrive.
Well, we welcome them for sure, and we thank you for your time, Mr. May, and your insight on a system that's, you know, a little over our heads in some ways. You know, a lot of times we forget all of the integral pieces it takes to turn on your light switch. You know, something as simple as flipping the switch to make that happen.
It's something we take for granted. So, Mr. May, thank you again for your time, and we know it's going to be a busy few hours and busy few days ahead and weeks as recovery continues. And one other thing we've been talking about with people hoping for the best and trying to remain patient with the process and keeping safety at the forefront is just overall well-being and mental health, and not letting catastrophic events like this really take you down the wrong path. You know, we want everybody to be okay today, and like we've said before, it's okay not to be okay necessarily during just events like this and really challenges that some folks have never faced before in their lifetime.
Speaking of challenges, you know, many people had to weather the storm in the hospital,
Yeah.
Especially for some of our youngest pediatric patients out there. And our own WDSU anchor, Christina Watkins, had a chance to speak with those leaders over at Children's Hospital and really kind of give us an inside look into what they were dealing with this storm. Christina.
With a lot. They're dealing with a lot, as you can imagine. A lot of it has to do with the conversation you all just had with Entergy New Orleans not having power. Children's Hospital New Orleans tells me, Dr. Klein specifically says they are making a contingency plan right now because Ida caused damage to their hospital, including the new hospital, the $300 million hospital they just opened literally 2 days before Ida hit. They had water coming through the ceiling. They had water on the floor of the chapel that they haven't even used yet. And they're also on backup power, which they've been using for more than 12 hours now. So Dr. Klein was telling me while they wait to see what happens with restoration, they are coming up with that contingency plan just in case they have to get those youngest patients out of that hospital and someplace safer.
At what point would you all have to put that contingency plan to use? And if that happens, what resources do you all have available to be able to transport those children potentially out of state to another children's hospital? And lastly, how many children are we talking about potentially?
Yeah, so the major, I would say, Christine, the major concerns that we have are around power, number one, water, clean water, which is essential, obviously, for the operations of a hospital and for a lot of the medical procedures we do. That's the second thing. And then the third issue for us is we don't have a good sense at this moment of how many of our staff members have lost their homes or have had severe damage in their homes, or maybe in an area that means that they can't get to the hospital. So we have this crew that's been in-house. They were here, they were working all night, and you know, we're all running on fumes at this point. And so we need to get a relief team in, but we're a little uncertain as to how successful we're going to be in doing that. So those are really the major issues for us at this point. In terms of how many children are we talking about, I can't give you a hard figure. We were able to send a number of children home from the hospital before the hurricane hit. And so we're about half of our beds are full. So the hospital is not, you know, absolutely full to the gills. That's a good news. And it'd be some subset of those children. And we have a helicopter, and we could call in ground transportation as well. But again, this is not something that we have decided we're going to do, but we feel that it's our responsibility to be prepared just in case. And I think the number one thing is, when are we all going to get power back, and when can the streets be cleared, and when are people going to be able to move around, you know, semi-normally again?
And that was Dr. Mark Klein from Children's Hospital New Orleans. We also talked about the emotional toll this is taking on them. Obviously, it affects every single one of us. This is wild and crazy for us to have to deal with in the middle of a pandemic and a hurricane. But for his staff at Children's Hospital New Orleans right now, the staff members, the doctors, nurses, respiratory therapists who have been there for the last 24 hours are also the same doctors who have been caring for these pediatric patients for weeks and for more than a month now. So they are exhausted. They are tired. You're going to hear that part of our conversation coming up in a little bit throughout our coverage as well. Right now, we want to get you out to Lafitte at 9:44. Let's check in with WDSU's Greg LaRose with the latest on some of the water rescues that are underway right now. Greg, what are you seeing? What can you tell us?
Christina, still really active scene here. We're at the launch site just over the levee. This will give you an idea if you're familiar with the highway, the Leo Kerner Parkway down to Lafitte. We're just past the levee, and the water's come up as the road goes down. Now, we're told that only airboats have access right now to get into Lafitte. And if you're familiar with the roadway, it's because as you go down, there's a slight lift up. And any flatboats that are coming back that are likely going to be, with people in them, they're going to bottom out. They'd have to traverse that sort of deep water area to get back in here. So we're only seeing airboats go out right now. There were a couple of Jefferson Transit buses on this side of the highway to bring people out. We've not gotten official confirmation that anyone's moved out, but I did see, it looked like a couple. One he didn't have shoes. They were bringing a dog with them. We saw one of those jet buses come back up, and there were a few people inside. Those were from a high water vehicle that evidently got access to where people could come meet it, because we've been told that the National Guard high water trucks can't get down there. The water's even too high for those military vehicles that have the raised exhaust. So that gives you an indication of what folks are dealing with there. A variety of first responders are here, fire teams, obviously the Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Department and its rescue squads. We've seen their flatboats staged and ready to go. I'm going to get out of the way and you could probably see one getting ready. So they can walk the flatboats down a bit, but it gets a little bit dicey. They're turning away volunteers who come up with flatboats for that same reason. We talked with some folks who have people stranded. They feel as though it's likely that they're in the attic waiting for rescue. But right now, the authorities want to be sure that, they can account for the safety of their team members that are going down there. So they're not necessarily being turned away, but it sounds like they're saying not yet. Again, we've seen maybe a couple of people being brought out, not an official number as of yet, but more boats coming in. We've been out here roughly about 90 minutes or so, and it's being coordinated really, really impressively between the National Guard, the Sheriff's Office, the fire departments that are down here. They are getting people in the water. We've seen a number of airboats go out there, so we would anticipate that we'd see some people coming out of the water. We've also been told that Sheriff Joe Lapinto's on his way down here, as is Parish President Cynthia Lee Shing. We are told that they are going to talk to reporters, so we'll have those remarks live for you when they do arrive. Christine, if you have any questions, I'm here for you. Other than that, we can go back to you.
Yeah, Greg, I am wondering, do you know how many people potentially they may have to rescue? I know we were hearing reports at one point of about 200 people who were stranded. I know the mayor said that. Any update on that number yet?
We don't have a hard number, but Captain Jason Rivard with the Sheriff's Office told me it's not as many as they initially thought. Didn't have a hard number, so it's somewhat encouraging because, yeah, we were hearing hundreds at one point in time. Hopefully, a lot of those people that made up those numbers got out at the last chance when they could. Before things started turning south. So we'll see. We did see at the end of the walkway, it looks like they're kind of keeping track. There's somebody there that seems to be keeping track of who comes off. So you would think at some point we would get a firm count on how many people do end up coming out of Lafitte.
All right, Greg LaRose in Lafitte for us this afternoon. Greg, thank you. At 9:49, we want to get you to St. Charles Parish now. Now that the sun is coming up, we can give you a better idea at some of the storm assessments that are being done right now from some of our Sheriff's Department as well as our parish leaders. Jennifer Crockett is on the ground in St. Charles Parish. Jen, what are you seeing?
I'm here in St. Charles Parish on Airline right before it meets St. John Parish, and I want to show you some of the damage. Take a look at the CVS pharmacy that has some significant structural damage. You can see even the cinder blocks there have just been tossed about. Now let's look at this neighborhood. This is the backside of Armand Estates. Right now, the only way that you can get into it, look over here, Mike, the only way you can get into it is in a high water vehicle like this St. Charles Parish Sheriff's deputy truck right there. They are going in. They have been looking for people. I'm told that everyone who needed to get out of Armand Estates in St. Charles Parish has been able to get out. Again, if you have friends or family in Armand Estates in St. Charles Parish, I am told everyone in this neighborhood has been able to get out. Again, the sheriffs are still patrolling back there right now. Cell phones, they're down. The road, Airline, it's blocked. You can't get to LaPlace on Airline because there are still live power lines across the road. There are rescues happening right now. We have talked to several people who haven't heard from their families. Their last messages with them were that they were in their attic. We're trying to get down that way and do the best that we can. I did just hear from a lady who left out of Armand Estates. She said that there is a strong odor of natural gas coming from the neighborhood, and so they're trying to get everyone out instead of people going in and looking at their houses. But again, no rescues actively in Armand Estates. If you know anybody that's in Armand Estates, they are all out at this point, according to the Sheriff's Department. But right now, it is still a dangerous situation with a possible gas leak and then also all of this damage here. And this is not unique. This is what we're seeing all across, basically from Metairie west. As far west, the further west we go, the worse that it gets. So this is a look for you now at some of the structural damage. We're going to go ahead and send it back to you guys and continue our journey to try and make it even further west, guys.
All right, Jennifer Crockett in St. Charles Parish. Jen, thank you. Also just into the newsroom from St. Charles Parish. They are planning ahead for debris removal set to start in about 4 to 5 days, but that could change depending on how much cleanup those law enforcement officers have to do first before they welcome you back to the parish so you can clean up things at your home. But I'm told debris removal will start in about 4 to 5 days, and there are specific guidelines people in St. Charles Parish need to follow to get that debris picked up. We'll have that posted for you on our social media sites, our Twitter handle, Facebook, as well as online at WDSU.com. We're going to send it back to you in studio, Randy and Chad.
And Christina, just into our newsroom as well, all Plaquemines Parish schools will now be closed until further notice. And as to your point, Chad, earlier, this is probably going to be a trend that we will be seeing from the majority of our public schools from here on out. Again, just because of the sheer number of power outages and damage, debris, it's just not safe to be traveling in, especially putting our little ones on those school buses and things like that. Yeah, it's so unfortunate because, here we are still in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. The start of the school year really just kicked off about 3-4 weeks ago for many here in South Louisiana, and just trying to get those kids back in school, back in the classroom, a sense of normalcy with in-person learning. And now this major catastrophic hurricane is going to keep many students at home, not only today, but in the days ahead and possibly for longer than that in some of our harder hit areas. So it's going to be tough, but we know that the coordinated response to recovery has already begun. Everybody's trying to stay connected and on the same page in terms of getting resources to the places that need them the most at this time right now. Yeah, and speaking of that coordinated response, they do it so well here in New Orleans, and because we're seasoned. We've gone through so many storms and hurricanes. We've learned to work together with all of our parish agencies, and we're now joined by Kristen Palmer, one of our council people for the New Orleans City Council. Ms. Palmer, talk about what you're seeing right now in your neighborhood, specifically like the Algiers area in which you represent, and also portions of the French Quarter.
Hi, good morning. I think a lot of the same what people are seeing all over. We've got a lot of trees down. A lot of our basic infrastructure is down. When we talk about utility poles, street lights, I think it underscores the fact that people really should not be on the street. I'm seeing quite a few cars driving around, but there are no street lights. It's really unsafe, and it's best if you don't need to go out, just stay down, stay inside.
And Councilwoman Palmer, what have you heard from residents who are just trying to make the best of the situation? Did many of your residents stay at home? Did they evacuate? Were they trying to reach out to loved ones? And have they had any emergency situations that you've come across so far?
No, actually, I think it's like a mixed bag. Like same with everybody else. I think half of our people probably left. The other half stayed. You know, I think the greater concern right now we have in Algiers is that, you know, pump station 13 is down. As we all know, the city lost all the transmission lines, and then they had backup generation, and the backup generator failed in the middle of the night. We're still waiting on clarity when it will come back up. I have been in contact with the National Weather Service, and we're not going to be having any heavy rain, so that's good. But I think, again, it underscores that people just stay inside. If there's certain pockets of Algiers, we see some street flooding, like right here on Holiday, there's a little. Just stay inside, and also clear out your storm drains in front of, and your catch basins in front of your house from any debris. That's the least I think we can all do right now. And then check on your neighbors, especially if they did not evacuate. We have, you know, elderly, disabled folks living in the homes, and we need to make sure that they are also safe.
Let's talk about the days ahead. It is going to be hot, and a lot of people are going to be working to clean out their homes. Is there anything that the city is going to be able to help or even do to help keep people cool and safe as they're in and about their homes, especially those people who stayed?
That's an excellent question. In fact, what we're doing right now in Algiers is we're looking to see if all of Algiers has access to a certain area, so we can set up a relief operation. So that's kind of what we're doing right now in our community, is seeing what area has the best access in case that is needed. We are going to be briefed by the administration actually at 10 o'clock, so I'm going to have to hop off. And that's going to be one of the questions. How long can we anticipate this? This week we're going to have, you know, over 100-degree heat with our heat index, and it's something that we all need to be very cognizant of. So, you know, stay tuned. We're going to, I'm going to hop onto a briefing, and we will be back in touch to see what the long-range prognosis is for this week.
All right, Councilwoman Kristen Palmer, thank you so much for joining us again, representing areas like Algiers and French Quarter, and it's going to be the long haul there, and I think that we need to see more of those sorts of things really across the city in terms of some kind of station for people to be able to get cold water, at least to cool down, some kind of cooling stations, because if you're not going to have any kind of electricity, and look, I mean, you may even run out of gas to even power some of these generators at some point, you know, because, you know, you've got to power those pumps in some way as well. So everything is kind of working in tandem in a lot of ways, and so it's going to be hot. Really hot.
And this is just day one of recovery in what's anticipated to be several weeks of recovery moving forward, if not longer, for many harder hit areas. And it's just going to take some time. So yeah, that's a great idea to be able to help those in need. And I'm just thinking of the challenges too, because here we are still in this pandemic, and they want to keep people socially distant with everything else going on with COVID-19 still around. But hopefully, you know, priority is just health overall on many levels, and that's just trying to get people to safety and keep them healthy and their well-being up, because here in South Louisiana that heat and humidity certainly takes a toll, and with no power, with no AC, with no true way of cooling down, it's going to be quite a challenge in these days ahead. So hopefully, you know, in the long-term forecast, we've mentioned there's a little bit of a break that's coming later this week.
Thursday, yeah, is what we're looking at. But again, with those two things that you mentioned, Chad, that heat and that humidity, I mean, that's dangerous. You know, you're dealing with several different dangerous elements all at the same time. To your point, COVID, also the storm, also that heat that we're going to be dealing with. So several challenges, which is why if you know people who left, probably want to stay gone at least maybe another week. I mean, your limbs will be down when you get back. You know, hopefully by that point the water will recede, and you can let some of these crews actually do some of that legwork in terms of removing some of the debris on those major roadways, maybe your main street. And when you get back, those tree limbs, I mean, they'll still be in your backyard to pick up. You know, and just check with your neighbors, like you mentioned. You know, I have wonderful neighbors who are kayaking down my street right now, giving us updates as to what the streets in Lakeview look like. And yes, they do have water like many of these other neighborhoods right now. But, you know, fortunately for us, we didn't see any water in homes, and we haven't seen any fatalities, any deaths within the city of New Orleans as of late, at least not reported. So if we can keep that in mind, that's the important point. No loss of life here in New Orleans.
Yeah, a quick brief reset as we hit 9:59, approaching 10 o'clock on this Monday morning. More than 850 Entergy customers without power here in the area, more than 90,000 Clico customers on the North Shore. We have boil water advisories parish to parish throughout the greater New Orleans region. You can find plenty of details and updates on our website and social media platforms, WDSU.com, and across all of our social media sites.
And this is also pretty encouraging. We did speak with the president and CEO of Entergy a little earlier today, who said that right now they've got 14,000 extra hands to be able to help restore power. They're asking for 20,000 additional workers to be able to come into town. They should start that assessment process today to see exactly what kind of equipment they need to be able to restore power. But again, those are just the baby steps here. And then you've got the main work that still needs to be done in terms of getting the power where it needs to be, and also restoring a lot of these towers, one of which was considered one of the most robust towers within Entergy's entire system, and that's the one that fell in Jefferson Parish near the Mississippi River.
Yeah, both local leaders and state leaders will be updating the public, and we'll have those news conferences. New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell should be speaking in about 90 minutes, roughly 11:30. Governor John Bel Edwards will provide the state's latest response to Hurricane Ida around 2 o'clock, so that's about 4 hours from now. But as we hit 10 o'clock officially here in New Orleans, let's check in with meteorologist Damon Singleton with the latest on Ida and its ever-reaching impacts. Damon, the storm system.
And you have an update too, right?
I do. And this is the latest from the National Hurricane Center. So Ida is still moving northward across western Mississippi right now, and it's about 40 miles southwest of Jackson, now with 40-mile-per-hour winds, and it's on a northerly course at 9 miles per hour. So it was 8 miles per hour, now it's moved up to 9 miles per hour. So heavy rainfall, flash flooding threat spreading over much of Mississippi, Alabama, and into the western Florida panhandle because of this storm. You can see a little bit of that in this picture. Probably a little better shot of that rainfall threat and the flash flooding issues for the western edge of the Florida panhandle and Alabama and Mississippi as well. So this storm continues to drop a lot of rainfall across parts of our area, and that's going to be the case for the folks that are down on the along the coastline, and that's where the worst of the thunderstorm is, and that's going to be our issue over the course of the rest of the morning and possibly a little bit into the afternoon. Heath is standing by in Covington. Heath.
I am. Yeah. Well, I tell you what, we're in the Riverwood subdivision. I am. Okay. Yeah, we're in technology, right? In the middle of a storm like this. Yeah, we're in the Riverwood subdivision here, just along Belterre at Belterre and Magnolia, which has seen water before, but I'm not sure it's seen anything like this recently. Everybody's kind of moving around in boats in this subdivision. I guess when you talk about Riverwood, that's what you're talking about. You guys, you're headed back to do what?
We're headed to my friend's house because she has a generator, and we also can't reach her by phone because her phone service is down.
So you're concerned about your friend?
We are, yes.
Are you stunned at what you're finding back here?
I am. I'm stunned at what I've seen this morning at all. Since this whole storm, it was the scariest thing I think I've ever lived through.
What you obviously lived through last night. What was it like for you last night?
It was 6 hours of roaring terror, wondering if a tree was going to come through my house.
You were fortunate?
Yes, I was. I did lose a tree, and it went through my neighbor's house, but they did make it. They're fine.
It's like unbelievable, and it's everywhere.
It is. It's the whole way here. It's just tree after tree. I was here for Katrina. It was not like this.
I'll let y'all go check on your friend. I know it's got to hurt your heart at this point.
It is. It's scary, and it's scary. The recovery's scary too because it's going to be slow.
It is. It's going to take a long, long time. You got a cue in there?
Say thank you.
All right. Well, I'll let y'all get going. Thanks a lot, pal. Thanks for stopping. Oh my goodness. You just don't know. And I'll tell you what, I don't know what I just stepped on, but it's a big hole. I don't want to keep going in that direction. It's just story after story. We've seen people coming out of this subdivision. I've lived in this subdivision for 15 years, and I've never seen anything like this. And people that were here, I came up here after Katrina, and people that were here for Katrina have never seen anything like this either. Again, what you're looking at, the water that's here, the water where we're standing is basically from Bayou Chinchuba, which is a little arm off the Chifuncta, Well, the Tchefuncte, of course, drains into Lake Pontchartrain. When the lake pushes the Tchefuncte back, it pushes this back, and this is what happens. It comes out and gets into people's homes. You know, there's a lot of people that are on the ground out here. If you look, in fact, Kadisha, if you can, just kind of pan this way. Look at this house, this right beside you to your left, and the one that's right behind me as well. Both of these houses have seen so much flooding through the years that they've been raised substantially. You can see where the cars are parked here across the street. They're up too. They've seen this before. We watched this house for years and years. Just keep going under. Y'all want to come over here and talk to me real quick? Huh? No? Yeah, you do. We're all out in the water. You definitely want to come over here. Don't you tell me no. That would just be so terrible. Kayaking on Magnolia.
Yeah, this looks good compared to our street.
I'm about to say you're further back.
Yeah, we're on Magnolia Lane.
Oh, and you are how much water?
About 5 feet.
5 feet of water on the road.
On the road.
There you go.
Yeah.
See, you don't.
It's gone down about a foot.
See, look how tricky this is. I'm turning you around so people can see you. There you go. This is. Have you ever been through anything like this before?
No, never.
How did your house make out?
So my house is on a hill. We're okay. It's my neighbor's.
Okay.
But we do have a big tree that's going across the road that's blocking.
Those trees, we've been seeing the trees throughout this neighborhood. There's people. It's an incredible story of neighbors helping neighbors. Everybody's out here with chainsaws just trying to clear the road.
I wish we could do that, but the tree's still underwater.
I was about to say you're gonna have a time here.
Yes, we will. Yes.
Well, look, I appreciate you turning your boat around. What is this kayak? Y'all, you look like you're just enjoying yourself.
What else do you do?
Yeah.
No electricity.
No electricity, and doggone it, what a mess.
Water's dirty.
I understand that part, but if you put the boots on, they just fill up with water.
How's it down there, the water?
Well, actually, if you go down, I'm having an interview with this lady right now. If you go down on the other end, it's as bad as this, maybe worse. Yeah, it's both ends. Yeah, so that's what you're looking at here. This again, and we were talking about it a little bit earlier. You call it Riverwood subdivision. If anything that's got river on it or lake or whatever, you're going to have water nearby, and this is the problem. Right, actually, you can't see it, but right where I'm standing, they just finished doing some extensive $1 million plus of drainage work. They dug everything up. They put these huge culverts. They buried the culverts. They moved the utilities. They did a lot of work, but here's the bottom line. If the lake is up and the river can't drain, then this can't drain into the river, and this is what happens. We've said it over and over again, but that's a fact. Everybody out here now is having to get around, get in and get out with boats. Some neighbors got out here with chainsaws. Again, we were talking about neighbors helping neighbors, clearing this area, just so you really can't get to it yet until the water goes down. But at least when they finally can get to it, that big tree that was across the road won't be there anymore. And so this is almost like a taxi service. I mean, people that are trying to get back and check their belongings or check their homes, they're out here just get a boat ride, because that's the only way to get back. That's the bottom line. And a lot of people are putting on a good face with it. I promise you that people are, they're uplifted. Their spirits are pretty good, but there's an awful lot of damage back here that we've been showing you. We just talked to, and we're going to show you this in a little bit, a gentleman who had a tree come through his house and land on him, and he lived to tell about it. And it's an incredible story that we're going to have for you here coming up in just a few minutes. So, are y'all having a good day? As good as you can? Where are y'all headed to? Bayberry. Good luck. Bayberry's got a lot of water. Yeah, okay. Well, y'all be careful. Guys, we're going to give it. This boat go down a street that generally should be dry, and it isn't today, and probably won't be for a while. Guys, back to you.
You know, I think everybody should have a Heath Allen at every station in the country. Great information coming from Heath Allen showing all the flooding that's taking place over in parts of Covington. And this is the current picture. You can see the storm is making its way further north into western Mississippi right now. And this is what we're concerned about down here on the South Shore. As this storm makes its way further to the north, how much of this is going to make its way further into the South Shore? And so we may see some more shower and thunderstorm activity kind of inching its way up towards the city. I'm not sure actually how much of that is actually going to make it to the city, but this is really bad news for the folks over in Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, if anyone is still in Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, because that's going to continue to be an issue for them and for parts of Plaquemines Parish, St. Bernard, and over on parts of the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But the good news is that a lot of that is moving out of the Mississippi Gulf Coast right now, and it's going to continue to do that over the next several hours. So there's another picture of that rainfall that stretches all the way back towards Corpus Christi right now, and other sources of moisture making their way up into the Alabama Gulf Coast and into the Florida Panhandle as well. Here's the big picture for us, and you can see that low pressure area. It's going to continue to move to the north and then move to the northeast as a result of interaction with that frontal boundary you see that is moving in that direction as well. In fact, let me show you what I'm expecting to happen with this system as it moves further and further to the north and to the northeast. I was trying to get onto our storm tracker system and show you the model that I've got. And let's see. Okay, well, let me just stay on this picture and show you what else we've got on this particular storm. Here's the latest National Hurricane Center forecast track taking this storm through Mississippi, across the Tennessee Valley, and then on off the New England coastline over the course of from today through Thursday. It's moving north at 9 miles per hour at the 10, so that needs to be updated. 40-mile-per-hour winds, and the pressure continues to inch back up as well. So, you know, about 35-mile-per-hour winds is what the National Hurricane Center forecast track is indicating at 7 p.m. This evening. It's probably going to happen a little bit before then, and then it's going to continue to weaken as it makes its way through Mississippi into Alabama and into Tennessee as well. Here's a global forecast model showing you that storm continuing on that course over the Tennessee Valley. More rainfall a possibility for us, but that frontal boundary comes in on our Thursday morning and kind of moves the rain out and gives us a much better conditions for Thursday, Friday, and into Saturday and Sunday. And besides the hurricane or tropical storm Ida, we've got several other systems out here. None of them are an issue for us right now. This, the one that's coming off of the west coast of Africa, this tropical wave has a high chance of developing into a tropical system as it moves into and across the Atlantic. So that one bears some watching, and I'm thinking there's not too much going to happen with what's happening over in the Caribbean right now. So we've got a lot to watch after we finish with Ida, that's for sure, and we'll keep you as up to date as possible.
All right, Damon, thank you very much. And yeah, you don't want to be thinking about future storms and other potential threats, but that's the reality as we now approach what's becoming the peak of hurricane season here in South Louisiana. And
unfortunately, our river parishes really got a pounding during that initial storm. You know, we heard from St. John parish leaders, folks in St. Charles, and again in St. Charles, they had to get everybody out of Ormond Estates.
Right.
And of course, right now, some of our roadways trying to lead in that direction, all shut down right now. I-10 is closed. Airline Highway has patchy water on it. We also had a chance to speak with leaders out of St. James. Yeah, and St. James Parish President Pete Dufresne saying they've experienced some widespread, damage to the area, but fortunate in other areas. Here's what he had to say a little bit earlier today.
Obviously, we experiencing some widespread power outages throughout the parish, but also more importantly, our water system is out as well. And we're asking our residents just to please refrain from maneuvering throughout the parish and stay at home for a while. Give our work crews and our emergency response personnel time to assess the area and clear roadways. And the biggest thing we asking is that residents can, if they can see any obvious water leaks, that they can call and report to our utilities department so that we can get as many water leaks taken care of as soon as possible so that we can get our water system back in service.
And on that note, yeah.
Those two major issues, I was just saying, you know, power and water, and those water systems going down when the power goes down as well. And it's just tough. It's that true double whammy, right, after a major storm like this.
Yeah, he also spoke about roadways, and we also had a chance to speak with the Department of Transportation, Scott Boyle, who talked about all the collaborative efforts, how they've been basically camped out overnight, ready to clear a lot of these major roadways as soon as possible. So take a listen.
It's so nice to just see everyone coming together in the time of need, you know, in this time of disaster that we're going to be rebuilding for quite some time. We do have crews coming in from different states. Internally, with respect to DOTD, we have all the districts from Lafayette and Monroe, and we have different crews that are going to be coming in. They're going to be helping us fix traffic signals and pushing and clearing and removing debris. And doing minor repairs that we're capable of doing.
And we're really seeing that across the board. I mean, just crews from out of state, from coast to coast. We mentioned crews from California, the Bay Area, all the way up to New York City, coming on down here. Some specific crews from Connecticut helping to help ongoing recovery efforts here in the wake of Ida in terms of healthcare and hospitals. Red Cross workers will be here in town running some temporary makeshift shelters once those will be set up, passing out meals, ensuring that our local hospitals have enough a blood supply on hand, because we know healthcare doesn't stop during a major storm like this. It's only just further accelerated, and of course different health providers trying to do their parts, and an energy provider, Eversource, is also helping to try to restore power. Again, we've mentioned more than 857,000 Entergy customers here throughout the greater New Orleans area experiencing those widespread power outages.
But some positive numbers here too. When we talk about the people who are coming in from out of state, we actually had a chance to speak with, again, Entergy earlier, just a few hours, like about an hour ago, not even an hour, and 14,000 additional crewmen are on standby right now. They're asking for 20,000 more to come in, and Connecticut's governor says now is a time when they're all just really going to have to work together. They're also sending crews to our neck of the woods.
So I was telling the guys as they're about to get in the vehicles that head south, and I don't want to stand between them and a rescue, you know, be safe. Be safe, look out for yourselves, and thank God for what you're doing on behalf of the people in New Orleans. We can prepare a lot, but we can't do it all ourselves in our own state. We do have to work together. That's what mutual aid is all about. That's what these guys are doing. You're going to see a caravan. You're going to see dozens of trucks, one after the other, going down.
That's always a sight to see, all those trucks going down the interstate.
The convoys, right?
And it's kind of cute to watch too, because then you've got people like us who are like, hi, what can I feed you to come to my house?
Yeah, we were talking to the guys.
Can I make you some gumbo or cook you some crabs?
Power workers who were coming to assess the initial damage, and we know they were going to be out early this morning trying to do so, but they were coming in from Birmingham, from Atlanta, from Dallas, coming different directions, and they were all with us watching the storm as it just kind of just howled through downtown New Orleans last night. It was something to see. But
one of those guys actually was from the Midwest, and he said that
Colorado. He was from Colorado.
And he just moved to Georgia a few years ago, and he made the comment, I didn't realize that hurricanes were like really a thing till I moved down here and I realized y'all had a whole season. Right. I was like, oh yes, they have become a thing, even more so a thing in recent years. But we're happy to have them. And I know we joke when we're trying to make light of the situation, because you kind of have to. Whenever you're dealing with a tough time.
It's good to take a breath, because we know, look, this is going to be a long recovery. I mean, it's 10/18 on the Monday morning following a major devastating hurricane in Ida as it just tore through southeast Louisiana. Now, what was interesting, we've mentioned its path, right? And the track. I mean, hitting at Port Fourchon down there on the coast, but then coming up north, but then shifting a little bit farther east across the river parishes, affecting more of us here on the New Orleans side. Some of our friends to the west past the river parishes were largely spared. We heard from East Baton Rouge Mayor President Sharon Weston Broome. She had this to say about her region and that specific parish being somewhat okay this morning.
We believe that Baton Rouge was primarily spared, and we don't see a large number of folks who were involved in search and rescue, but we are assessing the situation this morning, and we have our search and rescue teams out as well as our other departments that are assessing all of the damages. But the truth is that we are really sending a lot of our resources, including our search and rescue teams, out to our neighbors in the surrounding parishes, recognizing that they received more devastation than our parish did.
Yeah, and that cleanup effort is going to be mounting. And, back to St. Charles, I know we talked about St. Charles, St. John, St. James. Our WDSU crew has been going out parish by parish, surveying the damage. I know our own Jennifer Crockett trying to get out to St. John, but just check out the footage that they were able to pick up here in St. Charles Parish. Lots of debris here, peppering yards, lots of trees that are down. She told us a little bit earlier about Ormond Estates having to have everyone there, find another place to go, be evacuated. And many people already out there working in front of their houses here. Man, look at those trees just uprooted. Picking up that debris, getting that curbside. We heard Christina mention they're going to try and pick up that storm debris within the next 4 to 5 days. So definitely setting themselves up to making sure that they can get a lot of that out of their yards, and also make good use of the dry conditions right now, because we are set to see some extra rainfall the next couple of days.
Every time we have a break in the weather, it may be good as long as you can safely do so to kind of move a little bit of that debris out of harm's way. But again, don't put yourself in any kind of potential danger. Be very aware of your surroundings right here in the aftermath of this major storm. Down power lines, anything that may seem loose, anything electrical may be very dangerous in that specific area.
All right, well, let's get a check now with Jefferson Parish Sheriff Joe LaPinto, who's giving us an update there from Jefferson Parish right now. Joe LaPinto, what do you have for us right now?
I know, I got it. Unfortunately, work got in the way, It's okay.
Okay, we are waiting on Sheriff Joe LaPinto there in Jefferson Parish.
I guess we're getting a few more contingents
moments
leaders.
away, from him speaking right there. But again, a collaborative response effort, parish to parish across Greater New Orleans.
They're just waiting for WWL to set up his live shot.
Right.
Thank you, Greg LaRose, our boots on the ground right there.
Just to kind of give you an idea of what they're doing right here in Lafitte at this moment. They've been doing some water rescues. You can see some of the boats and some of the vehicles there set up on either side of that roadway there. A lot of those just friends, family members trying to rescue people who were stuck down there in Lafitte, who got trapped there in some of that storm surge that we've been talking about, several feet of storm surge, many of whom had to be rescued from their rooftops. So, the calls for help were mounting, and I know it was very concerning for Tim Kerner Jr. From Jean Lafitte. He was very concerned overnight about the sheer number of people who are still left over there. So let's take a listen now. I think they're about to begin.
All right. All right, everybody. Thank y'all for coming down here. We're down there in Lafitte, launching from this location, trying to rescue whatever residents were left down in Lafitte. As y'all know, the storm came through last night. We've got a lot of high water that's really never been in those places before. In fact, I talked to one resident who's lived down there and has never had water in their house, and actually had 8 feet last night. So we're doing those rescue operations. We had a count of probably about 400 people before the storm that we tried to determine that was down there. We're out here with our boats. Obviously, you got people from the Cajun Navy coming to help. We've got enough resources here on the ground. I want to let that people know, making sure that we have enough boats and trying to pick up. Some of the camp members are actually still in their camps and above high ground. Looks like most of the structures that are built up on stilts are still structurally intact. Some had water in them, some don't. So we're trying to figure out those things and obviously bring everybody back to safety that we can. Hopefully this operation won't be a long term. This isn't a Hurricane Katrina where we're trying to evacuate the city of New Orleans. We're talking about a maximum maybe 400 residents that stayed down, but I don't even think that number was that high at the end of the day. So we hopefully we'll be able to wrap this operation up pretty quick. But thanks to everybody out here that's trying to help.
Are you requesting everyone to leave that you guys find, or are you letting folks stay at their homes?
Look, I let people make big boys decisions, right? The truth of it is some of their houses and structures are built for this, and they're okay. And as long as they're okay and not needing assistance, we're not going to force them and put them in a boat to bring them back. But there are other people that obviously are not in that situation. So we're making sure we're getting all of them out first, and we'll continue to do so.
Have you found any injured or anybody affected by this?
You know, I've heard some minor injuries and stuff. We have ambulances here, but I haven't heard anything major. Nothing that's been reported to me, at least. You know, we'll have people on standby to be able to handle that if need be, but I haven't heard anything major.
Trevor, it looks like there's just a concentration of airboats going out there as opposed to flat bottom boats. Explain a little bit, just I guess, how it's being a challenge to navigate.
Well, you've got different different landscapes, right? I mean, we're launching from a road here, then we're going to have to go into the canal and then come out. So I mean, we're trying to get mission-ready boats that are able to handle it. We've probably turned away about 4 or 5 boats already that, either too large of fiberglass flat boat a fiberglass boat that doesn't make sense. They're going to hit the cement and end up sinking themselves, or too small of a flat boat where I can't put people in it, and that's the mission, is a rescue mission. So we've allowed anybody that's launched that has what I call a mission-ready boat that can go down there and do part of the job. From what we're seeing right now, we don't have a ton of people that are being required to be rescued. We think we probably have enough boats in the water, but I'm not going to turn anybody away. If they came down here to try to help, we'll give them the opportunity, and if they happen to pick up 1 or 2 people, guess what? It's easier for the rest of us.
We've even seen a couple of vehicles driving out of there, obviously not advisable, but with communications being what they are.
Look, I know there's no communications down there because we've had to go down there and be able to get word to family members, so there's no communication down there. We're going to try to get some radios down there to the mayor who's down there and make sure that they can have some communications. I saw a Pontiac just drive out a little while ago, which I may have to buy some of those for my next high water vehicle. Still the water's deep by all means, and it's not passable by car. So.
What are you guys expecting once the water recedes finally? What are you expecting to see, and the process going to be like moving forward?
Well, it's repair. Let's face it. We've got a big parish here, but we'll always come together. We'll repair it. We'll go back to our way of life. As somebody always tells me, some days you live in the water, some days the water lives on you. And unfortunately, this is a situation where the water's living on them. But they have a great quality of life down here. These fishing communities that are outside our levee protection district. We want to make sure we can protect their livelihood, and a great place to live here in South Louisiana. It makes our jobs more difficult sometimes, but we understand it's important to our community here in Jefferson Parish, and we'll make sure we'll be here for them.
And I know we spoke to you, Councilman.
The levee was fine, correct?
Well, the outside major levee district that protects most of the metropolitan area was completely fine. Lafitte itself has a smaller levee district that protects them from the everyday tidal surges and stuff like that. That was overtopped. But I mean, you would expect that to happen in this type of storm, right? I don't know if it broke because the water's still high enough over that levee system to tell you if it broke or anything. But the truth of it is our major system that protects most of the metropolitan area is fine. Yes.
You're standing on this is our furthest levee to the south, so you're actually standing on it. Everything beyond that is low.
And I know I spoke to you just a moment ago when you told us that first bus of the rescued were going to that shelter.
Yes.
What was their emotions like? Were you able to speak with anybody? What was that like?
A lot of them were tired and fatigued, concerned, and I'm sure shocked by the volume of water. I'm the parish's former Homeland Security Director, and this is probably the 4th rescue operation of this nature that we've conducted in Lafitte in the last 30 years. The water has never, ever been this high. I mean, this is historic flooding for the city of Lafitte.
Were they relieved?
Yes, many of them were relieved. They had their pets with them. They were just glad to get out of the water.
And look, let's be clear about the levees in Lower Lafitte. These are tidal levees that protect up to 7 feet, not 100-year protection in which the parish is protected as a whole. We're right now standing on the outside of the levee protector system. Those levees that were tidal levees for 7 feet were compromised. The water was higher, the surge was deeper than the levees themselves, so they were compromised, never failed.
We talked to some folks who live not far away, and were trying to go down there with their boats to check to see if friends, family members were okay. There was some thought that they may be caught up in their attics. Are you hearing that's the case?
No, I mean, we had some rescue calls last night, and Gene Lafitte ended up with their fire department and police department made some rescues last night for different people. Look, we're going to go to house and go check it. I mean, the reality of it is the water will continue to recede, and we'll go house to house just like we did the other day to check on people, make sure that they got out, and compare it to the list that we made the other day to see who's left there. Most of the properties that are going to be down there, if we have to go in the attic, if they're in the attic and the water's still over, I mean, it's obviously going to be uncomfortable today, but we're going to get to them and the water will go down, and we'll do our best to make sure that we can get them out.
Thank you, Sheriff.
No, not a problem.
Let me get your full name, Sheriff.
I'm Sheriff Joseph Lapinto. L-O-P-I-N-T-O.
That's Sheriff Joe Lapinto, Jefferson Parish, telling not quite as many people as they initially thought are stuck in Lafitte, and some, it sounds like, are okay with staying there. Lots of boats in the water to take out those who want to come out. And since we've been out here, 2 vehicles have driven up. You heard the sheriff say it's like a small Pontiac SUV. The other, a Dodge 300, just a really low-profile vehicle. I talked to the man behind that wheel, and he said that he had water up to his chest, and it was still rising when he left. We should get some pictures of that later on that we'll have to show you. So, a lot more optimistic, at least, I think, than where we were when we arrived here this morning in regards to the number of people that were caught down there. And according to the sheriff, they weren't dealing with anyone in acute medical distress that would have to, be brought out right away. And there's still a Jefferson Transit bus to bring people up to a shelter. We are just seeing a few people here and there. These efforts are still very much active, so we'll stay out here and bring you the latest. We'll go back to the studio to you guys.
All right, Greg LaRose there joining us there from Lafitte as you join us now 10:30 as we continue our coverage of Ida. Now a tropical storm moving out of Louisiana, Mississippi, but still leaving behind some remnants and also still expecting some rainfall today. The big concern moving forward, as we've been talking about, of course, the power outages, our rising rivers, and just the sheer amount of debris that is in many people's yards and neighborhoods. Some streets still dealing with some flooding this morning as well, so still dealing with some high water across many portions of southeast Louisiana.
People waking up overnight in the dark and still in the dark on this Monday morning. More than 850,000 Entergy reported outages throughout the greater New Orleans viewing area on the North Shore and St. Tammany, closing in on 6 figures on 100,000 possible CLECO outages in St. Tammany Parish as well. Several boil water advisories parish to parish. If you're not under a mandate, if it's just recommended, go ahead and boil that water anyway. Maybe just use bottled water or jugged water at this time. And we know with the power outages and water supplies, they're just not available in many different parishes. Down in Terrebonne, down in Lafourche, down in St. James, the water supply is just not online right now. It'll take some time to get back, and to get back to normal, it's going to be a long time, the road to recovery.
And we're dealing with the heat, the pending heat today and tomorrow as well. So city leaders here in New Orleans, they're set to have a press conference in about an hour. They're doing a briefing right now to talk about possible stations where people can go and get some cold water, get some supplies as they work in this hot weather the next few days, because we're not set to get a break until Thursday. Another problem that many of you may have noticed this morning, your cell phones. AT&T is not working right now. That's causing a problem for many of our local sheriff's departments who have said their 911 operation centers are subsequently not working because of the issue of AT&T being down. So many of those 911 call centers in parishes across our region right now, you're not able to get through. They've been offering different numbers for you to call in the event that you do need emergency services. We have that information for you right now on our website at WDSU.com, as well as our app. That's if you're able to access those. And again, if you are watching us on the app right now, because many of you just don't have the power, we're going to keep you posted throughout the day and into tomorrow, and we're here for the long haul with you as we get this city and also get this region back on track.
Stay connected through all of our digital platforms as well. And I do have a few updates, with our friends in the media tracking Sean Payton, Saints head coach in the New Orleans Saints. We know that September 12th is not far away. That's the projected home game. That's the scheduled home opener, and it just may not be realistic. We'll get back to those Saints notes in just a few minutes.
We've got Auctioner waiting in right now. Warner Thomas joining us with a check of the conditions there at those hospitals.
pretty rough ride yesterday. The sustained winds for a much longer period of time than I think folks anticipated did create, significant damage across our system, as it did across the entire region. As we mentioned last night, we did go to our backup emergency power preemptively before we lost power at our facilities. We continue to run on emergency power at all of our facilities today. As we mentioned yesterday morning, Mike and the team went forward and we did evacuate our St. Charles Parish Hospital facility yesterday. This morning, after continued assessments overnight, we have decided to evacuate our St. Anne's facility in Raceland, Louisiana, and also our Chabert Medical Center in Houma, Louisiana. Mike, correct me if I'm wrong. I think actually St. Anne's may be pretty much evacuated and completed now. Is that correct?
That's right, nearing completion right now.
And we're in the process of evacuating Chabert Medical Center as well. So that is in process. We've got several ground ambulances there and teams that are working on that. So, Mike, just confirm the number of patients between Chabert and St. Anne's, about 70.
Yeah, 65 patients between the two facilities. We will be transferring them to multiple locations to include our St. Mary's facility in Morgan City, our Baton Rouge facility, our New Orleans facility, even our St. Bernard Parish Hospital. So really using all of our assets in order to manage these evacuations.
Jefferson Highway Offshore Medical Center. We had roof issues in Kenner. We have roof issues at our West Campus on Jefferson Highway, which is our rehab and skilled nursing facility. I would say that probably every facility we have, had some sort of roof issue, and we had water intrusion. I mean, they were of different magnitudes. So we have teams of roofers that are on their way here now. We'll have temporary roofing put in place during the day today. We did have some backup generator issues at Kenner overnight, which were resolved, and so that is now in good shape. And once again, all the city water is down, so we're operating our facilities. Kenner, Oxford Medical Center, Baptist, West Bank are running off of the wells that we have drilled at those facilities. So we have running water that's provided by our own source, given the city and parish water systems are down. We have also made the decision, given the damage and the lack of power and water in St. Charles Parish, to evacuate our behavioral health facility there, River Place. So that is that'll be underway, later today. We're working on where to place those patients. We also did receive a call from Terrebonne General Medical Center in Houma, and we've been asked to help them evacuate their facility. There's about 100 patients at that facility, so we are now in the process of communicating with them as well as the state to evacuate the patients out of Terrebonne General Medical Center. So that will that'll be part of our big work that we do today. We're continuing to go and assess all facilities around the region. We're assessing staff needs across the region, and we'll continue to have updates. We literally just got off, Mike and his team got off a call of about an hour, kind of going through that, and it's a fluid situation. But our facilities are up and running, no patients injured, no employees injured. And we know ERs are going to start getting busier as patients come in, in a post-storm environment, and we're prepared to handle that. Mike, I'm sure you got a lot of other updates, and maybe I'll stop there. See if you've got other thoughts.
Yeah, our facilities in Baton Rouge are in relatively good shape. Our facilities in Lafayette are in good shape, and obviously Shreveport and Lake Charles were unaffected. And so, as Warner mentioned, there will be a lot of patient moves that we'll be coordinating over the next 24 and 48 hours, and we will be relying on our full statewide network, as well as our partners in behavioral health and long-term care, and really all of our services. So it's a big effort. As Warner mentioned, all of our teams are touching base multiple times, and as we work to coordinate all these efforts. But it's in process, and as Warner mentioned, first and foremost, people are safe, and that's where our focus is. So there is a lot of prioritization based on clinical need and criticality of the patients in terms of who we transfer first. And so that's the process we're working through with our physician leadership now.
So Nicole, I mean, maybe what makes sense, just confirming 65 patients between the two facilities in the Bayou, St. Anne's, and Chabert. As I said, about 100 patients that we anticipate, roughly 100 patients out of Terrebonne, which we're working on. We do have water trucks that have been staged in Lafayette. They're on their way to our various facilities where we need to get water, especially in the Bayou region. We actually have we're sending water trucks to Terrebonne General. We don't own Terrebonne General or run it, but they're one of our partner facilities. We're doing everything we can to help them as well. So that is underway. So Nicole, may I just stop there? We'll just jump into questions, try to do everything we can to answer that to the best of our ability.
Absolutely. So the first one, in terms of patients coming to your facilities today, are you hearing about any specific kinds of injuries or people searching for any similar types of treatment because of the hurricane?
I think it's a little early to tell. I mean, frankly, Mike, I don't know if you've gotten any updates, but I mean, we anticipate there'll be the typical hurricane injuries of, people falling off roofs, ladders, or, chainsaw accidents, that sort of thing. We know there's probably some conditions that folks could not get out yesterday and may come in today, but Mike, do you have any more details on
that? You're right, Warner. Some of the initial patients we're seeing are orthopedic trauma related, hip fractures and orthopedic fractures. And so that's certain, we're certainly starting to see that.
Okay. So question about the total number of patients evacuated. So it'd be about 65 out of our facilities in the Bayou, and then about another 100 at Terrebonne. So a total of about 165. The number at Terrebonne is, that's based on the information we have. It's a fluid situation. Speaking to their CEO, Phyllis Peoples, they have had significant roof damage, water intrusion into the facility. And my understanding is, as far as water and or HVAC cooling, they've got issues there. That's why they are working to evacuate the patients. Folks are safe. We're all working together on this, very orderly fashion, but certainly we'll need to get the patients out of there today and get them to a different environment. So,
all right, Warner, another question that came in from NPR. We had a major transmission tower fall into the river, which could result in weeks of power outages, and hospitals are on 10 days of generator power without refuel. What's the plan?
Yeah, it's not without refuel. We got more fuel trucks coming. I just said we have 10 days of fuel on site. So we have constant refuel situations. So more fuel's on its way, water's on its way. So these are things we plan for. When I indicated the 10 days, it's really just our initial supply, but we can run ongoing on generator power. And like I said, fuel trucks will probably be here today or tomorrow. So we're not concerned about that. We understand that we got major power failures into New Orleans. We are, thinking through that as far as, staffing and other types of support activities. But as I said, as far as our supplies and food and medical supplies and drugs and fuel, we'll get trucks in here, so we'll be fine.
So another question that came in, what are the biggest challenges ahead in the coming days? Power, water, how long can your system run on backup power? It's a similar question, but if you want to add some more context there.
Yeah, I would just say, I think the biggest challenges in the coming days is around our people. We're going to have lots of people, hundreds or thousands of people that have damage to their homes, can't be in their homes, have various degrees of issues there. So we're working on identifying housing for our employees, hotels, and we did this post-Katrina. We identified hotels. We put our employees in hotels. But New Orleans, there's no power or water. So putting them in hotels in New Orleans isn't going to work. We've got to identify other opportunities, and that is ongoing. And then we continue to think about every way that we can take care of just the other personal needs and support our employees. We already are working on getting in significant amounts of supplies around toiletries, around personal items, because we know our employees are going to need these for themselves and their family. We'll run essentially our own mini mart of these types of items so folks can come and take them. We're not selling them, we're giving them away, but people come and get these items for themselves and their families. So there's just looking to provide tarps and plywood and things that people are going to need in order to continue to live. And then we have an employee assistance fund that we will put dollars in that people can apply for and have dollars to kind of help them bridge the gap here. So the big issue, I mean, obviously we got facilities and all those types of things. We're very focused on that, but at the same time, really focus on the needs of our employees and how we're going to help them address the challenges they have.
All right, they're hearing from leaders with the Auctioner healthcare system on their response efforts to their different hospitals, some of the evacuation efforts, as you heard earlier. They have evacuated their St. Anne Hospital and also Chabert Medical Center for some of the Bayou region. Again, just continuing to respond to this hurricane.
And also put in a priority not only on their patients who need life-saving care and just continuing care, but also their employees. And that's good to hear too, because we don't think about just the anxiety and just the pressure on a lot of our healthcare heroes. Look, it's been 18 months since the pandemic started, but now this time frame here in South Louisiana is going to be one of the most challenging in our state's history, especially here in the greater New Orleans area.
We're seeing cleanup efforts pretty much across the board. That's also included in St. Charles Parish and portions of St. John the Baptist Parish. Or Jennifer Crockett has been kind of moving in that westerly direction, trying to make her way to St. John Parish to kind of give us the very latest on what's happening out there.
All right, Jen, what are you seeing there in Norco?
Here in Norco in St. Charles Parish, there's a lot of wind damage. Take a look at all the trees that are down here. You see the side of the roof on that building is just peeled off. There are trees down on power lines, across roads, all in this area. We have Keith LaHost here who lives in Muntz, and you rode out the storm. Tell us, what was it like?
It was pretty tough. We were right on the eye wall as the eye crossed over Laplace, and it just seemed like it was never going to end. It was steady whipping, and people lost their entire roofs.
Tell me, you went and walked to your neighborhood. You had to go through some water to get there. What's it like?
It's rough. It's rough. They got a couple of houses that flooded in our area, but it's mostly wind damage.
And then the further west we go, down to Laplace, we're really hearing about some really tragic stories there. Have you heard from anybody that you know down in that part of the...
We talked to some people who know some people, and we also know that there's quite a bit of people stranded down there. So it's not good.
It is not good. Again, we want to give you one last look in this direction. Lots of trees down. Just people busy, hard at work, trying to get to their house if they can, check on their neighbors, and try and get things cleared. It will be weeks before power is restored here, but the very first thing that has to happen are those rescues over in Laplace. Reporting from St. Charles Parish, I'm Jennifer Crockett. Back to you.
All right, Jen, thank you for that. And of course, we've been keeping our eyes on the skies as well, not just because of Mother Nature, but also it's happening over at Armstrong International Airport.
Right.
You know, all flights canceled out of the airport yesterday, and today also seeing some significant number of cancellations.
Yeah, airport officials sending out a statement just recently. Let's read it for you now. MSY currently conducting a thorough damage assessment. We expect all flights to be canceled today. That's today, Monday, August 30th, but recommend that all passengers check directly with their airlines for the most accurate flight information. It's hard to see any flights departing MSY there in Kenner anytime soon, but hopefully officials there can clear runways and get planes up and running, because we know some people may be traveling through and may be stuck here for a few days
or
as well.
people need to try and even come home. I mean, I know
True.
some people who are stuck in the northeastern part of the country right now trying to get back here to help work for this storm. So we'll see if that happens tomorrow, if they're able to resume some of those departures and those arrivals. I want to also give you a look right now if you're traveling around the Metairie area. This is a scene along Metairie Towers and St. Francis along Metairie Road here. Check out the building. This is from Councilman Scott Walker here. You're seeing parts of that facade just peeled over there on the front of the building. This again along Metairie Road. If you're traveling near Metairie Towers, or at Metairie Towers, rather, the building, that's the name near St. Francis and Metairie Road. More
so
images
much damage
here.
in the area. Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, look, ongoing recovery efforts will only continue in the days and weeks ahead. Just more images continue to file in, and we've seen no shortage of down tree limbs, down power lines in certain areas. Some of those power lines are kind of just wobbling back and forth. It's just something to be on the lookout for as you continue to eventually begin your recovery. But still, you know, as we approach the 11 a.m. hour, officials are still recommending that you still stay home. Stay where it's safe, because we know when there's no power and many of these roadways are blocked, it's just not safe to be out there searching for anything at this point, because just about everything's shut down.
Yeah, and then even in the lower portion of southeast Louisiana and Terrebonne, Lafourche Parish, many of those lower lying communities, Grand Isle, still under a lot of water right now. Grand Isle taking in several feet of storm surge, and many of those camps are still seeing water pretty much, you know, all the way up to those doorsteps and beyond in some cases. So that's pretty unfortunate for our communities down into the Bayou region.
Right, and we've had crews down there the past few days, and you know, as the storm, as Ida really made landfall there near Port Fourchon yesterday, we pulled a few of our crews back just for their own safety purposes. But I believe now we're going to check in with WDSU's Morgan Lentes. She has the latest from down south.
I'm standing in Booty along Highway 90, and the damage here is almost too hard to describe. Take a look behind me. You can see this is just a row of power lines that have been knocked down by powerful winds that came through with Hurricane Ida yesterday. And you know what? This isn't the worst of it. We come this direction across Highway 90. Look at that. You can see this is an RV, maybe a camper lot where a lot of people park. They have been overturned. You can see this one has actually propped up on top of another one, just pushed around by the wind. And we are seeing so much of this here in St. Charles Parish as we make our way from New Orleans and continue to travel south. There is just destruction everywhere. Again, these are heavy vehicles that you're looking at. It should not be easy to topple these things over, but clearly Hurricane Ida did her job. You know, they were no match for the strong winds, hurricane force winds that came through here. If we move back this direction, my photographer Brian will show you there are homes damaged. There are businesses damaged. This is why those mandatory evacuation orders are so important, because when that storm came through, this was not a safe place to be. So far today, we've seen a lot of people out driving. People are out walking, assessing the damage. We understand that people are curious and that's what they want to do, to kind of see what happened here yesterday. But please be cautious. Even as we've been driving around, the winds are still pretty strong. So if there is debris out and about, it could fly and it could hit you, or it could damage your vehicle. So please, please be careful. Again, we will continue to keep you updated throughout the day, but this is a look in Booty right now. I'm Morgan Lentis. Back to you.
All right, Morgan, thank you for that. And of course, we're seeing this storm now a tropical storm set to become a depression at some point today.
Still keeping an eye on river levels, though, because some of those extra rains, those bands, those just lagging bands with these major storm systems can definitely make an impact. For the very latest on Tropical Storm Ida, as it eventually makes its way out of Louisiana, let's now check back in with meteorologist Lee Southwick. And Lee, y'all been busy with all the latest updates from the National Weather Service and the Hurricane Center.
Absolutely. I'm looking at one right now where there's a flash flood emergency issued, but that's for the Lafitte area, not only due to the rain, but of course the levees failing. So that's right here, flash flood emergency there, but there's also just flash flood warnings in effect across much of our area, and this includes the Hammond area. I should say not much of our area, but for parts of our area. Hammond, and then over into our counties in Mississippi, all under some flash flood warnings. And then here's a look at the flood warnings. Notice how they really follow the rivers here. So we are dealing with river flooding. To your right, those are where the river levels are at right now. They are all rising and they are expected to reach major flood stage within the next day or two. More rain falling too from Ida. Yes, it's only a tropical storm now, but it's still producing some significant weather and some life-threatening weather, dumping a lot of rain, also creating a spin-up tornado risk to portions of Mississippi and into Alabama as well. This is lifting north at 9 miles an hour, slowly but surely trying to pick up some speed and get out of here. But these bands still wrap down into our area. Look at the rain for Boothville and Grand Isle. We're still watching a few showers lingering along the North Shore as well. And then we have to deal with the wind too. We really need the wind to get out of here. But we see current wind speeds at 23 at the airport in Kenner, 16 in Gulfport, and then gusts higher than that, stronger than that, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Kenner at the airport there, and then in Gulfport, 28 miles an hour. It's going to stick around too. The stronger winds today, we will see gusts between 25 to potentially up to 30 miles an hour across our area throughout the day today into tonight, trying to drop down to around 20 miles an hour. And then tomorrow, likely going to hang around the 15 to 20 mile per hour range. As we get later into tomorrow night, things finally start to calm down. The rain going to stick around today still. Not going to rain on everyone, not going to rain all day. It just depends where those bands try to swing on in. So again, the coastal areas seeing some rain, maybe a few more showers too for parts of the North Shore. Then as we head into our Monday night, tonight, overnight hours, maybe a few more rain bands wrapping on in before we finally start to dry out later on Tuesday. So that's why the flash flood watch really continues into tomorrow morning. Looks to be drier though a little bit later tomorrow. By Wednesday, still some scattered showers and thunderstorms before we really do start to dry out on Thursday. So here's another look at Tropical Storm Ida, again moving north at 9 miles an hour. Last couple of advisories, it was moving at 8 miles an hour. So it's trying its best to pick up some speed and get out of here. Here's a look at what it will do. Cross over Mississippi. We're talking Monday night tonight, getting into the northeastern portions of Mississippi into Tuesday morning, crossing into Tennessee. Still some of those bands potentially hanging out in our area, but here's a look at that track. Latest track from the National Hurricane Center has it weakening down into a tropical depression after this. Right now, sustained winds only at 40 miles an hour. It is a very weak tropical storm, and it is quickly continuing to weaken. So we'll watch that, but I'm sure with the next advisory, it's not going to be a tropical storm anymore. By the way, we're tracking a few other things in the tropics. They're not a concern to us. There is a high chance of development, though, off the coast of Africa. Here's a look at your next 7 days. Guys, on Thursday, our winds are going to shift, come out of the north, a little frontal boundary there. That will hopefully make it a little bit less humid and the low temperatures a bit more comfortable.
Yeah, people who are cleaning up are certainly going to welcome those lower temperatures, Lee, so thank you.
Hey, I've got a little bit of good news. I've got some text finally starting to come through. AT&T
Good
plan.
for you.
You know, little trick of the trade. Turned it off, turned it back on. You work a little technology magic, and sometimes that works.
If it doesn't work, just turn it off, turn it back on, or just slam it against something. Maybe that'll work. I don't know. I'm still waiting for mine to come through.
Just put a little Windex on it. That one goes a long way.
At this point, I'm still barless.
Hey, y'all, we know it's going to be a long day. The road to recovery continues throughout the area, especially over in Gentilly. A lot of trees and a lot of down limbs there as well.
Yeah, our own Shay O'Connor is joining us now with those conditions here in Orleans Parish. Hey there, Shay.
Hey, what's up, Randy? We're actually here along Elysian Fields. Like you guys said, a lot of damage across New Orleans, and then also widespread power outages. Lots of people tell me that they're still in shock by what happened last night, including my friend here, Leonard. Hey, Leonard, how you doing?
Fine, fine.
I'm just going to ask you, how was last night? What happened?
It was loud. Like I said, we had electricity up until about 6:30, something like that. And around 7 o'clock, when it really started getting rough, I mean, the wind coming up between the houses and that was unbelievable. I mean, it was scary. It was very scary. Then we started hearing things break, like this tree right back here and these trees here. And then the church over here on the corner, all the bricks coming off of the tower there, it was scary. Believe me, it was. And I didn't sleep much last night.
And I mean, you guys are still without power at this time?
Yeah, we had power up until, like I said, about 6:30, and right then everything started flickering, and then boom, it went out, and that was it. And it's still out, and from what I hear on the radio and that, I got my little portable radio. It's going to be a while before we get it back.
And I mean, this area is known to flood. I mean, for Hurricane Katrina, it definitely flooded. Or are you relieved that that's not something that you're dealing with right now?
During Katrina, we had about 4 feet of water in the house. Had to rebuild the house. I was very surprised last night. The water did not come past my sidewalk and maybe 4 feet out in the street. And when it would stop torrential raining, when I got up this morning, it was gone. I was very, very surprised, very surprised.
Thank you so much for speaking with me, Leonard. We're just going to walk over here for a second. Okay. As you can see, if you could just pan over there to the church. I don't know if you can see the very top of Gideon Christian Fellowship Church here in the 8th Ward. Completely gone as far as the bricks are concerned. Lots more of damage across the Gentilly area. We're going to see if we can assess more of the damages and just get back with you. But for now, just reporting live from along Elysian Fields, Shay O'Connor, WDSU News.
All right, Shay, thank you. And of course, it's one of the reasons why in Jefferson Parish, for instance, and of course in Orleans and some of our other surrounding parishes, we're seeing curfews. In Jefferson Parish, they issued that mandatory curfew today beginning at 6 p.m. tonight until 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's going to be until further notice. Yeah, they want people to stay off the roadways, and they want people to also conserve water use. Yeah. Jefferson Parish leaders just asking you with limited connection and supply in the area now and those power outages, trying to prevent overloading the parish's sewage system, which could be a potential threat here in the days to come. They suggest not doing your dishes, try not to do those. I mean, I know it's difficult, right? Or try to do laundry at this time, but many folks don't have power in the area, so really that problem shouldn't be happening too often. Officials say with the current widespread power outages and backups are likely to happen in terms of sewage moving forward, which could be a very dicey situation there. Absolutely. And people are still trying to buy some supplies and things like that if you couldn't get them on the store shelves. Here's a look at the discount zone here in Jefferson Parish with people actually lining up here to buy cigarettes. People still smoke cigarettes? They do. Come on, people. That was the line for people to buy cigarettes. Hey, I know it's tough, a stress reliever sometimes, but yep. Gotta be careful these days. That is quite amazing. That's a very long line for cigarettes, but there you go. Well, we know the lines were very long for gas at those gas stations the past few days, and not many places have power these days, so trying to fuel your vehicle, even though you shouldn't be out and about driving around, but for any folks maybe going to check on, neighbors or elderly family members in the area, if they are trying to get some gas, we know that's been a consistent ongoing problem. As if even if the gas stations are even able to be open, because some of them, even with the generator usage, aren't able to power that right now, and a lot of them are closed. Maybe the business owners left town, things like that. So many of these storefronts might be closed for the next few days in order for you to be able to get those supplies. So you might have to wait a little bit longer. I know, So specifically in Lafourche Parish right now, if you wanted to go back, that's going to be delayed for maybe a week or longer because of those conditions if you were able to evacuate. So it's going to be even longer for folks there to get some supplies because of that reentry being delayed. Yeah, we spoke just a few hours ago with Captain Brennan Mathern down there with the Sheriff's Department. Basically said just widespread damage and devastation throughout Lafourche Parish, from Lockport down to Golden Meadow, all the way down to to the coastline as well. And it's just tough to see that. And he basically said from Raceland down south, just no water. There's no running water at this time as well. So a curfew definitely remains in effect there at Lafourche Parish. Authorities and they just want to keep you safe as we continue to recover from this major hurricane. And giving you another look out of Jefferson Parish right now, check out the roof blown off here at Memorial Baptist School. I think let's just see that from just a second at 11:02 as we are continuing to follow our Ida coverage here on WDSU. Again, the roof here blown off of the Memorial Baptist School in Jefferson Parish. I mean, that wind did a number, and as Damon Singleton mentioned, they were clocking some of those wind gusts in the 170s, 170 plus miles per hour, some of those wind gusts. And of course, there's a very strong hurricane making landfall at very close to a Category 5, a very strong Category 4. So seeing some pretty damaging winds there.
It's just tough to see because we know what's coming next. Those blue tarps, infamous from Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago, that were here for many days, many weeks, many months, and unfortunately many structures throughout the greater New Orleans area having to rebuild once again. And some areas, spared just a little bit the way the storm went, but other areas took the brunt of it. And we know across the area, it's some damage, but our local leaders and state leaders are doing their parts. Again, we'll hear from New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell. That's coming up within the next 30 minutes. We expect to have the latest update from the city of New Orleans, but Governor John Bel Edwards, he's been making the rounds nationally and then here statewide in terms of that statewide response. We heard from here just a few moments ago, heard from him, and here's what he had to say.
Almost all of Southeast Louisiana is without electricity. All 8 major transmission lines feeding electricity into the greater New Orleans area failed. And so we're waiting for an update from Entergy and the Public Service Commission. I know that they are looking very hard to figure out exactly how to power up as much as possible, focusing on the most critical infrastructure, and that's our hospitals. We really need to get those hospitals back up and under normal power. We're having difficulty not just with the power, but with water systems in many places, especially down along the coast in Lafourche and Terrebonne Parish, and we're moving in potable water in order to keep them operating. But that is far less than ideal, as you know, and we have challenges with hospitalization regardless, because we still have about 2,400 COVID patients across the state of Louisiana, in addition to the normal patients. So it's a very challenging situation.
Challenging for so many of us, and of course it's not just here along the South Shore. Our North Shore region definitely bearing the brunt of the storm as well. Portions of Tangipahoa Parish, many roads, streets, bridges impassable right now because of those downed trees. Pretty much a similar situation there in St. Tammany Parish, and they're also dealing with some high water. Some
widespread power outages there, boil water advisories in place, and also in place, boots on the ground. WDSU's Heath Allen's been doing a great job of speaking with residents in that area as they now survey some of the aftermath and the damage in St. Tammany. Heath joins us now with the very latest. How's it going out there, Heath?
Well, I was telling you earlier, this was really turning into a story of neighbors helping neighbors. You were talking about all the trees that were down. I'm going to introduce you to some neighbors. These are my neighbors. Tell them who you are.
I'm Joe Snedecki.
Maggie Snedecki.
These are my next door neighbors, by the way, and they are maybe 2 of the hardest working people I've ever seen in my life. And you guys are sizing up this big old log that's laid up in the middle of...
Yes, sir. We're thinking about moving it out of the way like we did the rest of them, but we got to go find the rest of our people.
You guys really went to work in a hurry. I mean, the sun was hard. The light hardly was out before you guys were out with the chainsaw.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But you got to help people. You got to get out. People need help.
What's in your heart when you look at all of this?
Resiliency, determination of our neighborhood, neighbor helping neighbor. That's what our community is about. It's what makes us Americans, and proud to be Americans, and grateful.
There you go. All right. Well, I'll let y'all go ahead and size this. That's a big one. You can go get my saw. That's fine. You can, please. You go get it. You use it. All right, guys. I know y'all need it. Back to you.
Yeah, they're certainly busy, but you know what? That's what happens with the North Shore. I mean, like I said, with let's go ahead and get to Greg LaRose right now. He's got the latest on some of the water rescues happening out in Lafitte. Greg.
Hey, thanks, guys. We are seeing a trickle when it comes to the boats coming back with people that are being pulled out from Lafitte. Just before you threw to us, we saw a family of 3 and a little fur baby. So kind of a little bit of the feels there to see them get out. But you could tell it had been a really, really long day and night for those folks as they were coming out. They're being very guarded in regards to giving us access to folks because, look, they've been through a lot. We get it. But, we did talk to a couple of folks earlier. Actually, one gentleman that drove out in Chrysler 300 drove out, and we're told the water in some spots is 8 feet high, so he somehow managed in that sort of low-riding, low-profile vehicle to make it out. We're going to show you now. There's a vehicle coming out. Photographer Mark Chapman's going to go ahead and take this shot and show you. It looks like there are a couple people in the back, and this has kind of been part of the pattern here, that we see boats coming in, we see some vehicles. That actually looks like a truck and trailer, so looks maybe that might be one of the boats that just launched. But you could tell like how challenging it is for them to navigate this. There's kind of a deep spot there where they can launch, but as the sheriff was explaining to us a little earlier, that certain boats just aren't fit for this. So some of the volunteers and such that have come forward have really, not been turned away, but just kind of said thanks but no thanks. They know they can't navigate that spot as well. So yeah, we got another crew going out there. And then you can see the flat boats like that are a little better for navigating some of the tighter spots. They're not going to bottom out. And not quite the number of vessels that we saw earlier in the day. It seems as though what the sheriff has said is holding true, that not quite the high numbers they initially thought. And we'd heard projections in high as 400 is what the sheriff said, and that's just not turning out to be the case, thankfully. Even some people deciding they're okay out there. Camps that are built way up high weather the storm apparently well enough that they are still comfortable out there. But I'd say about 10 minutes ago we saw a bus that was probably about half full, one of the Jefferson Transit buses that was about half full, go up to a West Bank shelter where all these people are being taken, where I'm sure they could definitely use a break. So that's what's happening right now. We should have pictures for you later in the day from an actual boat rescue, so you'll want to be sure to come back and take a look at that.
All right, Greg LaRose there for us, joining us from Lafitte, where again some of those water rescues are taking place. We saw similar measures happening early this morning in Slidell, with a lot of people having to be rescued there as well from those high waters.
Yeah, that's going to be a theme throughout the day. I mean, a lot of people in those lower lying areas, including Booty, may need some extra assistance. And we head to Booty next, where WDSU's Morgan Lentis joins us with the latest on conditions and now these ongoing recovery efforts. Morgan?
If you want to understand just how powerful Hurricane Ida was when it came through St. Charles Parish last night, take a look at this. This is the Popeyes chicken along Highway 90 in Booty. We can see into the kitchen right now. This is the damage that we're seeing as we continue to make our way south of New Orleans. We can hear a loud hissing. We're not sure exactly what that is, but whatever it is, that is not a good situation. I don't know if you just heard tires screech, but that's coming from over here. Brian, I'm going to step out of the way if you want to just keep walking forward. These are all lines that are down. I can't tell you right now if these are all power lines or what we're looking at, but you can see they are just hanging in the middle of the road. People coming towards New Orleans are having to come over into the opposite lane so that they can get by. And just a couple minutes ago, we saw a higher truck pop up, hit these lines because he obviously didn't see them. These are the dangerous conditions that we're dealing with right now. Brian, maybe really quick, just show these power lines that are down. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least as many as I can see just standing here along Highway 90. This is not a good situation. And again, the damage is only going to get worse the farther south we go. But again, this is a look right now in Booty. I'm Morgan Lentis, back to you.
Again, some very powerful winds there.
Right, and that's something we've seen throughout the viewing area. It's those high winds that we witnessed last night here in the downtown Metro New Orleans area. Just so powerful, impressive to watch, but you just know it's so devastating along the way. And now with these major power outages, they're just going to continue for days to come.
Absolutely. All right, let's send things over now to our newsroom, and WDSU anchor Christina Watkins standing by with updates there. Christina.
Hey, Randy and Chad. So we've talked to Children's Hospital New Orleans throughout the morning, just getting an idea on how Ida affected them, and something really personal. I talked to Dr. Mark Klein at Children's Hospital New Orleans for about 30 minutes or so, and he was just telling me how this really not only affected the outskirts of their building, the outside of the building, but talking about the people inside, those who are caring for those children. And he got emotional telling me on how much of an emotional toll this has taken on them. Take a listen. you all are dealing with, I mean, we all really are, but at Children's Hospital of New Orleans specifically, caring for children with other illnesses, but also COVID. You have that, and now you have Ida. How can you describe what people are feeling right now, having to tackle two wild and crazy life events, major life events, things that none of us have ever really seen before?
Yeah, I would say once in a career events or once in a lifetime events. And, it's a wonderful question, Christina. For me, it's like a 1-2 punch to the gut. And the thing is that the same doctors who now have been here for well over 24 hours working nonstop through the hurricane, those are the same doctors that have been stressed to their limits, taking care of children with COVID over the past couple of months. They're mentally and physically, emotionally exhausted. And they're given 100%, but you know as well as I do, you can do that for a certain period of time and you can't do it anymore. And so we're concerned about our staff. We're concerned about their well-being. Truly, I think we all feel like we're all in this together. We are New Orleans. It's our community. It's really painful to see what has happened to New Orleans and what's happening here at the hospital. We'll pull together and we'll get through it, but it's really painful at this moment in time.
Dr. Klein, is there anything people in the community can do to help you all? I know we can't really go anywhere. We're being asked to still shelter in place, but is there any way people, not only just here in our area, but across the state and the country who may watch this, that they can give to you all to give you all just a little bit of peace during this time?
Well, we need resources. We want to have resources to support our staff, the nurses and the respiratory therapists and the social workers. We know that a lot of the folks that work here and give 100% to the hospital are really suffering now because of damage to their own homes, and their own situations are pretty dire. And so we want to be able to support them. We want to be able to support the families that we serve too, the children and the families that we see every day. We know that we can address their medical problems, but they're going to have a whole bunch of other issues that they're dealing with, and we'd like to be able to do that. We hope this community, and we hope other communities across the country, will step up and partner with us and help us do what we've always promised to do, which is to serve every child who needs us here in New Orleans and from across Louisiana. It's as simple as that, Christina. There really is not a way for volunteers to come in. We're locked down, so we really have no one coming or going from the building. And so we're still on lockdown at least until tomorrow morning. And so, I hope over the coming weeks, the community will step up and see Children's Hospital New Orleans as the tremendous resource it is, and will help us recover from this and help us continue to do our best for the kids and families who need us.
Dr. Mark Klein from Children's Hospital of New Orleans, thank you so much for your time. Wishing you all well. Again, that was Dr. Mark Klein from Children's Hospital New Orleans. Let's get you out to Lafitte in a second. We will get you to Lafitte in a second. I want to talk to you a little bit more about Children's Hospital New Orleans. So they came up with a contingency plan because of the fact that they too do not have power. Nobody across New Orleans, many of us across the state and Southeast Louisiana do not have power. But specifically for Children's Hospital New Orleans, they've been on backup power now for more than 12 hours. So they are talking to other children's hospitals across the country, specifically in Arkansas, who said they would welcome them with open arms if they need to transport those pediatric patients to another facility if the power outages last longer than longer than anybody can handle. We actually did just get an update from Entergy about those power outages. We had talked to Entergy earlier today during an interview, but they wrote and talked about how long many of you could expect those outages and also some of the conditions they are seeing. So we know right now 216 substations from Entergy, 207 transmission lines, and more than 2,000 miles of transmission lines are out of service. They also said one of the transmission lines that spans the Mississippi River is down, and that destroyed tower, that specific one where the lines are over the river right now, withstood Katrina, but it did not withstand Ida. They also said where weather is permitted, their crews were out at first light today assessing the damage where it was safe to do so. This, of course, is going to help give them a better idea of what they are dealing with. They also said it would be premature to speculate at this time when power will be restored, given the extent of the damage. But they did say some of the hardest hit areas could be out for weeks. I know that is a question many of you have answers to. When am I going to get my lights turned back on? Entergy, in this update sent in at about 10:50 this morning, said it's too early to speculate. When they do get to that point, they also broke down how they would start to restore their power. So it would go to nursing homes, taking some of those areas priority first. I'm trying to get to those words exactly for what they said. Here we go. Restoration process. Entergy says essential services like hospitals, nursing homes, fire and police departments, and water systems are at the head of the restoration list, along with our equipment, they said, that supplies electricity to large numbers of customers. And then Entergy says they will concentrate their resources on getting the greatest number of customers back the fastest. So as we continue to deal with the aftermath of Ida, things are ever changing. Please be patient with those crews as they are dealing with this just as much as we are, and they are trying to do the best they can to get all of us back to normal. Speaking of getting us back to normal, that's what we're seeing in Lafitte. Crews right now are on the ground trying to rescue people who stayed in that area. There is high water. It is dangerous. Greg LaRose is on the ground getting an update for us there. Greg, what do you have for us now?
Hey, Christina, we're still seeing departures of boats going on the rescue missions down to Lafitte. I'll give you a look here as an airboat gets ready to take down there and another shallow draft flatboat. The airboat actually is one of those, I don't know if you'd want a tour boat, let's call it that. It could probably seat about 6 to 8 people. They are from outside the area, and they just wanted to be part of all of this and, get people out that want to be out. And it's kind of a long haul. We've only seen of the boats that have launched since we've been out here, I'd say only a couple have come back. And we're told, though, like there's sort of like a prioritization. There haven't been really any serious medical issues that authorities have reported. But if, for example, we were told one person had a lacerated hand, so they took him back directly so he could get medical attention. So far, we're told there may be just like a couple of instances of folks in that situation. But we're being told the numbers of people not nearly as high as initially anticipated. We'd reported in the hundreds, and Sheriff Joe Lapinto told us about an hour ago it won't be anywhere near that much. And people are even choosing to stay, believe it or not. They're in camps that are elevated really high and seem to have sustained the storm just fine. The levee in Lafitte, not the big storm surge levee, but the town levee, it's about 7 feet high. It did get overtopped from what we're being told, but it did not break. That's the initial. Now the water needs to come down, but the belief is that it did not break. It was just too high water that inundated the town. We see people driving out, believe it or not. We've seen a small kind of, I guess you'd call it a sport SUV, not a real high clearance vehicle. A couple made it out on their own somehow. Another gentleman driving a Chrysler 300, he got out. He told me water was up to his chest. The appliances in his kitchen, his ceiling had caved in. Folks there are going to have to they're going to need some time to rebuild. The damage, it's pretty devastating from, what we're hearing so far. It's going to be an all-day affair, but, according to Sheriff Lapinto, probably just today. He doesn't get the feeling like this is going to be an extensive search and rescue mission. We're not seeing nearly the number of boats queued up here. I'd say looking up Leo Carner Parkway, not even 10. And these may be some of the boats that just don't have a shallow enough draft to go back there. And I didn't get the impression that the sheriff was going to send any more. And of course, the high water vehicles that the National Guard has staged, we're told most of the town, the water's too high for them to navigate that. So it's kind of a combination of issues there. You need a boat that doesn't bottom out in the shallow parts, but obviously you need a boat because the water's deep. So we'll be following it out here to see how many more folks. If you can take a look over Mark II, our left, you'll see the Jefferson Transit bus staged out there. We've seen a couple of them leave, but not near capacity. One took just a handful of folks. The most recent one, maybe, it'd have been a stretch to call it halfway full. So we'll keep monitoring the situation and see as folks make their way back. Christina?
All right, Greg, thank you. Time now 11:24. We have some new information into the newsroom from the Sewage and Water Board regarding power situations, electricity. Since no one has power, Entergy, Sewage and Water Board rather, has been using backup power, but we just got word 13, pumping station 13, which is on the West Bank, that backup power is down. It is down right now. Sewage and Water Board says they are assessing this and they do have repairs underway, but in the meantime, they are getting reports of some standing water in the Tall Timber subdivision, also along General de Gaulle. They are working on DPS 13, again, that's pumping station 13. They're trying to address that. In the meantime, they're asking you to avoid the area. So that is an update on some of the backup power that Sewage and Water Board has been using since Entergy does not have power. There's basically a blackout across New Orleans. And if you are on the West Bank over in Algiers, avoid that area. Again, this is a Tall Timber subdivision and along General de Gaulle, where Sewage and Water Board says they are getting reports of some standing water. Right now, we want to get you to Covington, taking you to the North Shore. Let's check in with Heath Allen. He's been getting in touch with people who are trying to get out. And Heath, I believe you're talking to someone who is happy they escaped death. Tell us about that.
Well, I tell you, we walked this neighborhood earlier today, just talking with people as we made our way around. We came upon a house, that had a tree through it. For Pete's sake, there are a lot of houses in this neighborhood that had a tree through it. But take a look at the pictures that Kadisha took a little bit earlier this morning. That pine tree split this house, and let me tell you, you wonder how people survive in circumstances like this. You wonder how there's no fatalities. Well, this one was very, very close. Jay Bindernagel and his wife are happy that they just have one another this morning. Listen to their story.
He was in the kitchen getting something out of the fridge, and that tree just crashed through. The beam in the attic hit his head, and the glass from the two windows cut him up. And my daughter's a nurse, so she ran in there. She was screaming, pulling through fiberglass, yanking it out of the way to pull him out. And thank God he's safe.
I heard a crack, and I knew what it was and what tree it was. That's the biggest pine tree. And I really didn't have any time to react. And, it just, the ceiling came crashing down with 2x4s and everything else.
We're standing here with a big tree through your house. Mm-hmm. Your husband almost got killed, literally, and you're lucky.
I'm lucky, but we're very lucky. But we're lucky. We're blessed.
And it's that kind of story time after time after time here in the Riverwood subdivision. People that feel like they are lucky or they are blessed, even in the midst of all of this water and all of these trees down, because to this point we have heard of no one being killed, thank God, in this neighborhood after this terrible storm passes through. And it's always good to be able to tell a story with a happy ending. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, it certainly is, Heath Allen. Heath, thank you so much. 11:27 now. Let's check in back with Greg LaRose in Lafitte, where rescue operations are underway. Greg, tell us what is going on. I know we heard from Sheriff LaPinto not too long ago, and he was giving us an update on how many people they had to rescue. At one point, we thought it was about 200, and Sheriff LaPinto didn't really seem too concerned. Of course, he is concerned, and their main goal is to get as many people out as quickly as they can. We want to give you a live picture right now so you can see how active it is and how many crews are on the ground. We know the Cajun Navy from right here in Louisiana is here trying to help out and offering whatever they can to get stranded people out as quickly as possible. A lot of activity here on the ground. Several people being pulled out of Lafitte right now to get to safety so that they can be safe. Really, that's kind of the main point, right? They stood there, they rode out the storm. Throughout the storm, the concern was staying in this area. Keep in mind, Lafitte is under a mandatory evacuation. They were prior to the storm, and this is why. You can see how high the water is. They did not want to have anybody to deal with this. More importantly, during the storm, those who needed to be rescued, our law enforcement agencies and first responders could not get to you. It was too dangerous. And so this is why they wanted you to leave. Some did, others didn't. And now that the sun is up, Ida has passed, those rescue efforts continue as we give you a live look here on the ground. Again, this is Lafitte, where rescue operations are underway right now. Our Greg LaRose is there on the ground getting some information for you. Do we have Greg to check in and see a little bit more on what's going on right now? Okay, we will check in with Greg in just a moment. A lot of the areas, though, that we want to tell you about, let's talk about some of the curfews that are in place. And that is because parish leaders across Southeast Louisiana do not want you out and about right now. They are out trying to assess the damage themselves, trying to figure out how bad things are. And so they have these curfews in place to make sure you stay off the roads and stay in your safe space. They are out going through that damage, assessing the damage, making sure everything is cleared before you head out and go back to your home. So take a look. Here's what you need to know. Terrebonne Parish, they have a curfew in place until at least 6 o'clock tonight. That's the same with Lafourche Parish. Also in Lafourche, we're told re-entry will be delayed for up to a week, possibly longer because of the damage from Ida. If you are in Jefferson Parish, you are under a mandatory curfew for the entire parish until at least 6 tomorrow morning. So that means in Jefferson Parish, you are advised to not go anywhere else. Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang said that she did this today, implemented this today, and it could last longer than tomorrow, all depending on cleanup efforts. There are also curfews in Washington Parish as well as Thibodaux until further notice. Hancock County, Mississippi also has a curfew until 6 o'clock tonight. So basically wherever you go, all of these are going to be strictly enforced. You are not advised to be on the road right now. And deputies across these areas say while they are assessing damage, they're going to be watching to make sure you comply with these curfews. It is for your safety. All right, 11:31, you are watching our coverage here as we continue to track the storm impacts across Southeast Louisiana. Let's get you out back to Lafitte for some of the rescue operations that are underway right now. Okay, we are waiting to get another update from Greg LaRose, but what you're looking at right now is another boat going through the waters in Lafitte trying to rescue more people. These operations have been underway for hours. This is one of the priorities, trying to get those who are in some of the riskiest spots across Southeast Louisiana out to safety. It is so busy. It is extremely active. The National Guard here on the ground helping with this as well. Of course, our Cajun Navy, which we mentioned that they have been extremely helpful in so many storms, not just here in Louisiana, but across the country. Wherever they are needed, they go, they respond, and they do great work. Shout out to you all. We're going to check in with Greg again in a moment as soon as he is ready to give us another update. Let's talk about what else is going on across Southeast Louisiana. Boil water advisories. There's a lot happening. Several in place across our viewing area right now. There's a boil water advisory. If you take a look here at your screen in Terrebonne Parish for everyone east and south of the Gulf Intracoastal Waterway, also the East Bank of Jefferson Parish, St. Charles, St. Tammany for all Tammany Utilities customers, and in Lafourche Parish for those south of Bracelet. And in all of these advisories, you have to boil your water for at least 1 minute before you use it. All right, 11:32, let's send it back to Randy and Chad.
All right, Christina, thank you very much. A lot of good information there, and we're just trying to keep you informed minute by minute, hour by hour as our coverage of Hurricane Ida and its aftermath continues. A lot of great information on the bottom of your screen, scrolling along, and that QR code bottom left, that'll also take you to our website, WDSU.com. Plenty of closure informations on roadways that are just impassable at this point.
Right.
And again, officials want you to stay off the roadways. It's in your best interest.
Yeah, and with that QR code and with the coverage that we're doing right now, you're probably finding us on the WDSU app because most of you don't have power to your homes right now. If that is the case, one of the things that Jefferson Parish leaders and New Orleans leaders are saying right now is that if you have evacuated, so maybe you're watching us from one of our neighboring states, if you have evacuated, they are asking that you do not come home anytime soon. Both of them tweeting out that information within the past 30 minutes, saying if you've evacuated, do not come home. They'll let you know when it's safe to do so, but stay put where you are until further notice. And again, we're still seeing some of the aftermath here of this system, some of the tail end of this, and we're also concerned about our rivers this morning because this system's still dumping some rain on the northern part of Louisiana and parts of Mississippi.
And some of the rain totals continue to trickle in, and it's just you don't want to add much more to rising water levels. Let's get the latest check of what's going on here locally and across the region with meteorologist Lee Southwick. Lee, as we approach noon here, almost 24 hours from Ida making landfall yesterday, what's the latest from what you've seen?
Well, past 24-hour rainfall totals, I mean, they are shocking in some places. We have over 15 over there, and also something else that they just mentioned, the fact that you don't want to be driving around right now because I'm not only tracking rain outside and rising river levels, but it's also still pretty gusty outside as well. And if there are weakened trees or power lines, they will go down. I'm going to show you the wind speeds in just 1 second. But first, let's take a look at these rainfall totals because we are seeing 11 inches so far in Kenner right now. Laplace 15, Hammond 15.4, Covington coming in at 8 inches, Mandeville 9.3. These are just radar indicated. So Slidell coming in at 9.6 for our rainfall totals. We are tracking a good bit of rain near the coastal areas. We have all morning seen a lot of rain at the coast here. Look at that. Unfortunately, still some more heavy rain moving through the Boothville area. I'm going to put this into play mode so you can kind of see, put it into motion, and you can see where it's going. It's not even wanting to populate for us right now. It's not really wanting to move around for us. So that's okay. I'll just show you. This is current, where it is currently. I'll stop the... There we go. So this is the current. Boothville, seeing some rain. Grand Isle looks like some rain moving by near you. Golden Meadow as well. This extends all the way up into Mississippi and then over towards the North Shore. Still just a few little light showers trying to hang around. Not too much, but that's what we're going to have to watch in the coming hours for more rain. Right now we do have a few flood warnings in place, Hammond as well as towards Lafitte. So we'll jump over to the other computer now and I'll show you these areas with the flood warnings still just a little bit out there. And we also have flash flood warnings in places. Mainly, you can kind of notice by the rivers. So we're really going to be watching out for some river flooding in the next day or two. Ida, still a tropical storm with winds of 40 miles an hour. That was as of the last update at 10 a.m. Now we are coming up on 12 o'clock. I am sure it has weakened by now below tropical storm standards, but we'll get our next update from the National Hurricane Center, which makes it official at 1 o'clock. But as of the last update, yes, it was still a tropical storm out in Mississippi, moving north at 9 miles an hour. So still not as fast as I'd like to see it, but it's starting to pick up speed now just a little bit. So it's going to continue to move across Mississippi, but still wrap those rain bands into our area. We were just taking a look at some of the rain out there, and yeah, a little bit still lingering. Here's the winds too. Again, we need these winds to calm down. It will help with the surge, and it will also stop knocking over so many trees and power lines. The ground is super saturated right now, but we're seeing sustained winds of 16 miles an hour in Kenner, 14 miles an hour in Gulfport, but gusts stronger than that, 24 in Gulfport, gusts up to 30 miles an hour in Kenner. From here, we're going to continue to see these wind gusts in the 25 to 30 range occasionally throughout the rest of the day today. We head into tomorrow morning. We're talking 20 to 25 mile per hour wind gusts, then 15 to 20 mile per hour wind gusts by tomorrow afternoon before we calm down again on Wednesday. When it comes to the rain, a lot of you now dry. We could see a few more of these rain bands wrap on in later on today. So flash flood watch still in effect through tomorrow morning. I'm concerned about the coastal areas really seeing a lot of the rain, but for the metro area, most of the South Shore and the North Shore going to stay mostly dry. Maybe a few drizzles here and there. It's not going to be an all-day rain except for if you're at the coast. Then we head into tomorrow. Same thing, where maybe a little bit of coastal rain, and then we really do start to dry out. This model has really consistently stayed dry over the past couple of model runs, showing us that maybe a few isolated showers by tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, but most of us stay dry. A little bit more scattered activity on Wednesday, and then a frontal boundary moves through on Thursday, and it's a cold front technically, but it's not going to do too much to cool us down. It will likely make us feel less humid though, so that would be a welcomed sight after we go through all of this heat in the coming days while we don't have electricity and we don't have any AC. So more on that in just 1 second. First, I do want to give you this wide look at Tropical Storm Ida. Notice all of the rain out to the east of this storm. There's some lightning moving into portions of coastal Alabama, the Gulf Coast of Alabama, and over portions of the Panhandle too. It's going to continue to move northeast, so by tonight likely pushing into northeast Mississippi, by tomorrow morning starting to cross over into Tennessee, and from there it's going to get on out of here. So here's the latest cone from the National Hurricane Center of Tropical Storm Ida, again moving north at 9 miles an hour, but it's going to start to turn more northeasterly next, and by Tuesday evening weakened significantly, likely only having sustained winds of 25 miles an hour and over Tennessee. Tracking a few other things in the tropics. We do have another tropical storm out there. It is not our concern. Also, there's a high chance of development off the coast of Africa, but not a concern to us. What is a concern, this heat coming in the next coming days. We're going to be near 90 on Tuesday and Wednesday. You can see that on your 7-day forecast on your screen right now. But by Thursday, we should get some air from the north, a little bit less humid. Our lows will be cooler, right near 70 degrees by Friday and Saturday morning for the North Shore. So again, that will be a more pleasant air mass, a more comfortable air mass moving in by Thursday.
All right, thank you for that, Lee. At 11:40 now, as we're continuing to track all the news parish by parish for you. Jefferson Parish still doing some water rescues down in Lafitte and some of the lower parts of that region, as many folks decided to ride out Ida in their homes, despite that fact that we were, having that storm surge move through.
Once daylight hit this morning over the past few hours on this Monday in the aftermath of Ida, emergency crews, response vehicles, lift boats, water boats ready to go, ready to help those in need. Let's check back in with WDSU reporter Greg LaRose. He's been there for several hours now as these crews have been coming together and sending people to folks who need help desperately this morning. Greg, what's been the latest and what have you seen lately?
Yeah, Chad and Randy, again, just a steady flow of boats out. When we first got here this morning, it's ebbed somewhat and they're kind of trickling back in. But I want to give you an idea here of just how many resources are being used. We're looking up the Leo Kerner Highway. So we're going away from Lafitte right now. And look, this is at least, I'd say, a quarter mile trucks, boat trailers. On the right side, you could probably make out some of those National Guard high water vehicles with the exhaust that basically, almost like an 18-wheeler, it goes up so they can navigate the high waters. So one note about those, I just saw the first one in a while head down that way. We'll take you around back now and you're going to see the truck that's coming back up, one of those high water vehicles. We hadn't seen them to this point in the day going out. Now we see one. And the boats, you see how the water along where the utility poles are to the left? The boats, as they take off, some are taking the route going south, some are crossing the parkway neutral ground, let's call it, and going all the way over to the shoulder with the utility poles and slowly making their way down there. So, Sheriff Joe Lapinto told us, he It's been, I guess, about an hour or so ago that we talked to him, and he said, you know, there are some navigational challenges for the types of boats they can use. Airboats can go anywhere. Flatboats, they can handle some of the shallower spots. Some of the folks showing up had a little bit deeper draft vessels that are going to bottom out, so those were turned away, but not all that many. You just got an idea of how many boats, folks, you know, lots of trucks. The sheriff's office has a command module out here. So it's really, I think, the urgency of sorts has definitely scaled back since this morning when they were really, you know, trafficking the boats and offloading at a pretty brisk pace. Now it's slowed down considerably, but there's still a lot of boats out there. We're going to let you look at this high water vehicle come in. Don't know necessarily that there's anyone on it. You may have a better vantage point than I do with the naked eye, but we've seen just maybe 2 or 3 of those offload and not a whole lot of people. To the right, you might see a Jefferson Transit bus, and that's where they are bringing people who are then being taken to shelters. We've seen a few folks go off on their own. The sheriff's office has escorted one family. So I think they're just kind of making it work as needed. People with no place to go, shelters, others are being taken, you know, wherever they need to go. Hopefully they have a place that's going to give them a lot more comfort and stability than they've had to endure over recent nights. Sheriff Lopinto, another thing worth mentioning, you know, there had been some concern that folks had gotten caught in their attic. Of course, we all flash back to 16 years ago when folks were being rescued from the rooftops or inside their homes. Just an awful situation. That isn't necessarily the case here in Lafitte, and those families that may have had to do that were sort of prepared for it. Whereas after Katrina, it was really just, you know, a last-ditch effort to stay alive for folks, to the point where some of them are staying here. Sheriff Lopinto says that, you know, when the rescue boats showed up, some folks just turned them away. Their structures are fine. They're stocked. They're ready for this. It's kind of, they knew it was coming. Seeing some National Guard helicopters in the air too. We've not been told that they are rescuing people using the helicopters, but you got to think, you know, just a bird's eye view is going to help things as the operations continue. So we'll continue to monitor things, give you an idea of how many people are coming out of the water, and we'll check back in with you soon. Guys?
All right, Greg, thank you for that. 11:45 now as we continue to track the aftermath of this storm. We have an update for you from AT&T. I know we've been talking about the cell phone service. You got cell phone service just now, right?
Trying to get it back up and running. Texts are going through. Emails finally started going through again, so some progress made.
So AT&T says that 60% of its normal, it's operating at 60% of its normal capacity. Lots of outages, lots of issues, both here in New Orleans through Baton Rouge, of course, due to Ida. So they're bringing in some a fleet of network recovery equipment to our area just to try and help out. So that's going to be some mobile cell sites, mobile command centers, emergency communication vehicles, things like that to come in to try and restore some of the service to get it all back up and running. But it's really patchy here. Like, I still don't have service. Chad, you have it. Paul over here has it. Lee doesn't have her service yet. So we're like 50-50 as of right now in terms of AT&T.
It is interesting though when we're so used to these phones being able to connect to people and just family, friends, colleagues, people in need, trying to reach out to folks and officials here parish by parish, trying to get a closer look at the damage and the restoration efforts that are ongoing. If you notice that picture in picture, the box, the video, these are different scenes from our crews, our live crews out in the field, just, you know, canvassing the greater New Orleans area, trying to show you some of the sights and sounds of Hurricane Ida as it made landfall just about 24 hours ago. We're kind of closing in on that 24-hour mark at 11:55 from yesterday as it hit Port Fourchon, and then the aftermath, the continued efforts to rescue, to recover, to help those in need, even if, like Greg mentioned, if some of those folks are saying, no, we're good, we're okay so far, but it's good to see that some folks have been able to ride out this storm successfully so far.
Yeah, that bottom left, you're looking at some of when the storm actually was coming through. So a lot of that wind, rain. Also want to show you some video from around New Orleans right now, some images across the Crescent City from NOLA Ready, which is a government-controlled managed site from New Orleans. We can show you those pictures. We'll get those to you in just a second. But
yeah, some of the pictures are from some of the same sites where our crews were. I believe Shay O'Connor and her photographer, they were in the CBD along Poydras. And if we could take a look at those NOLA ready images, it just shows some of the building collapses right there on Poydras Avenue. And I believe this is just some of the other damage throughout the
it's really all across. This is actually from NOLA ready. So this isn't from our crews. This is from the city of New Orleans as they went around and took some pictures and getting some images of the damage across the city. So we're taking these images from their social media accounts, but there's just one site here. Another look at this building here, all the bricks just pulled down. I mean, lots of damage.
Yeah, and what I was referencing there, I just know that they sent this picture out, but then Shay, our colleague, was out in that area. I believe that's the old Karnofsky shop along Poydras, that shop just basically just fell apart, you know, the collapsed wall, and then next door, the Little Gem Saloon right there, next door with one of the nice murals here in town, in downtown New Orleans as well. Some other images, just down trees, down power lines, and just a scary scene. I mean, we knew it was going to be bad, but in the aftermath for this damage and destruction to reach so many areas throughout Orleans Parish, Jefferson Parish, and really all of our surrounding communities here in South Louisiana.
And here's a look at the French Quarter for you right now. We've got some video from the French Quarter, some other pictures, you know, as we're seeing some of these. Here we go.
Yeah.
Look at that facade there that pulled down. Jennifer Crockett was out there live as that did come down. We were even seeing some of the balconies nearby shake. This all near Jack's Brewery, close to Decatur and Toulouse. That's the intersection here. But again, it definitely shows the impact of just the sheer wind power of Hurricane Ida as that storm ripped through portions of New Orleans here. A lot of these older buildings is structurally not as intact as maybe some of the newer buildings that are a little bit stronger. But even in the CBD, we were seeing pieces of sheet metal flying off, shingles flying off of rooftops all across the city of New Orleans. And again, we saw some images of even not this particular location, but closer towards Bienville and maybe St. Anne, where we were seeing portions of just the balconies here just shaking vigorously as these very strong winds move through this portion of New Orleans.
You know, with the storied history here in the city of New Orleans and surrounding communities, some of these iconic images like the French Quarter, like Jackson Square, St. Louis Cathedral, Jack's Brewery right there on Decatur. It was interesting, before the storm hit, you know, we were here at the station basically, I mean, for the past week and a half, but Saturday evening just kind of passing by the CBD along the Riverwalk going toward the French Quarter and it being eerily empty, right? On a Saturday evening, a Saturday night, you're used to seeing it so widely populated and just the life of the city and the hub that the French Quarter is. But we've also seen it during the height of COVID with things being shut down and the stay-at-home order about 1.5 years ago. But now with Hurricane Ida, its impact, its approach over the past 48 hours and then making landfall right about 24 hours ago, to see more of these scenes once again, it's heartbreaking in many ways, because we know that economically the city and many local businesses have been so challenged and so much adversity during this recent time, more so than any other time in the modern era. And for another major Category 4 hurricane to strike this city, the widespread devastation, the damage, it's going to be another major hit on our economy and our infrastructure. If you look at the picture within picture, I mean, that was along St. Charles Avenue near Sacred Heart Academy, and that was the video of as Ida was making its approach and taking out power lines before the city basically just went dark and went silent. And here we are, you know, a day after it made landfall, and the search for people in need and the recovery efforts really have just begun.
Yeah, but you know what? There's so many positive stories that come out of this as we see so many people helping each other. And that's the imagery that we're seeing out of Lafitte right now, with just your neighbors, your loved ones coming to rescue you, along with our emergency responders. You know, they are suited up, they are equipped, they are hitting the streets, they are making sure that every home is checked. And so many of you who are maybe watching us on the WDSU app right now, heeding those warnings to get out, because that makes it even more important for the overall recovery effort, because by making sure that you weren't in the city and putting yourself in harm's way, you're allowing those emergency responders to be able to do their jobs. And of course, one of the other regions that we have been following so closely, the river parishes this morning. You know, we've had our own Jennifer Crockett. She's made her way from St. Charles Parish all the way up to Laplace right now in St. John the Baptist Parish, which again, one of those areas that was deep into that eye wall. She joins us now with a look at the damage and the devastation that people there are dealing with.
We are off Highway 51 in Laplace, where people are being rescued as we speak. Some people are able to make it out on foot. Others, especially those in wheelchairs, are having to come out by high water vehicle, by truck, or even by helicopter. We have the Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries Department here who are performing multiple rescues. I've seen fire departments from as far away as Caddo Parish, and I just spoke with Miss Ginger here who waited 24 hours to be picked up by high water vehicle. How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Describe what you have gone through.
It's been pretty bad.
How's your house?
Garbage, trash.
I was talking to you earlier, you said it's very wet. Your roof came in. Describe what it was like overnight for you.
Terrible. I went to sleep at 4:30, or I tried to go to sleep at 4:30, and I woke up at 5:30, and that just didn't do it.
And then during the storm, what was it like as your roof was coming up and the water was coming in?
It was pretty scary. It was pretty scary.
And you were by yourself?
No, I have a friend with me, and I don't know where she is.
Ms. Ginger also hasn't been able to reach her family thus far. Is there anything that you want to tell them right now?
Just that I do not know where I'm going.
And she is not alone. Just in the past hour, about a dozen people have been rescued from this neighborhood. They're being brought to different places in Laplace. The cell phones are down. Communication between different law enforcement agencies are down. Even some radios with law enforcement are down. So there is a lack of communication right now, but not a lack of community. People are pulling their own boats in there to try to get people out of these homes. This afternoon, we're going to continue monitoring this, and we're going to try to get in there ourselves just as soon as it's safe to do so. Reporting from Laplace, I'm Jennifer Crockett. Back to you.
You gotta love that. And unfortunately, a lot of people in that same boat trying to figure out where they're going to go next, because as we've been talking about with those power outages, I mean, it's hard to stay here in the heat without any AC, and that's going to be a big challenge for a lot of folks.
Yeah, we were speaking this morning about the widespread, impact of the power outages, especially in downtown New Orleans. Can't really recall another time in the past where the entire city was dark like this, and usually the use of secondary power and generators is at the front and ready to go, but it's not currently on, and it may be a few more days before things finally get going, but hopefully sooner, hoping for the best. Let's check in with WDSU reporter Shay O'Connor. She joins us live from the Frenchman Street area within the CBD and has this report right now. Shay?
Yeah, we're here at the Exxon Circle K along Carondelet, where we have received reports of a possible looting at the gas station convenience store. I'm just going to take a step out of the way so that you can see the current scene. NOPD on scene right now assessing the damages. The front window appears to have been broken. This in the aftermath of Hurricane Ida. We don't know if anything was taken just yet or if anyone was hurt. We are working to find out that information, but again, just the current scene here at the Circle K Exxon along Carondelet. That's right in the downtown area. And like I said, we will continue to bring you more information, but for now, just reporting from this area, Shay O'Connor, back to you guys at the studio.
Yeah, just an update right there. So that was Shay from earlier right there, not far from the station there, Carondelet and near St. Charles area. Just tough to see that, looting overnight, but that's one of the very real possibilities during a bit of a blackout like this. When the power's out, you really don't have those security systems in place, and a lot of our local enforcement, law enforcement agencies are busy allocating those resources to really people in need in those more dire situations as they were riding out the storm overnight. So fortunately, we haven't seen too many additional issues of looting or any other vandalism or things like that during the storm. We know the heart of the city and the people of Louisiana, and that's really to take care of each other and not let a few bad apples, unfortunately, kind of put more of a damper on this day.
Yeah, on that note, we've got members of the Cajun Navy already responding. Check out this new video into our newsroom here, showing them clearing the trees there in Houma. We know this is another area that was very hard hit during this storm. We are going to try and get that video for you. Amanda, can we get that video or no? All right, we're having issues with the video there, but we're talking about the Cajun Navy responding, and of course they've been staging. There's people who are coming in, who actually evacuated, right, and coming back in to help with the Cajun Navy, because these are just men and women with their own equipment, their own boats. They're going down. They're making sure that people are being able to be rescued. They're making sure that trees are being cleared so they can actually access those roadways. And this is something that they don't just do here for us here in Louisiana. They've responded all across the Gulf South, parts of Texas. We've seen them even go up into the northeastern portion of our country whenever there have been storms as far north into New England. So we'll hopefully get that video for you at some point this morning.
Yeah, no, it's impressive to see just the overall sense of community statewide, nationwide. When people are in trouble, they're usually here to help, and they're doing it on their own dime a lot of times too, right? I mean, gas to get in position, their own boats, their own vehicles, gas on the boats as well, and then trying to food and resources, trying to help people in need. And that's what images like this down in Lafitte, down in the south of Jefferson Parish, that's what it's all about. You know, collaborative response and recovery efforts, trying to allocate resources to the right people, the right place at the right time, because even though the storm, most of the rain bands have passed, there's still some issues, so still issues for people moving forward. Now we have hit that 24-hour mark since Hurricane Ida first made landfall here in Louisiana.
And those rescues, again, continue here. We're seeing them in Slidell as well. Also in another part of the region where they were seeing some high water. If you're we were also even seeing some people out on the roadways, even though you're not supposed to be doing that right now. They're urging that everybody just stay home, stay put. There are curfews in place. Every parish right now basically has a curfew, and especially at night for the most part. Do not be traveling at night. And I know it's very tempting to go and check on your property and see what your property looks like, but in many cases you don't know what you're going to find. You don't know if you're going to be running into some high water. You don't know if you're going to be running into some downed trees that are blocking your roadway. So it's better to just stay put, let these emergency responders try and clear these roadways, do their jobs. In the bottom left-hand corner, just kind of give you an idea of before and after. I mean, this is the impact of the storm here as it was rolling through on that bottom left-hand screen. As you can see, those strong rain bands, and then now the recovery mission and the rescue mission embarking across Southeast Louisiana right now with regular people as well as members of the National Guard helping out, members of sheriff's departments and police departments across the region. So again, at this point, this is going to be a marathon for many of us, and this is something that we're going to be seeing for the next few days, most likely.
As we just about hit noon on this Monday, August 30th, the day after a major Category 4 Hurricane Ida slammed southeastern Louisiana and left close to 1 million or more than 1 million power outages here in South Louisiana in our portion of the state. Take a look at the map here. I mean, still just, this is an update. Just the red is so widespread here on the South Shore from Orleans Parish to Jefferson Parish, but of course all the way down south to our coastal parishes as well. You know, Entergy alone reporting close to 900,000 outages at this time, parish to parish, and then our friends on the North Shore, a lot of CLECO customers, more than 95,000 there in St. Tammany Parish, still without power. And really, that's going to be a huge sticking point for, you may not think football's a big deal, maybe, but most people down here realize it is. Just looking ahead, the Saints are supposed to play that first home game, that home opener, less than 2 weeks from today, 2 weeks from yesterday, on Sunday, September 12th. Will the Caesars Superdome be in a position where it is able to host that game? Coach Sean Payton just about an hour ago held a teleconference from Dallas. The team is relocated to Dallas. They're currently practicing at the Cowboys AT&T Stadium. He basically said they don't plan on returning to the area anytime soon, that they'll potentially stay there in Dallas and may have to relocate elsewhere to continue practicing ahead of that game. Just a tough time for them. And we know football is, maybe secondary on people's minds right now, but for the city of New Orleans and this economy, we know how much of an economic driver it really is, and that game day atmosphere. And we know all the local businesses and restaurants and bars and hotels that had to shut down over the past year and a half with the pandemic were really banking on the start of football season. So hoping for the best and hoping that power gets restored within days, within a few weeks. But that Saints home opener, it's looming. It's coming within 2 weeks.
But we did speak with Entergy this morning, and to give you an update and moving forward, we do boots on the ground. Crews are out doing assessments right now, both here on the South Shore and the North Shore. There are crews from all over the country here helping out. When it comes to Entergy, there are 14,000 additional workers right now, again, out there getting ready to assess, getting ready to go up in those bucket trucks as soon as it's safe to do so and after the assessment process has been complete. Following that, Entergy has requested 20,000 additional workers to come in and help. When we spoke with the president of Entergy earlier this morning, he said there's 8 main lines that really feed our area. All 8 are down. However, you don't need all 8 to restart our city in terms of power. So they'll be working line by line out of those 8 lines. working to restore power slowly, and they'll be able to kind of rework and repatch some of these lower level lines until they can get everything up and running. But again, the overall system is going to take weeks to repair. If you're on the North Shore right now, we've got crews from Kentucky, Virginia, really all across the country coming inbound, already putting those boots on the ground in terms of reassessment. So it's definitely a positive start. They were prepared for this, but again, it is going to take some time, as we're going to be probably weeks without seeing electricity in some of these hardest hit areas.
Just the start of our recovery, y'all. Time now 12:03 on this Monday, roughly 24 hours after Hurricane Ida first made landfall here in South Louisiana. Let's go to our chief meteorologist, Margaret Orr. She joins us in the studio. Margaret, good to see you once again. We know it's been a very challenging few days, for everybody here in South Louisiana.
I did go home briefly. It was interesting. Weston flooded in a few places. I didn't think I could get through, and then I saw Little Sedan get through, and I went, okay, I can do it. Numerous trees down, lots of people out cleaning up. So.
Well, Margaret, I think we're going to get your mic situated, because we cannot hear you at the moment. Is it on? Yeah, we'll figure it out in just a second. But
okay,
yeah.
Good to see you.
Power of technology, but
right?
We want to say thank you to Margaret, to Damon,
She's been
to
working.
Lee,
Yeah, they've all been
to
working.
Daniel, to Art. They've all been doing a great job of tracking the storm, really going back nearly a week ago. But what's funny, y'all, I mean, you flash back a week ago after we finished at work, and Monday evening, it was Monday Night Football, right, at the Caesars Superdome. We were in the dome cheering on the Saints, and the great sense of normalcy of things coming back and whatnot. And little did we know at the time that what was a disturbance in the Gulf and would eventually become the major hurricane that it did. And it's pretty impactful for all of us.
All right, let's get a check of what's going on in Gentilly right now with Shay O'Connor. She's joining us now with more.
Randy and Chad, we're actually here along Frenchman Street, where, as you can see, a tree has completely fallen across the road. I'm just going to take a step out of the way so that you can see the severity of it all. I'm also going to just walk over to my friend over here, Pierre. But before that, I kind of want my photographer to kind of pan around to show all of the down power lines across the street. This is what we've been seeing across New Orleans all morning. I'm just going to make my way over to you, Pierre. So how you doing this morning?
I'm doing great.
Definitely. And so, okay, the tree came from over there, but it didn't fall on your property. Tell me about how you're feeling right now.
I feel great that it's over with, because every time we have a storm, a strong wind, it would blow and it rocks back and forth. So I figure it would eventually fall across the street. I got some limbs cut off the backside so the weight goes toward the street. And I get up during the night, look at it, and I see it was leaning further and further toward the street. So I heard it pop, and I looked outside, it was laying across the street. So I'm glad I don't have to worry about that problem anymore.
Definitely. And just if you could kind of explain to me how last night was. I know you were afraid. I was afraid.
Well, I was a little concerned. I get up and look at the tree. I'm most concerned about the tree, because it was steadily rocking and leaning toward the street. But first the wind goes, I was okay with that. This old house been here for a while, so it's pretty strong. But I'm doing okay. I'm glad it's down. I can sleep a whole lot comfortable knowing that this tree is down.
Definitely. Have you been able to get in contact with anyone about picking this up? I know it might take a while.
Not yet. Everything is dead. I'm trying to use the phone and it's not transmitting. So I wait till tomorrow and try again. See, I get the city or the energy, somebody come over and start removing the tree out of the way.
What would you say your biggest concern is right now after the storm?
Getting this cleared up and things get back to normal. That's my biggest concern, get back to normal and remove this.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. And I just want to kind of pitch to someone. We've been speaking with folks from across this area who tell me that they've also experienced a lot of damage. We're going to pitch to another resident who stays just up the street, Nikki, who says she's just relieved that it wasn't much worse.
Main thing I was worried about was that water. I'm like, because the phone's not working no more, you know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be sitting on no roof. I didn't want to be swimming with no phone, no way to get in contact with nobody. So, yeah, I'm just glad we ain't got no water.
Now, residents back here just tell me that that's their major concern right now, the loss of power and how long this will all last. But the good news is that I haven't heard about anyone that has been hurt. That's really great. For now, just reporting live from Gentilly, Shay O'Connor, WDSU News.
All right, Shay, thank you very much. Just all those trees down. What a sight right there.
I know, right? We're waiting to hear from New Orleans Mayor LaToya Cantrell. She's about to be addressing us, but let's go quickly to Margaret Orr real quick and get an update on the storm.
So the update on the storm is that it is indeed in Mississippi. We have dark skies, not too much rain around, which is a good thing. Here is a look at the forecast track, taking it through the northeast portion of Mississippi into Tennessee, and then shooting it off well to the northeast. We do still have that flash flood watch in effect. Here is a look in effect until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that's really with the tail of Ida kind of moving across southeast Louisiana and giving us those rain chances. The big concern, of course, all of the storm surge that we've had with rain on top of that. So these, in some cases, flash flood emergencies. And the big thing that you need to know is that the rivers are rising. So a look at the current stages, but I want you to notice that Chafunkta at Covington and at Folsom forecast to go to major. Bogafalai at Covington is going to moderate. Bogafalai at Boston Street, major. Tangipahoa at Robert, major flood. So be prepared. This water is going to be rising for all of the North Shore rivers. Then you look over here in Mississippi and Alabama. That's where you have got the tornado watch in effect. And that's really with the tail end of Ida moving across that area. Right now it's 85, I know, but look, we don't have a lot of the information. The wind has kind of taken care of that, but southwest wind at 14, Gulfport is 17. We've got a gust to 24, a gust to 30. It's breezy out. Actually, it felt pretty good. The highest wind gusts were early this morning over in Gulfport at 74 miles per hour. Rainfall totals, again, this is not accurate, but wait. You can see on our storm tracker just how much rain we had. So there is a look. This is our live radar. I did have storm tracker up just a moment ago with all of the rainfall totals, but 15 inches was reported up here into Tangipahoa Parish. So let's look at Ida. Here is a look as it moved on shore, and it just was devastating. Let me show you that forecast track. So there again, a look at the rainfall totals, but let's go back to Max 1 and see what Ida looked like. There it is, moving to the northwest, making landfall yesterday right at Port Fourchon, heading to the north, 150 mile per hour at landfall. Now we have Mayor LaToya Cantrell and her press conference.
Many times, the residents are themselves in their neighborhood. We'll be working closely with our New Orleans City Council members, district-wide and neighborhood issues in terms of how we can respond in real time, and it's where you are in the neighborhoods that you're in. Neighborhoods you know us as well. Reach out. That again, communications have been compromised. But one thing that we also recognize is that we still have the ability to send text messages. AT&T and Entergy are doing everything that they can. Sonia Perez, the president of AT&T, we've been in direct communication. Their boots on the ground. Help us in the meantime stand up remote operations for cell phone charging and the like. But again, more to come. I believe this time it's going to be best for us to pivot. We're also planning for, in the event we should need to stand up a post-disaster evacuation. Doesn't look like that is something that we have to do at this time. But we have to make sure we plan to face the challenges in order to address the needs of our people. As I mentioned, our people in our city, our residents need to stay put. Again, power and communication are critical issues, and you are going to hear again more from Entergy as well as AT&T. Nothing has a quick fix. But what I also understand in terms of power, and you'll hear a little bit more, we are not in the same situation as we saw our brothers and sisters in as it relates to Lake Charles relative to power sources. But boots on the ground with Entergy, Ms. Rodriguez will give you more. While the power is down, we are dependent on generators. I'm calling all of our people and businesses that have the capacity in the city to be good neighbors, as I know you will be. Now, I have heard a little rumor. I'm going to follow up with that. Got that information actually prior to coming out. So I don't have any official responses for you relative to that. It could be associated with their lack of power or generation capacity. Or they know have the capacity to provide some source of power to the community. We ask for you to notify the city again and be good neighbors. Share the power you have. Open your businesses for the people to recharge their devices as well as meet their ongoing needs. That's how we're going to get through this. No doubt. How we got the aftermath of Katrina. Of Katrina. Shoulder working in partnership. I'm proud of our people. The resilience through the dark in our way. We're going to continue to be the light. And we're going to shine bright because we've prepared. We've proven our ability to hold the line. And I want to thank the federal government, the president, President Biden, who I will have to leave here about 12:30 to take the federal government's response was right. Declaration granted in the middle of the night. That's something that we should be grateful for. More information will come to you about that federal declaration that therefore drives the response of FEMA. We're going to make sure that that information is not only shared, but media, your partners in this. And as partners, we're going to make sure that we communicate effectively to our people so that they can respond the way that we need them to as it relates to getting information, but also like FEMA. So what I'm going to turn it over to Colin Arnold, as you know, who serves as our Director of Homeland Security. We're going to run through many different speakers that are essential to this response. We also have our council members who are standing with us. We're going to move through and I'll take Q&A afterwards, but you know how this works. But thank you all so much for your partnership. Thank you all so much for your response and your commitment and dedication. Colin Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, good morning, good afternoon. As you know, Hurricane Ida moved out of our area early this morning after sitting over New Orleans for really a day. We have significant impacts in the city, but I want to take a moment to recognize how well we fared given our circumstances and to let the neighbors to our west who have seen far more widespread and serious impacts that our thoughts are with you. Our levee system operated without incident. 911 remains out of service. Tyrell will cover that a little bit more. It's out throughout the region. And all of our parishes without power, and you'll hear more about that from Energy. This is still an extremely hazardous situation. Starting very early this morning, when it was safe to do so, public safety personnel from police, fire, and EMS started assessing damage across the city, and we know that there is widespread debris blocking roadways, and many damaged and destroyed structures. There are many trees and limbs down and many down power lines. I want to say at this time for residents in your homes, realizing right now connectivity is an issue, battery life is an issue. If it's safe to do so, I would suggest you get pictures, right? You may not be able to do what I'm about to tell you, but you'll have the pictures in your phone. You can go to, at any time, damage.la.gov, damage.la.gov, and you can enter in those photos and document that damage. And this will be incredibly helpful to us, to the state of Louisiana, and to eventually, when these types of assistance programs open, to the federal government. It can all be tracked from that site. It's not your application, it's not anything like that, but it's a good start. And again, that's damage.la.gov, realizing that it may be a little bit before you get connectivity or you can charge your battery, but have those ready to go. And only do that if it's safe. Just because the weather is past, obviously, that does not guarantee that it's safe to be out and walking around. We ask you to remain home, near your home, remain off the roads. As the mayor mentioned, and I really want to stress this, if you evacuated from the city, take a breath. We're doing good here. We're doing well, okay, under the circumstances, but it's not the time to return. There is damage, mainly debris in the streets. There's power. I want to be completely real with you. There's not a lot open right now. There's not a lot of fuel resources. There's not a lot of reason to come back. And I want to add, with COVID, if you get hurt while you're here from debris or from anything, or you have some sort of medical issue because it's going to start getting warm again this week, hospitals are strained right now. So it's just not a good time if you're out of the area to come back in, and we're going to let you know when it is, okay? Our EOC upstairs, Emergency Operations Center, still activated. Everybody's still up there. We're really transitioning into this kind of situational awareness and damage assessment. We're trying to, get our arms wrapped around the complete content of what is out there right now and what we need to address. The Health Department, the Fire Department, and the Louisiana Department of Health, our partners, are working with residents who have power dependency for medical reasons. As part of this initiative, we're opening an oxygen exchange across the city where residents who are on oxygen can swap out tanks for a full tank free of charge. The locations will be open from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. They are at fire stations. Fire station number 1 at 2920 Magazine. Fire station number 36 at 5403 Reed Boulevard. And fire station number 40 at 2500 General de Gaulle. Okay, if you have an oxygen need and can't get to these sites or have any kind of issues, call our special needs registry at 504-658-2558. That's 504-658-2558. As I mentioned, with the damage.la.gov, which I cannot say, it's just a terrific resource. We're working with our state and federal partners, getting that initial ball rolling with damage assessment and working towards those assistance programs that are so vital to our recovery. And there will be much more information about that. We have a number of organizations and individuals who want to help, and efforts, volunteers, donations. Love it, appreciate it very much, but we're right in the beginning of this, okay? We want to make sure that this is coordinated. So the best way to help in the immediate aftermath, what's going on right now, is to donate money to organizations that are on the ground assisting. And we have a list of those at ready.nola.gov. Please utilize that as a first resource in trying to help us here, and it's greatly appreciated. Understand that we're still in response mode right now. And so donations and all these things, they're great. We're going to be coordinating those donations. We ask you, let us take a breath. Let us, really get moving on where we need to be. We'll provide more information again at ready.nola.gov. For updates, text NOLA READY to 77295. Follow us at NOLA READY, and I'll say it one more time, ready.nola.gov and damage.la.gov. It will help us out. It will help you out. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin, very much. And we're going to keep it going. Ramsey Green, who is our Deputy CEO of Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thanks, folks, for being here. Today is a very different outcome than the day after Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago. Largely, homes are not flooded, businesses are not flooded. The HISDR system did what it was supposed to do, and largely our joint infrastructure work did what it was supposed to do when a storm like this came. And that is should give our residents, whether they're here or elsewhere, a moment to just acknowledge what that means. That this city as the mayor said, really held the line. We are assessing, and that assessment started very early this morning before daybreak. What we're seeing is debris all over the city, debris everywhere. If you imagine debris, it's there. Trees, newspaper boxes, stuff blown over, awnings, roofs, shingles, power lines that are down. Stay home, but if you want to start working on your home and you want to put debris together, put it on the side of the roadway. We have debris contractors who are assessing for eventual mobilization later this week. But again, we are assessing all of our operations at this moment. There are throughout the city small pockets of standing water. The reason for that is because there is so much debris out there that it is blocking our drainage catch basins or clogging our subsurface drainage lines. That is what we are seeing. The system, and Ghassan will cover this a little bit more, but the sewage and water board system is where it should be in terms of drainage. What we believe are those pockets of flooding need to be cleared, and that's what we're focused on at this moment. At this moment, our infrastructure operations are focused on public rights-of-way, clearing them, making sure that we have public safety can navigate around, that Entergy and its contractors can navigate around, and our infrastructure operations can move. But we will be clearing those pockets where that standing water sits. We have a contract underway to bring in an additional 20 vac trucks to clear those drain lines as well. Additionally, if you're at home and you are touching a generator, working on it, be safe. Follow the rules. We've seen in the last few years several people get very hurt touching generators, working with generators. Be very safe with them. They're complex tools. And then this is a massive this is unlike Zeta. This is unlike many of the storms we've seen because it is all over the city and everywhere. It's going to take some time. It's going to take time to assess our overarching infrastructure, including power, including public rights-of-way and debris, but it's going to take time to clear it as well. Patience. The city is safe. In terms of infrastructure, we just need some time to assess and clear it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ramsey. And we're going to keep it moving with information from Chief Sean Ferguson.
Thank you, everyone. I just want to take this moment to reiterate what the mayor has said and what Colin has said, as well as what Ramsey said. Now is not the time to return home. If you're at home, please remain at home. If you have to come out, I'm asking you to only come out either to clean up your debris, or if you're planning to relocate to another place, meaning evacuating now post-storm, that is fine. But we're asking you to please stay out of the street. We do have standing water. We have assessed this. We've also seen tree obstructions. We've also seen down power lines as well as trees. So we're asking you to not put yourself in harm's way, which would then put our public safety team in harm's way. We as the police department remain on 12-hour shifts, all hands on deck. We have not had any issues with any of our officers reporting to duty, or at least having the knowledge or availability to knowing where they are. We have received numerous calls of looting and several arrests. We will get you that information later. But this will not be tolerated. I said this yesterday, I will say it today, and I will say it tomorrow. This will not be tolerated. We have made those arrests. This is a state felony. We will be booking you accordingly. This is not the time to take opportunities of our vulnerable population right now, which we all are vulnerable at this point in time. So again, we encourage you to stay where you are. Know that we as the police department will continue to do our due diligence to protect and serve our city while we're working along with our Louisiana National Guard to implement our anti-looting deployment to ensure that as their property is safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, very much. And I'm going to ask Tyrell Morris, who is our Executive Director of the Communications District.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. As the mayor emphasized, it's not quite safe for those who left the city to return, primarily because our 911 infrastructure right now is not operable. It's not just New Orleans, but the southern parishes in the state of Louisiana are experiencing an issue. What this means is our selective routing service that's responsible for routing the 911 calls to the particular 911 centers has suffered some significant damage to the physical infrastructure. Our partners at AT&T are working around the clock to diagnose and recover those services, and once those repairs have been made, we will bring the system back online. But until that point, it is not safe for those who have left the city to return. If you do have an emergency though, all the fire stations across the city have raised their bays. You can walk to any firehouse or flag down any police officer. We also soon will be announcing an alternative way to text 911. We do know that text message services are more reliable right now than phone service in the city of New Orleans. And so we are retooling and reimagining what that experience is on the dime. So give us a couple hours before we give the public some instructions on how to engage 911 from a text message perspective. As Ramsey and the mayor said, it's an opportunity for our business community to be good neighbors. So as of right now, this moment, actually 30 seconds ago, if you go to NOAA.gov/311, you enter a service request that says Hurricane Ida. There's an option if you're a business owner and you would like to list your business as a place for the public to come charge their devices. You can go and register right now. We will pass that information to NOLA Ready and get it live so the public can have that information. That's just an example of how this leadership team and this administration is leaving no stone unturned to meet the needs of our people. But as a reminder, 911 is down. We do believe that it will be restored soon. We're working around the clock to get the services restored. But if you do have an emergency, go to any firehouse, flag down a police officer, or soon you will have the ability to text 911 to an alternative number, and we'll release those details shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyrell. And we're going to have Ms. Deanna Rodriguez, the President and CEO of Entergy.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. As you know that we're out of power in City of New Orleans, there are 8 transmission lines that feed the power to the City of New Orleans that have sustained damage. The catastrophic damage that and of the storm that hung over west of here caused a lot of damage to the transmission lines that feed New Orleans. As of 7 a.m., we had, not just in New Orleans, but around the region, we had 888,000 power outages. It is affecting several surrounding parishes, and we have a number of substations, transmission lines, and more than 2,000 miles of transmission lines are out of service. So I want to emphasize that it is not just New Orleans, it is the surrounding area, and so Entergy is working to address that immediately. We have about 4,500 boots on the ground in New Orleans currently here to do the damage assessment. That is the next part of post-storm, right? We prepped for the storm, we prepared, and we are now having people come in to help us do the damage assessment. They went out at first light this morning and they are going where it is safe to go. They will help us get a better idea of what we're dealing with, and it would be premature for me to speculate at this time when power will be restored. I know that's your number one question, but until we can collect the damage assessment, we can't give you that answer just yet. So I apologize. By end of day, we'll know more. By tomorrow, we'll know more. So we're asking our customers to be patient. In the meantime, you're hearing from a lot of the folks, the mayor and the chief of police that spoke before me, that are talking about when customers or when our residents should return. And I would suggest that if you have not signed up for text with Entergy, to go to our Entergy.com website and make sure you sign up for text. So if you are staying out of town and if you're away, we don't want you to come back for a whole host of reasons, but one, because it's hot and you won't have power. So we'd like to let you know by text when we'll be able to restore power to your residents. So it's important that you do that. I guess the other thing I wanted to mention too is that, again, since it's not just a New Orleans problem, we have 21,000 additional crews and resources, and that number is growing. And they are focusing in Louisiana, in the entire state of Louisiana, and they are focusing primarily on transmission to begin with. So they are helping us right now do damage assessment, and then when they can, if they can restore power, they are doing that as well. All of this is happening simultaneously. So we have our transmission system, our generation system, and our distribution system. Our distribution system is also being evaluated currently. And so when we have power, we will also have that ready for people to take power when they can. I also want to mention our Supportive Sewage and Water Board. We have helped them get some backup generators. We know they need to stay, and they're doing a good job, and they're working. So we need to help them stay providing services to the city. We're happy to partner with them on that, and we hope that we can, as soon as we get power, they will be a priority customer, and so we'll be able to assure them and assure the mayor and the city residents that they'll have our backup. That's all I have, pending any questions.
No, thank you, Deanna. And we're going to keep it moving. I'm going to ask our director of the Sewage and Water Board, Gaston Corbin, to come forward. He'll give you an update and also reveal challenges that we consistently have.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Mayor. So last night, or last 24 hours, the Sewage and Water Board and the city faced Category 4 hurricane and 8 to 10 inches of rain. And our turbines collectively carried out the day. We had T4, we had T5, T6, and our EMDs collectively working together to manage draining 8 to 10 inches of rain last night. We're also relied on those to maintain drinking water pumping into the city. As of today, we had really one issue to report to you. We've had some challenges that we managed throughout the night and throughout this morning, but as of today, we still have an issue with one pumping station, which is DPS 13 on the West Bank, and I made the commitment to the mayor and Councilwoman Palmer that we're gonna stay on that issue until we solve it. And what we're facing there is that when we lost power to Entergy, we stood up our backup power, our generator, which performed for a while, and then that died on us. So, and we're in the midst of assessing and repairing it. We could be repairing it as we speak. I just don't have an actual accurate report to share with you, other than we're working on it. When it comes to again, what Ramsey talked about, assessing what is going on in your neighborhood, what we rely on is the level of canals to know that we are maintaining an operation that is designed to drain the city, drain every street. So if there's any water that is standing now, just like Ramsey said, you have to report it, and then we'll collectively, between DPW and Sewage and Water Board, we're going to look at it, and then we're going to address it in the best way we can. And it could be a catch basin that's clogged, it could be something else, but we will address it together. I'd like to give you a report on our sewer pumping stations. We have 84 pumping stations that all are powered by Entergy. As you know, as of last night, we lost power to about 80 of those. We continue to assess further on that front. Obviously, we're going to make it a priority. We're working with Entergy, which availed to us about 10 generators that we're going to mobilize, along with about a handful of generators we have on hand, to selectively find the key pumping stations that we need to operate. And we're going to continue to work with our partners at NOSAP and GOSAP to find more generators to, as long as we don't have energy power, to power those pumping stations with backup generators. And just so people understand, wastewater leaves your house through gravity and it hits a pumping station, and without that pumping station working, that wastewater just backs up and could cause obviously overflows. So that's why we're asking for thoughtful and limited usage of water the best you can. In terms of water purification, drinking water, we just want to share with you that last night we continue to experience a spike in consumption on the East Bank in the tune of about 35 million gallons, what moves us for about 110 to about 145 million gallons a day. We are keeping up. We are producing that water. We do not know why the spike is there. We don't suspect its usage. We think it's elsewhere. It could be water main breaks that have not been identified or reported. So we're continuing to watch that. Other than that, we have no pressure issues, no water quality issues. So we're very, very happy to report that. And then one last thing I wanted to share for the sake of our customers. We're having issues with our server, with our computers, and our 52 water customer service line is not working. So I apologize in advance to our customers. We are not able to take your calls. We're working very hard on fixing that issue as soon as we can, so we can obviously respond to any of your needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm told Kelly from the Flood Protection Authority has
Yes, she does. Yes, and I'm just about to do that. Thank you very much. It takes a village to keep me straight, and I appreciate that. So I'm going to ask Kelly to come up as well from our Flood Protection Authority.
Thank you, Mayor. The first thing I want to say is a thank you. Many of you probably don't know, but it takes hundreds of men and women on a daily basis to operate and maintain the flood defense system around this region. They work every day thinking about Hurricane Katrina and wanting to never ever repeat that again. And we had a storm that was challenging. It was an intense storm, and the levee systems functioned as designed. And so I just want to thank those men and women that do that every day. I also want to thank our partners, Mayor and her team, the Corps, CPRA, the West authorities, and all of our other local authorities. We were in constant communication throughout this event, Sewage and Water Board, constant communication throughout the event. They were great partners to us. They provided resources to us and guidance to us, and so I just want to thank them for that partnership. As has been said before, there was no breaching or overtopping of the levee system. All of the components performed as designed. The surge barrier opened this morning, which was going to allow maritime traffic through a major shipping channel, the GIWW, hopefully to resume soon. The lake continues to be high. We're waiting for the lake to drain to open our Seabrook complex structure, and that way can drain the lake even further. Our PCCP operations, which is our pump stations at the outfall canals, continue to operate in coordination with Sewage and Water Board. We are now in recovery mode, and I've said oftentimes that we start preparing for a storm the day after the last one ended, and that's exactly what we're going to do today. So as soon as the roadways go down, we're going to get out, start doing damage assessments, inspecting the levees. We inspect it from one end of the other, boots on the ground, and determine any damages, make plans to repair those damages, and prepare for the next storm. As soon as we also assess those damages, we will have more information as to when we can open the gates across the major roadways so that citizens can re-enter the city when it's safe to do so. Please continue to listen to your local and state officials and when it's safe to resume entering into the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Now, I know that it is very important as we focus on the recovery of our city to also embrace the leadership that is on the ground that serves at the district council level. It's going to be very important that we formalize an even stronger partnership. I know that I have several council members who are here with me this afternoon. Council members, I would ask you to come up and be concise, but I definitely don't want to overlook your messaging for the community that I know is dependent upon you as well. So with that, I'll start with Councilman Banks, and we'll go from B, C, and D if you don't mind.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, Hurricane Ida may very well be a different tune, but this is a dance that we've all done before. So we know what to do, and I want to emphasize that you all are in the best possible hands. If you're going to be stuck in a natural disaster, there is no place better to be stuck than in New Orleans, because you've got a seasoned team, an experienced team of professionals that are accustomed to doing this, that unfortunately get to rehearse it several times a year, every year. So if you've got to be somewhere, you're in the best place, and these folks are going to be intentional in making sure that you have all the information that you need to make sure you're safe. The visitor's responsibility is to listen to the directives given. Please stay off the streets. Please listen to the warnings, and please get your information from respect to Facebook. that's probably not the best place to get the information. The official city sites, the news stations, those places are much better to get the information that's going to be shared to keep each of you safe. We are going to get through this just like we have got. This one is bad, but we've been through bad before, and we will get through this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to appreciate and thank the administration and all the department heads behind us who've kept the council totally up to date throughout all the briefings throughout this effort. So thank you very much. With that being said, you know, we have rebuilt this city, the residents, and part of that was because of personal responsibility and civic duty. And part of that is to ensure that we're listening to the administration and the people on the street and what has to be done. We've already heard we have a stress system. We should not put more stress on this system by going out right now. Especially for folks in Algiers, we have standing water, General de Gaulle, Wall Boulevard, MacArthur, and some of our neighborhoods such as Tall Timbers.
You're hearing out from New Orleans city leaders, and again, we're also talking about the national response to Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, that emergency disaster declaration already approved. Here's President Joe Biden. Let's take a listen in.
The FEMA director is on. FEMA Director Chris Wells, she's on, and I'm here with my senior advisor and boy who knows Louisiana very, very well, man. And New Orleans and Cedric Richmond. And what I'm going to do is make a brief statement here and then go through and tell you what we're doing, but then hear from all of you if that's okay. I know you're busy as the devil. I know you've got a lot to manage in your states, but the fact is that I want to hear from you. We both want to hear from you. And we know Hurricane Ida had the potential to cause massive damage. And that's exactly what we saw. We already know there's been at least one confirmed death, and that number is likely to grow. And we've got 1 million people in Louisiana without power. And for a time, Ida caused the Mississippi River to literally change its direction. And some folks are still dealing with the storm surge and flash flooding. And there are roads that are impassable due to debris and down power lines. And we need people to continue to shelter in place if it's safe for them to do so. And for those who have lost their homes, states working with the American Red Cross have already opened 50 shelters in the affected areas across the Gulf Coast. We've already begun search and rescue efforts, and we get folks who out there who need assistance. And we're doing the best we can. More than 5,000 members of your National Guard have been activated from Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Texas to support search and rescue and recovery efforts. And FEMA has pre-positioned literally millions of meals and liters of water. They're already pre-positioned as well as other resources in the immediate area. And we've deployed more than 200 generators, and we already moved into the region. They've been moved in ahead of time. And the Administrator Griswold and her team at FEMA is working, getting more of those into the area. We're in close contact with local electric providers to see what they need. They're all private providers. We don't control that, but we're doing all we can to minimize the amount of time it's going to take to get power back up for everyone in the region. And we've been working with the electric sector throughout the night and all day today to assess and understand the full extent of the damage. To accelerate the process, I've asked the Federal Aviation Administration to work today with Louisiana and Mississippi electric companies to authorize the use of surveillance drones to assess Ida's damage to energy infrastructure, while ensuring those flights do not disrupt aerial search and rescue operations. And I've also asked the Pentagon and the Department of Homeland Security to immediately make available any satellite imagery that can assist in assessing the damage in your states and cities and parishes. Local utilities are going to soon begin restoration work, including prioritizing getting transmission lines into New Orleans and get them back up and running. A lot of them have been taken down. More than 25,000 debris crews and linemen from at least 30 states are rolling in to support you. Some are already pre-positioned and close, and hopefully are already underway. But we need to be prepared, that we're about as prepared as we could be for the early stage of this, and there's a lot more to do. We also know a lot of people lost their cell phone service if the particular carrier tower is down or damaged. So this morning, the Federal Communications Commission has worked with the cellular providers to initiate their cooperative framework agreement. That agreement allows customers on one line with one provider to go to another provider if that provider is down. So it allows customers to use roaming access carriers to any of the carriers that are up and running. And that means you should be able to get a signal no matter who your carrier was or is. The main thing I want to make clear to all of you is we're providing any help that you're going to need. And so I've got, as I said, I've got my senior advisor, Cedric Richmond, here with me. You all know him. He's a New Orleans native. He's a congressman in Louisiana, was a congressman in Louisiana's 2nd District for 10 years. He knows the area, he knows the people, and he who have been affected by Ida, and he knows how to get things done in government. While FEMA is our lead for on-the-ground response, if there's something you needs my attention, Cedric's your direct line in the White House throughout this recovery, and I mean that. Whatever you need, go to Cedric. He'll get to me. We'll get you what you need if we can. The people of Louisiana and Mississippi are resilient, but it's in moments like these that we can certainly see the power of government to respond to the needs of the people if government's prepared and if they respond. That's our job if we work together. If folks get knocked down, we're there to help you get back on your feet. The most important element, though, is coordinating all the branches of government, state, local, and federal. And that's what we're trying to make sure that we tried to do before this hurricane hit. That's why we've begun working together. We're going to stand with you and the people of the Gulf as long as it takes for you to recover. And so I'm now going to turn this over to John Bell, Governor Edwards of Louisiana. And Governor, give us your assessment of what you have, what you're seeing out there. Tell me what you're hearing and what your team on the ground and anything you need that we haven't gotten to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And you couldn't pick the better person than Cedric Richmond, and we look forward to working with him as well. First of all, let me thank you for signing my request for a pre-landfall declaration, and then last night signing the major disaster declaration. That's going to be very helpful. Hurricane Ida came on shore with everything that was advertised.
Yep.
The surge, the rain, the wind. The good news first is all of our levee systems, particularly our federal levee systems and the hurricane risk reduction systems, performed magnificently. They were not overtopped. None of them were breached. Even our levee systems that were paid for with state and local funding in LaBouche and Terrebonne Parish performed extremely well. It would be a different story altogether had any of those levee systems failed. Having said that, the damage is still catastrophic, but it was primarily wind-driven, but we know that there were some areas that received tremendous rainfall as well, but we're going to be dealing with this damage for quite a while. And you mentioned the power outage. That is critical for us, and it's really 1 million homes and businesses that are out, and my best guess is you're getting closer to 2 million people without electricity right now.
You're hearing from our federal leaders there, President Joe Biden talking about the federal response to Ida and some of the resources coming to our state. Most importantly, 25,000 energy or utility crew and linemen ready to respond from 30 different states. He also announced a collaborative between different communications companies to try and get some of the cell service restored. Despite whatever cell service that you have, we would be able to use towers from multiple different carriers in order to get those text message out and things of that nature.
Yeah, the president also speaking to a familiar theme here in Louisiana, resiliency, saying that the American people, especially the good people here in Louisiana, are very resilient, and when we get knocked down, we get back up again, and it's nice to have an assist along the way. So those federal resources will be here. Disaster declarations already approved, and FEMA resources will be available moving forward.
Now let's toss things over to Taylor Evans, who's joining us now from Metairie with the latest there, and of course water also a big concern here.
Hey guys, we're here in Jefferson Parish, specifically Old Metairie, where there is still a curfew in place that goes into effect at 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. Now residents are out here, just like this gentleman right here, cleaning up their yards after the storm. Hey sir, can we talk to you for a second?
Of course.
Awesome. Okay, what's your name?
My name's Austin Roser.
Okay, Austin. So tell me, did you ride out the storm and the hurricane at home?
I did. We have a fully powered generator, but we really weren't expecting the water outage, and that's kind of affecting a lot of people because people have generators. We're counting on the water from, their fridge or whatnot, and now we have no water bottles or anything.
So what's your plan for the next few weeks as we wait for, water? They say about 5 days. They say up to 3 weeks. Around 3 weeks is a conservative guess for power. What is your plan? What is your family's plan?
Well, I'm going to wait and see a couple more days and see that, internet and cable issue, and see with work. And if it seems to be a week or two, I'm probably going to head on out of here and work from, remote, like we've been doing for, with COVID and stuff.
Now, as I said earlier, curfew is in effect for Jefferson Parish. That goes into effect at 6 p.m. and will remain in effect till 6 a.m. Reporting in Metairie, I'm Taylor Evans. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you very much. And they really want people to utilize that curfew to, take care of your home or your property, but just don't be out on the roadways. Don't go seeking images that we can bring to you here on the news.
Yeah, we're hearing that from multiple leaders that you want to just, if you've evacuated, stay evacuated. Now is not the time to come back because you're not coming back to power. You're not coming back to any major resources. Some of our lower lying parishes also getting a good look at some of the damage left behind this afternoon. That includes down in Homa. That's where we find our Morgan Lentis. Morgan.
Well, we finally made our way to downtown Homa. We're standing on Main Street right now where things like this are all over the place. This is a screw. You would not want to step on this. You certainly wouldn't want to drive over it. There are nails. There are sharp pieces of metal. This is a dangerous situation. Take a look at this building right here. How heartbreaking is that? This is a building on Main Street in downtown Homa, completely gutted by Hurricane Ida. Now look at this. This is a stoplight. I don't know if you've ever seen one of these up close, but they are big, they are heavy. And imagine when that came detached and flew into the street. That is certainly not good. Let's keep walking this direction. You can just see all of the damage here on Main Street that these businesses sustained. This is something this is your livelihood, right? And now your roof is gone. Now other parts of your business have been damaged for a really long time. It's just really hard to see because you know that there are people and there are stories behind every piece of debris here. Look on this side of the street. Even more damage. So this is as far as the eye can see. This is as far as the eye can see. I will say this, when we were driving into Terrebonne Parish, we saw a lot of damage. Not all of it was catastrophic. There are a lot of downed trees, there are a lot of, pieces of roof that are missing from homes. So it's hit or miss, and that's what we want to see. It's not like Terrebonne Parish was wiped off the map. That is the good news. But again, a lot of damage here right now in downtown Homa. I'm Morgan Lentis, back to you.
Yeah, wow. Just got to be careful, especially with those screws like Morgan just showed us. I mean, they're so dangerous. I mean, we know the inconvenience of popping a tire or blowing a tire in any situation, but that's why, again, why they want to advise motorists to stay off the roadways because there is so much debris, and that includes just piping and metal and screws and nails and things like that, just all kind of hazards to your vehicles and to your physical self as well.
Right, and we've been seeing, the response to just life and making sure that people themselves are getting out of harm's way right now. That's one of the things that we've been seeing in Lafitte all morning long. It's where we find our colleague Greg LaRose right now with the latest on those efforts there. Hey there, Greg.
Hey guys, a bit of unfortunate news to report here as we've seen more folks being trucked in, a little quiet and lull in the activity. About 15 minutes ago, we saw a group, I would say about a dozen of folks brought from their homes. Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Joe Lopinto tells me they recovered a dead body from one of the homes, but the cause of death is uncertain. So we can't say that the storm was what contributed or led to this person's death. Could well have been natural causes. So a bit of unfortunate news to pass along. Things still fairly active here. I'd say we're seeing boats and trucks come up every, say, 20 to 30 minutes, and maybe a half dozen or so people getting off. We're talking about probably a good 2-hour circuit from when the boats leave, make their pickups, and get back. But what the sheriff told us earlier in the day is holding true. And we spoke to one of the volunteers who came to get a friend, basically, that, you know, he's coming around and saying, yeah, people are saying, we're fine, we're good. And the sheriff confirmed just that. He said water probably got up to right below the rooftops, and the people there were prepared. They could go into their attics, and they are just fine. I talked to one of the people to come off the boats. His name's Errol Wieser, and I'm probably butchering the pronunciation. His house, he said, had 2 feet of water in it, but he owns Lafitte Frozen Seafood. He said that business was gone, and he told me that with tears in his eyes. He had a trash bag in one hand with his belongings and what looked like a briefcase, and he was walking up Leo Kerner Parkway. He said a friend was going to meet him, so he had a place to go, but you could tell he was heartbroken. 59 years old. He's spent the last 17 in Lafitte, from Dulac originally, and said, you know, I've seen these storms many, many times. This one was the absolute worst. So yeah, you know, there's overall, I think, good news in that people are who want to leave can leave today, and the sheriff says everybody who wants off will be taken off today, but also some sad stories to tell as well. Back to you guys.
Hard to imagine that there another death, and we were just saying, you know, how we were kind of happy over the fact that, you know, we were just hearing from the president, we just had that one loss of life, and unfortunately, that death toll now at 2 across Louisiana.
Yeah, and as Greg reiterated, they're still not officially confirmed whether it's storm related or death from natural causes, but any loss of life is just tragic, especially in the midst of the aftermath of the storm and the cleanup and recovery issues. So again, hoping for the best with people who had to shelter in place, especially in some of those lower lying areas like Lafitte's. Yeah,
let's go back out to Houma now with Morgan Lentis, who's surveying more and more damage. Those people definitely took a beating there, Morgan.
We coming back, baby. We coming back.
You hear that? There you go. Houma is coming back. We are here on the Man Drag here in Houma, Louisiana, where people are starting to get out after the damage. We've got a car coming up this way, so I'm going to move out of the way so they don't bump into me. But once they move out of the way, keep going for us, please. You'll be able to see all of these down power lines that we've been seeing since we arrived here. Brian, why don't you go ahead and swing them this direction so they can see how many of these. We've got at least 1, 2, 3, 4, and then Brian, zoom in for me if you can on those power trucks that are coming down the bridge right there. We've seen this all day since we got into Terrebonne Parish. Can't tell you from here what companies those are, but there are so many emergency vehicles that have made their way here to Terrebonne Parish, whether it is like this, you're seeing power trucks, or maybe it's even almost tank-like equipment. I saw a large law enforcement vehicle from Lafayette Parish. I mean, that tells you how far away people are coming to help out this community after the storm. Something else I want to show you, we noticed this when we came to sit down, when we came to set up, I should say. Look at all these trees that have just been snapped in half, and as you can see, some of them have fallen into buildings. Another one has fallen onto the roof of a home here. These are not small trees by any estimation. It just kind of speaks to how strong a storm Hurricane Ida was as it came through here, to be able to just snap those big, powerful trees as if they were twigs. I did talk to an official from Terrebonne Parish a little bit ago. Our cell phones aren't really working down here, so we had to go face-to-face to ask them a couple questions. We said, have you heard of any reports of loss of life right now? They said they have not. They did tell us that near Chabert Hospital, there was a building that had collapsed. The authorities went out to try to check it